Hello everybody, I am Hacklebeast, casting ISL qualifier number 6. The first match we will have up is Cryok versus Rainy. We have ISL3 Cryok as the yellow Terran to the left side. On the right side we have ISL3 Rainy. I do not know how to spell Rainy. E-I, not I-E. I bet that's not how you pronounce Rainy. I really think it's supposed to be pronounced differently, but I don't know how that different is supposed to be. So, it's going to be Rainy. And he has the teal Zerg, top right. The map is going to be Sniper Ridge. And we're actually going to be in a bracket with 2 Terrans in it. That's right, we actually have pretty good odds that a Terran's going to advance. Everybody rejoice. So, Rainy with his Overlord on the way. Not going to go for a 9 pool, which is cool. Cryok is a player who's had a lot of big game TVZ experience, having had to play in Nation Wars and Gambit Cup and whatnot against a lot of very talented Zergs. So he's pretty standard in everything. He just does everything by the book. Nothing too out there, nothing too spectacular, but he doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes either. And Rainy, this is my first cast of Rainy, so I don't have a lot to say about him. Anyway, he's gathering up a lot of minerals. There we go. Throwing down the hatchery for the 12 hatch. So, Cryok is going to scout in the wrong direction. If he had scouted in the right direction, maybe could have thrown down a bunker. Maybe could have had a little bit of fun with it, tried to do something, but probably wouldn't have anyway. We'll have to see what Cryok goes for. He hasn't thrown down the gas yet, though, so it's looking very much so like a 1-Rax FE. Then the decision comes to whether he's going to build it in his base or down on the low ground. Since his opponent went for a 12 hatch, he would be completely safe building it on the low ground, but he hasn't scouted that out yet. So I do believe he will throw it up, throw it on the high ground, just to be sure. Although with this extra SCV scout, he might actually be able to get there in time to not have to guess on that decision. Wow. That Marine is in a terrible spot where it managed to have absolutely no vision. Kind of amusing. Oh, the magic of StarCraft. Because they had to do some funny stuff to make reverse ramps possible. There are little glitches like that. And no, he was able to scout out his opponent before throwing down the command center, so going to have a little bit more of an economic option getting that command center down. So be able to mine from it faster. Because while you would think it doesn't take very long to just go from here to here, it's a command center, so it actually is like 20 seconds. Maybe 30 seconds if you count lifting time. It's a good long while. But meanwhile, Rainy's getting his 3rd hatchery. Lair should be following rather soon. That'll be soon. And Cryok's building a bunker and a supply depot at his front, so he'll be safe from early Zergling pressure. Alright, Ling's moving out. Now the lair has started. Probably going to be some 3-hatch Mutalisks, and Cryok's had a lot of practice defending against 3-hatch Mutalisks, as any Terran player should. And Sniper Ridge actually is a really hard map for Mutalisks to do damage on. Just because it's one of the very few maps where the minerals are pressed up against the wall. In almost every other map, the minerals are against a cliff. It means that Cryok's going to be able to get away with using less turrets, and that the Mutalisks do not have a good approach path to attack the turrets. If you build turrets over here and over here, it still covers the mineral line because they can't get into the nether realm that's off the corner of the screen that I can't actually show with my mouse. So, that's one of the reasons why this map typically is not super good for Mutalisks, and players tend to go, they'll still get Mutalisks because Mutalisks are just good overall, but will go for more of a lurker style play earlier on. However, Rainy is building a lot of lings at this point. A very, very lot of lings, and getting speed. So he's going to go for some kind of ling bust here. And that is like 3, maybe even 4 control groups of lings. And Crack does not have a lot. He did throw down the bunker and the bunker supply depot, but that's more to prevent run-bys, not for such a big attack. He's pulling SCVs, but the lings have already gotten far enough in that the SCVs actually can't get a repair off, and that bunker's going to go down. And that is still a lot of lings left to deal with. He maybe killed a third of them. But now, pulling all of SCVs, trying to block the ramp. A medic has gotten out, but no, he can't pull enough SCVs to block the ramp. The Zerglings are advancing forward, killing off so many SCVs. Still no Marines to help out. He left behind 1 to attack the command center, and now Firebats, even Firebats cannot stop the massive lings. And oh, doesn't even get a shot off of that one. Also picking off the medic. Cryox, 4 barracks cannot seem to produce enough to help him out. And he has a lot of problems right now. He does not have many SCVs left. He has lost his natural. More lings coming up, and he does have a good number of Firebats out now. Will that be enough? It still will not be enough to clean up the lings in his base, not to mention the ones that are still at the natural. Killing off the Comsat, the command center is lifted, and 1 barracks going down. He can't really afford to lift these barracks because that's the only thing he has to try to defend. Now pulling every SCV in one last-ditch effort to try to hold off the lings. Will it work? He's killing off a lot of them, but the Firebat goes down again. Oh, more Firebats coming out. He's actually out of money. He cannot make any more units till he mines some more. But GG from Cryok. Rainy. Very quick game number 1. So, game number 2 of Cryok versus Rainy on Aztec. Alright. So, in the right position, we have Cryok as the red Terran. In the left position, we have Rainy as the purple Zerg. Huh. You'd have to think a loss like that kind of messes with you a little bit. Just to be so brutally ran over by lings. I wonder if he plays it a little bit differently, because Cryok didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He played everything very standardly. He just was not expecting that many lings. But I wonder if he decides to get an extra bunker this time around. Maybe tries to get some better scouting information, because that would have helped. If he had pulled the SCVs a little bit sooner, he would have been able to get a repair off on the bunker, and that would have at least stalled them for a while. Maybe still wouldn't have been enough. Kind of ambiguous. So, Rainy, I'm getting a spawning pool this time. So it's going to be a 9 pool and a 9 pool speed. So once again, going to be going with a ling aggression, but this time not going to delay the ling aggression as long as he did, going for it even faster. And is Crack going to be able to defend it? Aztec is a reverse ramp map, which isn't a huge factor in ling bust, but it can certainly help. Especially if you try to go for the normal block of 4 SCVs and 2 Marines in the back. If the lings are working down the ramp, they still get the high ground advantage for the majority of it, making just 2 Marines a little bit close as to whether they can hold it off or not. Crack is scouting in the wrong direction. Rainy scouting in the correct direction, so he will know where his opponent is, and the Zerglings are on the way. Actually, that Overlord's gonna have to get pretty far in to see the Marine spawn. Or, excuse me, to see that the Terran's there. And the Marine might be able to catch the Overlord if he doesn't keep it that close to the cliff. May or may not saw... he did see that SCV pop out. So, he can now park the Overlord here. It will be safe, and the Zerglings know in which direction they're supposed to go. Cryok went for a very fast second scout. I think that he is fearful of the Lings, and the Rainy should... Okay, there we go. Turn it around. But he knows that 6 Lings are on the way. And Cryok's not going to try to block the ramp as what would be normal. He's instead just going to go for the hyper-defensive solution and build a bunker and a second barracks really close to the chest. Almost like a 2v2 game in just trying to be as defensive as possible. The Lings are probably not going to be able to get the bunker down, and the SCV repair is going to be pretty easy. I'm pretty sure that the bunker's able to cover everything. He doesn't have the refinery yet. He may or may not be able to catch that supply depot, but even if the Lings are, then Cry can just pop the Marines out. So it looks like the 9 pool's not going to be able to do too much damage. Did force the bunker, which is nice. But that's going to be about it. What? Okay, it's just for an expansion. Interesting that he's going to be expanding cross like that. It'd be pretty normal if it was a PVZ, but this is a TVZ, so it's a bit interesting to see him going for such a faraway expansion instead of one of the corner ones, which would be normal. Rainy with, once again, a large number of speedlings. Is this going to be enough to take out the bunker? Once again, he's going to get a surround on it and cut the SCVs off from repairing a good amount, but less, excuse me, but less Zerglings this time than last time, and about the same number of Marines as Krog had for the much later attack. So no, Rainy's not going to be able to do anything with his speedlings other than force Crack to build a large number of Marines, but Crack's going to turn right around to use those Marines for an attack, researching stim, getting medics. Now, okay, so Rainy getting third base, and we'll probably go, well, I would say, I'm not exactly sure what he's going to do. It's such a fast third, as opposed to most Zergs who just get the third in their main and go 3-hash Mutalisk, like what every Zerg does. So, it's almost a hidden expansion by putting it up here, and Cryok going to very easily be able to punish it if he discovers it. He does have a Comstat station, he's going to, but it's unlikely that he'd use his Comstat station just to scan that. Just because that'd be so rare and you only get one of them, or he only has one. But this push is going to be very scary in its own right. Rainy throwing down 3 and a 4th? And a 4th creep colony. All those will have time to become sunken colonies. As Cryok moves across the map, I don't think that Cryok's force is going to be big enough to break it though. Yeah, 4 sunken colonies should be enough. Stim is done, range is about 40%, 50% done. So, Lair's just finishing up. Is Rainy going to go for the Spire, or would he go for a faster Hydralisk Den to get Lurkers to be able to defend this base? Or could you just rely on it being hidden longer? Croc stopping early. I think he sees the creep and knows that there's no point continuing. If not, he could just assume that his opponent did that. Now getting expansion and 2 more fire bats. That's a total of 4 fire bats. Lots of very early flamethrowers for him. Fire bats do tank damage from the Sunkens better than the Marines do. They can take 3 shots as opposed to the 2, and obviously very good against slings. And yeah, Rainy is going for a Spire, so it's essentially normal Zerg play, except for his economy is a little bit worse. Ooh, stimming forward, and oh, 10 health on the Overlord, doesn't quite get it. If he wanted to, he could scan and pick it off, but scan is rather valuable. At this point, he doesn't even have one yet. Might be considering that once he gets enough energy. Anyway, aside from the fact that he is a little bit weaker of an economy because of so many speedlings and the 9 pool and the Sunkens, but he also has this hidden base, which he can just make Mutalisks off of as if he was made it here. By getting that 3rd base, he'll be able to recover some of the economy he already lost. And Croc's actually scouting out with an SCV. Just looking for that expansion. That would have been the place that I was thinking he should put a 3rd, but no. Ooh, and Cryok's now going to go and look for the hidden base. He should find it. And Cryok will be able to very easily punish this base. There's no way he could throw down enough Sunkens to guard it properly. Anyway, Mutalisks are on the way, and even getting +1 attack for the Mutalisks. A little bit of an oddity. Actually, that's a pretty big oddity. Okay, why... That's a fireball, right? I always thought it looked like a fireball. Why is the air attack for Zerg a fireball? No Zerg air unit has a fireball attack. Scourge explode. I don't think they really explode into a fireball. Mutalisk shoot worms. Devourer shoots acid. Guardian also shoots acid. I really don't think that's supposed to be acid. Anyway, Rainy does manage to get 4 sunken colonies down here, and I think Cryok's still gonna be able to break it. But he might need a couple more reinforcements to do so. Looks like bringing him up now. Meanwhile, here come the Mutalisks for Rainy, but Cryok already nice and prepared with turrets. Aztec's one of the other maps with the minerals pressed up against the wall, but the Mutalisks do have this cliff that really does help them out. Anyway, moving in, managing to snipe an SCV, but gonna take some turret shots on the way out. This is looking very impenetrable for Cryok. Rainy having a lot of trouble finding anything to do. There were his Mutalisk hotkeys. Ooh. Oh, wait, I have both their hotkeys? How does that work? Oh, I have their hotkeys depending on who I selected. Got it. Here comes Cryok, gonna be able to take out this base. 4 sunken colonies, not enough for that many Marines. He doesn't need to keep a huge number alive after the attack. It just matters about taking down these Sunkens. And with the high DPS, the Marines should even be able to take out the drones as they retreat. Although they're gonna go farther back in rather than try to run out. The Mutalisks might be able to pick off this Marine force though. Taking some hits. The Firebat should go and kill the drones off. And no, I guess they will not be able to quite finish off the hatchery. It's not clear at the moment. Rainy lost a lot of his Mutalisks. He thought he could take out the Marine force without microing, and he was wrong with that. The medics provided enough healing that the Marines were able to do a lot more damage than they should have. Now the Mutalisks come in to finish it off. It doesn't quite get the hatchery. Still has about 1/3 health left. Yeah, losing the medics too. Still some pretty good damage with that attack, even though he wasn't quite able to get the hatchery. It looks like Cryok's gearing up to take a fast 3rd. The Mutalisks would easily be able to stop that if they knew about it. And they're heading in that direction. Are they gonna see it? Are they gonna see it? No, not quite gonna see it. Anyway, Cryok about to get science vessels, as the science facility is pretty close to being done. Still has a very good number of turrets, so Rainy's not going to be able to get any Mutalisk harass off. And siege tanks, not started yet. How is Rainy's lurker tech looking? Oh wow, he built a lot of Mutalisks. Because not only is this not the original set of Mutalisks, he had to rebuild to get that far. But then he also has a good flock back there. So Rainy's heavily committed to these Mutalisks. He doesn't even have a Hydralisk Den yet. and still getting more Mutalisks. He's looking like he wants to end the game with Mutalisks here, as if he's like almost all in, getting +2 attack for them. And I think I've seen no one do this kind of attack before. Just go all in with +1 Mutalisks. Although he was able to end the game with the +1 Mutalisks. And that's why he went for the hidden base here, just because he wanted the gas. So Cryok wants to try to shut down this base again. The Sunkens will not be finished in time if he attacks now, but there are Mutalisks overhead, and catching the medics without the Marines. Only loses 1 though, and he's just gonna go in. Probably could have microed there, but only lost 1 Mutalisk, so not really an issue. And there's gonna be a huge flock. How much longer till +2? Still about halfway to go. Getting a Queen's Nest, I almost want to say that's for Guardians, because he doesn't seem like he wants to switch into any kind of Defiler play. He just wants to build lots of Mutalisks. You can get the Greater Spire and then get a faster get a +3, because you need the Greater Spire to do that. Actually, do you need the Greater Spire? I can't remember if it's the Hive or the Greater Spire you need. Anyway, the Mutalisks are finding a little bit of a hole here after taking out 2 turrets. He just has enough of them that he can start to attack turrets. But once the Marines come back, he's still forced to retreat just because Mutalisks are that fragile. Anyway, more science vessels on the way off of 2 starports. Lots of Marines as well, and a good number of tanks, in fact. He was banking a good amount of gas, up to like almost 900 at one point, but has since whittled it down. Really interested to see what he does with the Queen's Nest. He's stopped. He's not getting a Hive, and he's not getting Queens, is he? No. Maybe just doesn't have the minerals for it at the moment. Wanted to get as many Mutalisks out as possible for another attack. He still does have a good force of them, but this is a very scary Terran army. Irradiate's done, so that's 2 Irradiates in the science vessels. Ugh. And the only thing that's been keeping him alive from all these attacks from Cryok is the Sunkens. But with a healthy number of siege tanks, that's not going to help him that much. Still don't know why there's Queen's Nest. Radiate going down here. Well, it was an okay split, but then he really couldn't figure out how to get that other one away. And now Mutalisk coming in from the backside. He should irradiate. He has another irradiate. There we go. Another irradiate going down. Lots of Mutalisks are dying. He's not doing a very good split, but he doesn't need to. Yeah, he did. Not quite going to be enough to finish it off, but does take out 2 of the tanks. He can snipe this siege tank too. He really needs to prevent the Marines from just coming in. Although at this point they've already taken out 3 of the Sunkens. The Marines can kind of do it on their own already. And here come the Mutalisks not sniping. There we go. Sniping the siege tank. He lost a lot in that engagement. The science vessels don't have enough energy for irradiates, but they will pretty soon. And now the Sunkens are down, so the Marines can start moving in. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage here. I don't think that he can save that natural hatchery. Mutalisks coming in from the backside, and a great irradiate, even irradiating again, just to make sure that they all die. And Granny has lost all of his Mutalisks. Moving forward with the Marines, now getting +1 armor for the Mutalisks as well, but it's a little bit too late as he doesn't have any Mutalisks left. Trying to make some from the top position, but the natural is all gone, and he can just move down into the main, take all that out too. Lots of Overlords free for the picking. He doesn't have speed. And it looks like Cryok's going to be able to take game number 2. Huge group of Overlords now. It's 27 supplied, 129. GG. Cryok, game number 2 of the best of 3. So, Crack versus Rainy, game number 3. Ooh, on destination. So, Rainy went for 2 different all-ins, game 1 and 2. And now on destination, there are certainly all-in potentials. See what he goes with. In the top position, we have Cryok as the teal Terran. In the bottom position, we have Rainy as the blue Zerg. Now, yeah, again, lots of different things you can do on this map. Drops are good. Lots of things you can do involving mining out the back. Either mining out the back and going in with Lings, mining out the back going in with 2-hatch Lurker. Could just play a standard game, but given the first 2 games we saw, kind of unlikely. And oh, wow, a very early drone? That's too early to be a drone scout. There's no way that's a drone scout. He's at 9 supply, has built up all of his Lings, and unless... Okay, now getting an Overlord. Is it gonna be a proxy hatch? He's not sending it in the direct path. He's kind of coming around the side. And in fact, going in the back, this is looking like... It could be for a proxy hatch. It could be just to mine out the minerals. Cryok building his first supply depot within vision range of that mineral field. So if Rainy is trying to mine out the back, that won't quite work. Well, it looks like it is just to mine out the back. And Cryok should see it. That is definitely in vision range. Now, because the SCVs have limited range, he won't actually be able to attack the drone until he gets that first Marine out. So the drone might actually be able to mine out all these minerals before dying. That'd be quite interesting. Ooh, Cryok's actually sending one of his SCVs around to attack the drone, I assume. Anyway, Rainy with the overpool? I do believe that's an overpool. And SCV finally gets back there. I don't know how many minerals are left, but it must be getting really close at this point. That drone was mining for quite a long time. Well, not going to be able to run around the back with the 9... Well, it's not 9 pool, excuse me. Not going to be able to run around the back with the overpool. But can still try to attack the front. This is not a tight wall. And Crack's going for mech play behind this. Mech is very good on destination. It could be mech, could be wraith play too. Or even drop play. Something that's not bio, essentially. Given that he's still mining gas, well, now only mining gas with 1. So yeah, it's gonna be for more vultures rather than wraiths. Randy finally getting a second hatchery. The Lings, that's not speed, right? I don't think those Lings have speed. Oh yeah, they do. Just finished. That Zergling was freaking out. Now this wall isn't tight, but he's blocking off with enough units that it might still work anyway. And yeah, the Lings are having a hard time getting in. Is he gonna actually attack? No. Only lose 1 Ling before backing off. So, Cryok still gonna have pretty good scouting information. Managed to sneak an SCV out, and Rainy has not been pursuing it with his own Lings. Is Rainy gonna go for an expansion now? Quite possibly. Oh, first few vultures out for Cryok, producing him off of 2 factories. With 2 more, that should be enough to micro down those lings very easily. If he only had 2, it'd take a bit longer than he would really want. Meanwhile, Rainy, I believe he can see it with his lings. You can see that vulture. So he'll be able to get down to Sunken Colony in time to defend. And no, I wonder how many Croc's waiting for. I thought he'd move out with 4. Now has 5 and isn't building... Okay, building the next set. Rainy can wait. Well, I was about to say Rainy could wait to build that Sunken Colony until he sees the barracks lift and the vultures move out. But no, he's going to start it now. Lair is finished, and I believe that drone is placed there to build the spire. With three hatcheries off of 3 bases again, it looks like he's gearing up for the same kind of play he had last time, of going for something pretty all-in-ish. Although this 3rd hatchery is very late compared to what he did last time. Looks like the vultures have broken out and are now going to stream across the map. That is too many vultures for a single Sunken Colony to handle. Now throwing down 2 more. He saw that many vultures with his lings. 3 Sunken Colonies might be enough, but they're not going to quite finish in time. The vultures are going to go for a run-by. Oh, the vultures are going to go for a run-by. And the majority of them get in. That's 6 vultures in the main, and going to be able to kill off essentially all these drones. Drones coming back for some reason to try to defend their other drone buddies, but just about all of them go down. Rainy with only 2 drones left. I'm surprised. Okay, 3 drones left, excuse me. But yeah, 3 drones left and 6 supply. That's not good. He has 7 supply now. Alright, working his way up. It's good. Oh, well now he doesn't have 7 supply anymore. Back down to 5. Yeah, Rainy should probably leave the game. If there's ever a point in the game where you have 7 supply and your opponent has vultures, game's over. 5 supply. 4 supply. GG, there we go. Cryok takes it, and we'll be advancing to play Rams. Alright. I don't know if there is a game, if there's a round of 16 game. No, there's not. I have not been given the round of 16 games. Damn it. So, oh, we're gonna start somewhere else in the bracket. Jump back to the screen. We will come back to see Cryok versus Rams. Because Ronin and Shocker were no-shows. And we're going to jump down to group number 8, because that was the bracket the game said he wanted. Where we have Andre versus Terran Boy. Winner to go on to play Pebble. And then I'm not sure about Target versus Lance Rex. There may or may not be walkovers. Alright, so Andre versus Andre versus Zerg Boy. Or Terran Boy. Is it Terran Boy or Zerg Boy? It's Terran Boy. Alright. So in the top right we have Terran Boy, who actually is Terran. Which is kind of surprising. Typically, when people have their name and then a gender, they do not play the actual race that they said they did. Examples would be Zerg Boy and Toss Girl. Do not play Zerg or Toss. Wait a second. Okay, ISL3. Terran Boy. I don't know how to capitalize Terran Boy. Double capital R in Terran. Curses. Did not see that one coming. He's going to be brown. And Rainy is, or not Rainy, excuse me, he's Andre. Andre? They spelled it kind of weird. I can't remember how. Andre. Okay. Just one R. As the purple Protoss. So, the awesome discovery that I wanted to say before it took me a really long time to type out their names is Toss Girl has Toss in her name, but actually plays Terran. And Zerg Boy has Zerg in his name, and actually plays Terran. And Terran Boy has Terran in his name, and actually plays Terran. So, when people have a race and then a gender in their name, they play Terran. I think that is what we have discovered. Why are people sending me stuff? Okay. Somebody's sending me round of 16 matches. That's cool. Okay. Sweet, we got games. So, we will be able to finish off these sets now. Anyway, Andre is a player who did okay for himself in ISL2, was one of the best people on the ladder, and he's a mostly Terran player, but race picks PVT instead of TVT. And really, that's by far his worst matchup. He's quite good at TVZ and quite good at TVP, but his PVT leaves something to be desired. Like, I think that's probably the one where I'd say that's the most drastic of any player I've seen, where they can be so good at one matchup and so bad at another. Anyway, he hasn't been very active since then, so we'll have to see exactly what he can pull out. As they said at the beginning of this cast, at the beginning of the game, this is a best of one. So, winner moves on, loser is eliminated. Anyway, another thing? Sending me stuff. Hey, well, why are you sending me more things? Okay, sending me more of them. Cool. I'm now casting with Skype on DND, so that I don't get noise alerts. But when I don't get noise alerts, then I look down and I see somebody sent me a message, and I get really paranoid because it's like it's gonna be a message from Kid Canada saying, "Hey, you've been on mute for like the past 2 hours. You should probably fix that." But I just didn't look at it because it was on D&D and I didn't hear the message. So, yeah. And if you think I'm bad at looking at the mini-map, I'm really bad at looking at Skype messages popping up. Anyway, Terran Boy is just going to siege expand. He built a really far forward barracks, though. Is Andre gonna go for a run by? Andre is gonna go for a run by. Oh man, running into the base with 2 Dragoons. That's why you don't build your barracks that far forward. And now Terran Boy's just gonna pull every SCV. And Andre's not gonna be able to do too much damage though. And in running out, he might lose the goon. No, not quite. Damn it, now people sending me more messages. Thanks. Thanks. So, Andre's been able to expand behind this, and Terran Boy really doesn't have a huge push for the normal time. He's not going to be doing any kind of FD thing. Wait, where's his command center? Oh, he hasn't started the command center? I thought he already... Oh, okay. I thought he had started the command center. But no, just starting the command center now. While Andre is going for a hidden third. On this map, it's pretty easy to wall it off. Just a gateway there blocks it if you wanted to, or 2 pylons. I believe you can wall it off perfectly with 2 pylons. But it's still going to be pretty vulnerable if if Terran Boy discovers it. I don't. Is Game still in here? I don't know if Game is actually still around. So I'm gonna real quickly. Boom. Congratulations, you have been promoted. Go make me proud. Please be lenient in your banning. A lot of goons coming down to defend the space. Ooh, okay. He was bringing the goon escort to protect the protect the probe transfer, to attack a lone vulture, and if there were a lot of vultures, to be able to turn them around fast enough. Apparently it's a site with only 1 pylon. I thought it took 2, but nope, this is just a really small gap. I was really surprised. The reason that it's wallable with 1 building like that is because there's not a ramp, and usually it's the ramp that prevents walls like that. So I was really surprised why map makers didn't just make 1 little unbuildable patch there to prevent doing that as a Terran or a Protoss player. Now, Terran Boy has vulture speed, hasn't really been laying mines, unfortunately, but having a really hard time getting in. Audrey's pretty far out with his goons and stopping a lot of movement from them. More replays. And stopping a lot of their movement. So, doing a really good job of preventing them from getting any probe kills. Now, this base is going to be secure from vulture harass, though, just because with one pylon here completely blocking it off, it's going to take the vulture so long that goons will be able to get back. It's for larger pushes that he might have to worry about that going down. Anyway, Terran Boy is still macroing up. Only on 2 factories. Should be throwing down some more right now. He has a pretty big surplus. There goes 1 more factory. Probably going to throw down... There we go. Now he's throwing down his factories. Alright. I'm looking for observers. Does have the observatory. I assume he has observers out because he should be able to start clearing some of these mines, but I don't actually see... there's at least 1 observer. He's moving around rather freely with these dragoons for not having an observer close. But Terran Boy's been pretty bad about laying mines, so only has a couple out. Damn it. Dude, I did not mod you so that you could be a very active moderator and then blame it on misclicks. You're Canada, you're not supposed to misclick. It appears I have made a bad decision in my moderating. I'm just like, you know what? They're good players. They're gonna be fine mods. I'm just gonna mod them. Everything's gonna work out great. But now Kid Canada already banning people and saying it was a misclick. I have Bakuyu. I went in. I found that I have a list of everybody who's banned from my chat, and it's just like a huge list of people, and they all say banned by Bakuyu, banned by Bakuyu, banned by Bakuyu, banned by Bakuyu. It's like, wow. Apparently, it was a really bad idea for me to make Bakuyu a mod, because he bans everybody. So apparently I should just start modding people who aren't as good, because good people seem to be really good at banning people, which is not what I want. Anyway, Andre getting pretty aggressive with these goons here. He's not going to be able to break this. There's way too many tanks here. But as long as he stops the third, still pretty good. Alright. Terran Boy needs to be really careful. This is a common trap for TVP on this map. Trying to get a siege line connecting the third to the natural is often a thing that's really exploitable for Protoss. Just attacking up from here, you can attack really good parts of the wall, and it's just so exposed. Terran has to build a lot of, excuse me, a lot of buildings to try to block that off. And it looks like he's stepping forward, but it's just so exploitable for the Dragoons to attack if Andre was to reinforce that with some more. He should be pretty close to Arbiter Tech around now. Or at least getting it. Nope, Templar Archive's on the way, but I don't see a Stargate. So, as I said, that pylon would be able to hold up if vultures were come to attack long enough, and it held up exactly long enough for Dragoons to come in from behind and deal with it. I'm not sure how those Dragoons managed to get past those two mines, though. Those were some pretty lucky goons coming in. They must have just snaked around the side there. I'm really surprised by how few observers Andre has out this game. There's this one, which was the first observer, kind of hanging out in that region of the map, but then nothing else. Not making any more. I'm also not sure where his shuttle went, because he had a shuttle that he brought down to this base. Oh, hey, here's another observer. Vulture's going to be enough to take out a single cannon, but goons are on the way to clear that up. I have to clear out the minefield first. Oh! Oh. Andre. Don't do that. You have an observer. Your observer saw the vultures laying down mines. That's why you sent the goons down there in the first place. Andre! Ah, geez. You gotta get more observers, man. Or at least use the observers you have. It's like right in between. Lots of goons die here from mines, goons die here from mines, and the observer didn't help out with either. So, more vulture harass on Andre's fourth base, or his fifth base, maybe, depending on the time of that natural. But this is a very hard base to defend against vulture harass. You kind of have to do this and build walls that just contain the mineral line, but not really protect it. And it's still easy for vultures to get in. They'll die to the cannons, but still. Really? He's at least not taking that much damage from them. Kind of. I mean, this one took a shot. Oh, hey, there's the shuttle. Ooh, with 4 High Templar in it. Looks like the Templar Archives was for High Templar and not immediately for Arbiters. Getting the Arbiter Tribunal now. And he has to have an observer because he's attacking the mines. Though I don't see it. Speedlot's coming in to attack the tanks at the top. There are some tanks on the bottom here. He's not really landing the... Oh! The shuttle gets killed with 2 High Templar still in it. He hasn't gotten any good storms off yet. And 1 High Templar goes down. Finally, that's the only storm he got off in that engagement. And that's really just not going to be enough. Andre's going to be forced to pull back despite having a much larger army to begin with. It was just a really poor engagement. And the High Templar just barely manages to get out. But Terran Boy has managed to take this expansion here. And is getting a 4th to move over to the mineral only. So, Andre with a little bit of a supply lead, but just because he's on so many bases, he's on 5 bases, he's had these ones for a very long time, so good saturation. He's going to be able to macro up an army very quickly, and now throwing down 6 more gateways. So, looking rather strong. Double Stargate, only 1 producing Arbiters, though. He's not supply blocked, he should be building other ones. There we go. Still a little bit mineral poor at the moment. Has a good amount of gas. I guess he just it comes from taking non-mineral only bases on this map. He's just been a little bit oversaturated on the gas. Ooh. Siege drop on this expansion, going to force most of the probes to pull away. I actually got a lot of probe kills with that. That's less than ideal. Man, that's actually a really strong attack, and Andre can't do anything about it. He's just going to let that expansion go down while still building probes from there. Well, Andre's going to have a really hard time breaking this. He's moving in again, but just with goons, not even with speed lots. I think he's getting way too aggressive at this point. He needs speed lots. He has an arbiter. He's not even using it. That... I think he just wanted to do mine clearing with that, but got a little bit overzealous in the attack. Still has not managed to clean up this drop, and it's just going to be picked up and moved elsewhere. As Andre now tries to expand to this middle only. He could drop tanks here. Nope, gonna look for a better spot to drop them. Both players with okay upgrades. 2-1 for the Protoss, 1-1 for the Terran. And going to immediately cancel the Cannon and the Nexus. And, ooh, Vultures are actually going to be able to take out that Nexus too. So 2 expansions denied for Andre, and he's down to 4 after losing the natural of the vacant third. And now going in for an attack with some of his opponent's units not in good position. On the other side of the map, and ooh, but those Zealots are taking a lot of hits, and no! The shuttle gets taken out with 4 High Templar in it. He didn't drop any of them, but he has enough speed lots, and Terran Boy did not have enough units here to quite be able to defend this off. Oh, the High Templar throwing storms down on the Vultures. A little bit of double storm action there, but it's still going to be good enough. Andre may just be able to take out this base, and this is what I was talking about when I said that it's so hard to play this map as Terran in some regard, just because you have to defend so much to take a third. And at any point in the game, Protoss can just attack it, and there's not much you can do about it other than have more stuff. But once you start to get a little bit aggressive, Protoss counterattacks. Terran Boy has taken this mineral only, though. Looks like about to be mined out in the main, about to be mined out in the natural. Has double armories going, so 2-2 almost done. Rather nice. Andre, with his great economic game, is still managing to macro up a really solid army, despite the fact that these engagements are not working out very well for him. 177 compared to 153. But he needs to be really careful, because after losing this expo, his awesome economy isn't that awesome anymore. It's just pretty good. So, transferring over more probes, he still hasn't built the Nexus there yet. And it looks like he's gearing up for an attack on the mineral only. There are not many siege tanks here, so it should be pretty easy for him to take it out. Stasis going down on the science vessel. Gonna stop them EMPs, and now Dragoons moving in and still taking so many mine hits. He lost the observer to the turret because it was so far ahead of the army. And man, it's really costing him. He's lost so many Dragoons unnecessarily to mines. but it still might just be enough to take out this expansion. A storm going down on a single tank. There we go. Storm's going down on the other tanks. Not enough to take either of them out, though. Oh, he threw the second one down just a little bit too soon, so it didn't quite kill off the tanks, and now that space will still remain. If he was really fancy, he could have slipped one High Templar down around the side here. And actually, you know what? If he was really fancy, he could just put a High Templar right here and storm over the wall. That'd be pretty sick. Anyway, 3-2 compared to 2-2, so both players with their upgrades. Looking nice. And finally rebuilding that Nexus. I don't know what he's going to be able to do from if Terran Boy goes for a similar style of drop. And good first stasis going down. No, not going to quite lose the Arbiter, almost. None of his other Arbiter doesn't have enough energy for a stasis, though. So, and that army's just not big enough. He's just moving into lots of siege tanks with Goliaths and Vultures in perfect position. And only one stasis. I don't think he killed a single tank. I don't think he killed a single tank. Oh, that just makes me feel icky on the inside. Andre now slightly behind in supply. Something about Blue League. I don't know. I don't read question marks. Well, Terran's now making a push. Going to be able... Actually, the push is such a small distance that it might be able to take out these two bases down here. That's about half of Andre's gateways, which you like that gateway splittage as as Protoss, just so that so that if Terran gets aggressive like this, you'll be able to attack from both directions. But it might not be enough. Terran is looking pretty entrenched at this point. This Nexus is going to go down once again, and Andre's getting close to being mined out in a lot of his bases, out of the main, out of the natural, and almost out at his secret base. Losing this one, and both of these bases are going to go down as there's no defenses for him. Really, that leaves him with just a single healthy mining base, compared to the Terran, who at least has two healthy mining bases. Looks like a couple Zealots got distracted. Andre gearing up for a counterattack, but that's just not a big enough army to deal with, to do any damage at all. Well, he has to deal with this huge army sieging down his expansion. He has a okay-sized army that's trapped here, but as they try to fuddle through that choke, it's just going to be a meat grinder. Oh, EMP on almost all the units. It was a very nice EMP, taking away all that shield energy. Do shields have energy? I'm gonna say shield energy. It seems to make sense. Meanwhile, Andre's still trying to expand everywhere he can, even that close to the Terran. Although the Terran boy is just able to pick it off every time. Yeah. Well, this is why at the beginning of the cast I said that PvT is Andre's weakest matchup, because you could see a lot of things from a solid player. He had great macro, he had a solid expansion plan, but then when it comes to actually executing a Protoss attack, he just kind of dies making making more arbiters. He really has not put his arbiters to very good use at this game. Trying to come down to save his expansion. At least he's been able to pretty much delay the Terran here, as the Terran very slowly takes out gateways. But this force from the back is not going to be enough to save the expansion, as the tanks are in just too good of a position, and there's so many vultures here to take out the zealots. But with reinforcements from the other side, maybe he will be able to just barely deal with this engagement. He really does need to, because he wants to take this natural a lot. That's going to be the safest expansion he can take with that many gateways reinforcing it from behind. And yeah, it looks like he is going to be able to beat back the Terran. But the Terran still has just so much supply. It can make another huge army and send it out. Terran boy with a nice fat bank up to already 3k and having trouble spending it all. Andre pretty poor at this point. He keeps setting up expansions constantly, but they all get taken down by Terran boy again and again. Terran boy doing a really good job with his scans to keep an eye on Andre's bases, just to know exactly how much his opponent has. So, Andre is long distance mining from this base, and mining from this base, although that base is getting pretty low as well, less than 300 a patch. And that's it if he can't reestablish this nexus, and it's looking like he can't, because Terran is once again bearing down on him. Couple Dragoons, going to be able to get some units because Terran Boy's pretty fragmented here, but not that much. Another huge wave of metal coming out. And I'm really surprised that Andre's decided to go for such a storm-heavy build. He got storms early, but they really just have not been working out for him. And storms can be kind of hit or miss in TVP, and it's not like it's an instrumental part of the matchup. If you just don't get storm, it's fine. You can get away with it, but it just really has not been working out for him, so I'm surprised he decided to go with it. Anyway, probe's going down, and this nexus is going to fall yet again for a third time, I want to say? Third or fourth time at this point. All the probes die. He does not have any reinforcement probes to repopulate that, so he's going to have to start from scratch. This base now down very low. Storm's on the Goliaths. Storm is very good against Goliaths, though, as Goliaths tend to clump up and are pretty hard to move away from storms with. Bit clunky in that regard. Looks like Terran Boy is actually going to be taking the expansion close to the Protoss. And this expansion as well. So now Terran Boy has a good majority of the map. And if he was to finally clear out these gateways, which is looking rather possibly, he would very solidly have 2/3 of the map and a huge arc around the Protoss. That's a lot of High Templar. Oh hey, he's finally gonna do that thing I said earlier that he should do because it'd be pretty damn cool. That's nice. But why does he have 8 High Templar? 9 High Templar. That's a bit excessive. That would almost be excessive for PVZ. But this is PVT, so it's certainly excessive. Anyway, some of the patches are gone now here. Really bare bones. As you can see, Andre's economy is quite fleeting at this point. Here come the wave of High Templars! And there we go, finally getting a storm down. But he's just gonna lose them all. He had like 8 High Templar there, and he only casted 2 storms. I don't understand your devotion to these High Templar, Andre. I have a feeling he played a TVP once, and he was like, wow, I got completely wrecked by Templar. Clearly, these are the master units, and all other units are terrible compared to them. I should build shit tons of them, and then everything will go awesomely. But then it didn't go awesomely. It went kind of badly. So, Andre not even able to finish mining out that base. It got taken out before he was able to finish it off. 65 supply and not mining. Only going to be going down from there. He does have a lot of High Templar though, so there's that. GG from Andre. Terran Boy wins the best of 1 and proceeds on to the next round. Alright, so a round of 32, Terran Boy versus Pebble. Let's go. So, in the top left, we have ISL3 Pebble, who is the Blue Zerg. And on the right side, we have ISL3 Terran Boy, who is the white Terran. We have a TVT. And actually, thinking about it, we're going to have Rams versus Cryok. So that's 2 TVTs. Then if you consider Andre is mostly a Terran player, that's like a 3rd TVT in a way. Because it's like a mostly Terran player versus a Terran player. There's a lot of TVT going on today. I like it. Jumping really quickly to the brackets here, I'm a little bit confused because... Oh, Pebble was listed as Terran. Okay. Sorry, I thought Pebble was listed as random/race picker. So I was thinking, wait, you're a race picker and you purposefully play TVT? What? Nobody does that. But no, he's a solid Terran player. Terran Boy is a solid Terran player. Anyway, that's a little bit of an interesting racks placement from Terran Boy, because the ramp's over here. If you put it on this side, you could lift it off and float it out faster, I guess. But slightly confused by the racks placement, as opposed to Pebble, who put his racks by the ramp, which is far more normal. I gotta figure out a way. Okay. Here's the problem I'm having. I like over-the-ear headphones because it blocks out all other sound and the sound quality is a lot better than earbuds. Granted, there are high-level earbuds out there which could have a nice sound, but I also don't like earbuds for other reasons. Anyway, the point is, I want over-the-ear headphones. The problem with over-the-ear headphones is that they provide a pretty good seal, and this room is not exactly cool. So my ears get really hot, and then they get all sweaty after casting for 5 hours. Now, we need to figure out a way for headphones to have, like, ventilation, so that they don't get, so that my ears don't get hot, yet at the same time completely block out all of their sound. Because you can't just drill holes in it. Because then, yeah, you'd get new air in there, but then you'd be able to hear stuff. There's gotta be a way to do it. I just don't know what the solution is. You could like have fluid running through the headphones to constantly keep them at like 60 degrees? And then it'd be like putting cold metal to your face? Or to your ears? I don't know if that's the best solution. Anyway. 2 factories and 1 starport for Pebble. Which is a little bit of a peculiar TVP build. Is he gonna go for a really fast dropship? Huh. Meanwhile, Terran Boy with a single factory and a starport. So that's more common. It does look like he built the barracks here to be able to lift it off and fly it out faster, which is rather cute. Getting that small scouting advantage. Pebble gonna try to sneak in with a vulture, but it's not gonna quite work out. Alright, and Terran Boy getting the control tower, so most likely for Cloaked Wraiths. Pebble didn't quite get his barracks far enough forward though to see the starport, so he's gonna have to guess. And based on what he saw, and based on what he sees, he would think proxy. Anyway, meanwhile, Pebble has factories, getting out lots of vultures, already has gotten a couple out onto the field, but is not using that starport to get the control tower. I really want to say that's going to be for vulture drops, but he's not building the dropship, so he's supply blocked. That helped. Where's he building a supply depot? Oh wow, he just started the supply depot. He's going to be supply blocked for a really long time. Ugh, that's not good. A fair number of vultures out already, up to 4. But 2 tanks are going to shut that down really quickly. I have no idea what Pebble's trying to do in this game. Expanding. Seriously, he got not only did he get the starport and didn't do anything with it, he got the starport and then the control tower and then did nothing with it. Why? What was the goal behind that? So, two wraiths flying out. Pebble was building an armory. Yeah, it still has a little bit of ways to go, so he's actually going to have to wait a bit before anti-air kicks in. And these wraiths should be able to do some damage. Could he stop the armory from finishing? Probably not, but he certainly can stop that factory from finishing. I'm going to take some more SCVs to deal with it. Terran Boy's cloaking, but the cloak's kind of unnecessary. Not only does Pebble not have anti-air, he doesn't have detection. So, just kind of a wash, I guess. Meanwhile, vultures attacking Terran Boy's natural. They get a surround on the tank, but aren't able to actually do any damage. Oh, there's a mine! Oh, very nice mine. Terran Boy tried to transfer his SCVs back, but that did not work out well for him. Still, though, the economic damage the wraiths are doing kind of makes up for it. Okay, some Goliaths are coming out. They're about halfway done. Oh, there's already one out. But it can't get back to deal with these wraiths. It doesn't have the range upgrade, and it's confused. The Goliath is confused. Already up to how many? Wow, that's 653. That's 12 kills? No, 14 kills. And now going to cloak and still be able to get more kills. He has to wait for that comsat station to finish. He's doing so much damage. Pebble, a 21 supply. Compared to Terran Boy's 40. Pebble also at 100 APM. That probably doesn't help. But now only has 4 SCVs? 3 SCVs? Finally gets the scan off. So he should be able to at least get... No, not even quite taking out all the wraiths. One of them does manage to get away. And GG from Pebble. Terran Boy taking game 1. And he never used that starport. So, alright. Eon Zerg just lent down a helping hand, helping people host. Very nice. In the right position, we have Terran Boy as green. He has Aztec. I wonder if he meant to say I hate. Oh, okay. He has Aztec. He doesn't have Neo Aztec. Okay. I thought he was trying to say I hate Aztec. But then mistyped it and said I have Aztec. But no. Oh. My bad. Thank you. So, I really don't know what Pebble was trying in that last game. That was a build. Like, I hope I'm not horribly offending somebody, but I'm pretty sure just that Pebble is just a random C/D player, and that explains the bad build. Aww. Okay, apparently Pebble thinks he's pretty bad too, so I feel less bad about saying that he's not very good. But, yeah! Terrorboy's like, yeah, I'm gonna win. Whatevs, man. The brackets I'm casting are 5 through 8. So this is 8, I'll be casting the rest of 8. I need to finish up 7, and then coming back to cast 5 and 6. 1 through 4 will be Elmaster. So I get to be spectator when I watch Elena rape face. Because I really want Elena to qualify. Go Elena. I'm not sure if Elena's still in chat. They were before. Game was trying to tell me that Elena's a girl. And I'm like, no. No way Elena's a girl. Do not believe it. Anyway, Terran Boy put his barracks in the weird spot again. Looks like that is his strategy, just to put the barracks in his base, but as close to his opponent's base as possible, so that when he lifts off in scout, it'll be nice and easy. So, Terran Boy getting his first factory. I'm really interested to see what Pebble's build is. Pebble now getting its SCV over there, so a little bit later for a scout, but the ramp isn't properly blocked. The SCV should be able to get through. Or not. Apparently that's a perfect wall, because the SCV's freaking out. And Pebble's just going to hide it in the corner, hoping to get in after the Marines move out, I guess. Alright. Pebble with a factory and an add-on, which is what they did last game. Still, yep, getting mines once again. So once again, Pebble's going to be going for a vulture-centric build, which is kind of rare to see in TVT, just because tanks are so good versus vultures and can move through mines if you have at least 2 of them. Pebble gonna try to go for the scout, but once again, Terran Boy in the perfect position with that Marine to stop it. Wow. All right, Terran Boy found the sweet spot to block that SCV off. So, is he getting the starport in the second factory again? No, he's not. He's going for a really fast expansion, and so is Terran Boy. So interesting. Both players changing up their builds from last time, but Terran Boy still sticking with tanks first, where Pebble's going for vultures, and obviously tanks are typically better. Oh, we'll see what Pebble's able to do. Terran Boy going to go for the much faster scout with the barracks. Not going to see too much though, as there's just a single factory down. But given that there's only one factory down, unless Pebble hid something, Terran Boy should suspect the Expo, and he's actually now floating the barracks out there to go and see it. Expansion's just about the same time for both players. Pebble's ever so slightly faster. Alright. So, I wonder how we could make vultures work. Oh, first Wraith off for Terran Boy. Where's the... he hid the starport down in the corner. Ooh, he's actually getting dropped for that. So, once again, Pebble is caught without any anti-air. He has an armory and is getting the first Goliath, but that Wraith might be able to get quite a few kills before then. Already up to 2. And I'm gonna get 3 before that Goliath pops, maybe even 4 before it... Nah, it's just gonna get 3 kills. Still pretty good damage before it can come out. Cloak, it has finished, and the first dropship's out. Going to put the dropship right up here. And that's going to be really hard for Pebble to deal with, especially considering that Pebble does not have any... Whoa, Goliath went the wrong way. Especially considering that Pebble does not have any siege tanks. And actually, the Goliath going the wrong way is going to allow the Wraith to get 1 more kill and then cloak up and continue to get more kills. And how much energy? A lot of energy. So this is going to be pretty bad. Where are the siege tanks? There they are. Coming in now. Meanwhile, siege tanks sieging down Terran Boy's refinery. But this is going to be a much scarier attack right now. Does he realize that they're up there? Well, he certainly should now. Wraith still doing damage in the main once again, up to 7 kills, up to 8 kills. It's just going to keep climbing, still has 37 energy. All the SCVs have been pulled away, the factory and the command center have lifted, so Pebble is taking a lot of damage here. Meanwhile, Terran Boy's able to hold off the attack pretty well. There's only 2 siege tanks and a couple vultures for Pebble. Ooh, and now the Wraith is going to come in to attack the command center. And if he stays over here, then the Goliath will have to get in range of the siege tanks. He needs to move that command center to save it. Just under 50 supply compared to 63. So, an okay advantage for Terran Boy. He also has the tech advantage in Wraiths. Ooh, but that Wraith's getting a little bit too far forward. Goliath's going to be able to pick it off. A little bit of a mistake there. Anyway, Pebble wants to try to set up a contain with mines and turrets and whatnot, but this is a pretty weak contain. Terran Boy's going to be able to brush that off rather quickly. whenever he gets as many units as he's looking for. So, Terran Boy now slowly inching forward with the siege tanks. And oh, Pebble's moving forward with his own siege tanks. Why he is doing that, I'm not sure. But his siege tanks are actually in a much worse position now. And it's actually going to force Terran Boy to engage here. I don't know if Terran Boy wanted to engage yet, but he now can. Pebble loses both of his siege tanks, loses the SCV. Only has a siege tank and a Goliath left at the front here. And Terran Boy is going to continue to siege up. Draws the Goliath and the tank out. And Terran Boy gets the GG. Terran Boy wins 2-0 very easily. There we go. So, I now have to save a bunch more replays. Leg 8 round to 16, leg 6 round to 16, leg 7 round to 16, leg 5 round to 16. Alright. And AWA zipped all these up, so now I have to extract them. This is going to be a little while. Momentary standby. Extract all files. Extract all files. Extract all files. And extract all files. And now leg 7 goes in leg 7. Leg 5 goes in leg 5. Leg 6 goes in leg 6. And leg 8 goes in leg 8. And that's the one we need. So create. Level up. Leg 8 round to 16. Leg 8 round to 16. Lancer X versus Terran Boy. Now, Target with the other Protoss from the group, apparently he did show up to his match, but then declared that Fish is stupid and left. So, Lancer gets a free ride to, to the round of 16. Terran Boy, we saw him fight his way to it. And now we have a PVT best of 5 between two rather skilled players in Terran Boy and Lancer X. So, in the top position we have ISL3 Lancer X, who is the yellow Terran, or yellow Protoss, excuse me. And in the bottom position we have ISL3 Terran Boy as the blue Terran. Alright. So, Lancer X, aka Must, is Russian Protoss player. Terran Boy is Andre Gosu? No. Terran Boy's like, I was wondering how good he was, that guy that I beat. Andre's actually pretty good. It kind of depends on what your definition of Gosu is. Because if your definition of Gosu is Bisu, Jaedong, Flash, then no, he's not. But he's a rather talented foreigner. Wow. Terran Boy surprised by B+. But yes, as we said before, Terran Boy got to enjoy Andre's weakest matchup by far. Alright. Oh, gotta reset the score. My bad. Actually, I should be shifting this screen down a bit. Okay. And reset the score. So, factory and then refinery going, or excuse me, barracks and then refinery going to be getting the factory next and go for a siege expand, which is rather typical in Aztec. This is it's a pretty easy map for a Protoss opponent to be aggressive on, but Lancer X is not going to be aggressive. He went for the 12 next, I want to say. 12 or 13 next. Interesting. Now this is something that Terran Boy could punish, as he's getting the barracks and he's getting the fast factory. Lancer X will not have many. Excuse me. Lancer X will not have many units out to defend. And Terran Boy does scout it. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see the SCV throw down a bunker, just because he can. If nothing else, to scare the opponent. But no, Terran Boy's not making any Marines. So it looks like he's just going to let Lancer X get the expansion up. Really? I thought it'd be a little bit more aggressive in trying to prevent that, but no. So, lifting up the barracks. Oh, he lifted up the barracks to try to get the Marine out there to kill the probe, but it backfired, allowing the probe into the base, and the probe will see the siege expand going down, as the machine shop is just finishing up now. Meanwhile, Terran Boy is easily able to get off a scout of his own, given that, excuse me, given that his opponent doesn't have many zealots out, zealot or goons, so easy for the SCV to sneak in. Terran Boy going for a fast expansion of his own, and Lancer X is going to try to counter that. With a zealot and a probe, there are only 2 Marines to try to guard, and Terran Boy is going to have to be pretty careful here and micro rather well to deal with this. Stepping forward to try to kill off the probe, he needs one more shot from each on it, and no, not going to get it. Forces the Marines back. There is a siege tank though, so the siege tank should make it pretty easy to defend. Does manage to get a probe though, which is nice. And even no, I was gonna say he could get 2 or 3, maybe even 4 shots off on that tank, but nope. Yeah, if I didn't explain that well enough, target did show up, but then he said that he doesn't like fish, and then left. So Lancer X got the walkover. So while in effect it was a no-show, he did technically show, just no play. Ooh. Terran Boy with a very fast starport. Gonna see some vulture drop action from him? Might not be vulture drop, could be just tank drop. Well, he is researching vulture speed before mines. Could be either of them. Interesting. His drop play on this map last time was what really won him the game against Pebble. I mean, he was probably going to win anyway, but that's what really actually was a defining thing. Lancer X building that pylon really far forward. Normally you build the pylon here, so you can like build a wall of pylons to connect here to here. Ooh, no, he's building, these aren't walling pylons, these are scouting pylons. He wants to try to see the dropship come in and land up there. Interesting, being that aggressive with your defensive pylons. I don't even think that he saw the starport. Maybe he saw the starport with his Zealot when his Zealot was attacking the tank from here, but that's a pretty long reach. Huh. Anyway, Lancer X perfectly diagnosing it and getting up those pylons. Even if he does see the shuttle, or see the dropship, it's not necessarily going to stop the drop. Just because the siege tanks are still going to be able to get up there, it's not as if Lancer X has... Oh, he has a shuttle of his own. With the Reaver. Alright. So we're going to have some shuttle on dropship action. Micro battle of the drop variety. And here comes the first 4 speed vultures. With mines too. They're going to see the Reaver. That's going to help out a lot. And why are they not attacking the probes? Because they want to lay down mines first. And oh! Ooh! Just barely not hitting that Reaver. Probably would have blown up some probes too. But he needs to be really careful about where he drops, as there are lots of mines around. No! No, not quite. I thought that was going to hit for sure, but nope. Getting some hits on goons. Getting some more hits on goons. Takes out one. Not a whole lot of probe kills, though. And Lancer X was able to deal with that very nicely. Why does he have so few probes? He's transferring them back. I know he transfers some away, but just the way that they're stacking, it looks like he didn't actually lose that. Yeah. He didn't lose that many, but it looks like he did just because of how clumped up the probes are. Anyway, more vulture harass on this side. Going to be able to kind of harass that nexus a little bit, but goons should be able to quickly clear that up. Now, where is the shuttle? Shuttle is in the base. And the Reaver's walking away. It looks like he lost the shuttle to the turret. Hasn't been able to get too many SCV kills, just a couple, the ones we saw. But going to be able to pick them off one by one. Oh, that didn't actually kill. Should be able to get these two. If he attacks this supply depot back here, or this supply depot, then the Scarabs will actually hit 3 at a time. And the Reaver's going to step forward and try to take out the tank. Can it get the final shot off? Oh, just barely not able to live through that. So that Reaver harass not terribly successful, and that's going to put Lancer X back a peg. Losing a couple probes as well. But he did deal very well with the Vulture drop of Terran Boy and got off that early Nexus, which kind of helps offset that. And wow, Lancer X with Arbiters before 10 minutes. Even before a third base, this is like, oh well, the third base is up, but still, a very quick Reaver into Arbiter play with so few Dragoons out. That seems a bit risky to be devoting that much into tech buildings. I mean, even before you consider the cost of the Reaver and the Arbiter in and of themselves, just think about all the gas devoted into robotics facility and support and Arbiter Tribunal and Citadel and Templar Archives and Stargate. That's a huge amount of resources poured into nothing but buildings for this early in the game. Lancer X expanding once again to take a 4th. Now, why doesn't Terran Boy have a much bigger army than he should? I guess it's that he's been throwing away a lot of vultures in harass attempts, rather than trying to build up a huge tank force. It's going to help keep Lancer X safe, but he still has an okayly large army that if Terran Boy moves out with now could do some serious damage to these expansions. As Lancer X just only has control group and a half of goons. Ow. Oh, my hand hurts. So, Terran Boy is in fact now moving out, even bringing along 3 SCVs to, for the repair, taking the Marine as well, because this is the first push he's had this game. So yeah, it's time to take the Marines. And it looks like he's going to go a little bit down and around to try to avoiding the Protoss a little bit in the middle of the map, and just wants to get as close to the 4th as possible before being forced to siege. But now he sees his opponent. The Arbiter is out. How many scans does Terran Boy have? No scans there, no scans there. Ooh, he does not have any scans. And no Science Vessel either means that Arbiter is actually going to be really effective at... excuse me, that the Vulture's going to be really effective. The Arbiter's going to be really effective at stopping Terran Boy from really doing anything. Forced to build turrets. And was that a scan? No, there's in range of the turret. So Terran Boy getting a little bit too far forward with his vultures, going to lose a couple. And Terran Boy's laying his mines a little bit too close to the siege tanks. Or if he wants to set up a contain here, then that's I like Terran to have their mines a little bit too far forward. It's a little bit nicer to have them back so that your tanks can do more damage as your opponent tries to clear out mines, but if they lead with zealots like they're supposed to, those mines can be really devastating to your own army. Ooh. That was a big mine hit, taking out a lot of zealots and vultures. And now here come the zealots moving in, good to be able to take out some forward tanks. And is Lancer X going to continue? Yeah, Lancer X is going to continue. And oh, huge mine hits here, taking out all the zealots and some of the dragoons. And it's going to be just barely enough. No, not just barely enough. So close to finishing off Lancer X army. But bringing in zealot reinforcements is going to be able to clear up that contain. Alright. Flowing the command center out. Finally taking a third. It's a relatively late one, and Lancer X has a pylon there to see it when he does eventually get it out there. Well, it looks like Lancer X fast Arbiter strategy is going to work out, because it's really what slowed down Terran Boy, forced him to wait for turrets. It forced him to wait for turrets. Wow, I'm losing my train of thought. It forced him to wait for turrets before being able to advance, and now Lancer X is in a position where he has 4 very secure bases and getting a 5th with awesome tech as well, where Terran Boy is just now getting a 3rd, hasn't even saturated it yet. So this push from Protoss is going to be pretty scary, but the really scary part's the follow-up. Now, he should definitely not be attacking up this ramp. He should not attack up this ramp. Oh, no. Okay, good. Backing off. It's such a trap for players to want to try to go up this ramp because it's the natural way the units want to move. But going up and around this ramp, it's just so much bigger, so much nicer to try to get your units around. And it looks like that's the way Lancer X is going. He does have an observer here, so he'll be able to take out the mines. Alright, so Dragoon's moving up. Going to slowly take out these mines, slowly pushing forward. And there are so few tanks here from Terran Boy, he's actually not going to be able to do a lot of damage, despite the fact that Lancer X was in a good position to be attacked. And now, Zealot's coming up from behind. I believe it was from a dropship. Yeah, Terran Boy's a little bit too spread out with his siege tanks. Will it be enough to deal with this attack? It's not looking like it. Wow, GG from Terran Boy. Lancer X taking game number 1. And 60-second break. I need to get a new bottle of water. Alright, I'm back. Oh, need to close the door though. Okay, game number 2. So, Lancer X versus Terran Boy, game number 2. Winner of this best of 5 qualifies for ISL. In the top position, we have Terran Boy as the teal Terran. Bottom position, we have Lancer X as the purple Protoss. And the map is Destination. So, good fun map for PvT. And by fun, I mean really, really frustrating for Protoss. Because Mech is really good on this map. We'll see if Terran Boy's able to do a little bit more. This map tends to be a slight bit better for the kind of dropship play Terran Boy was going for last time around. If he wants to try to continue that, but if he doesn't want to continue that, this map is just good for Terran overall. Alright. And we'll have to see what Lancer X is able to do. I really don't think he can get away with his, Whoa, my microphone's off the charts. Let me check just to make sure the microphone settings aren't funky. Microphone? Nope. Didn't hit that. I don't know why my microphone volume is getting so high. There's one person saying something about volume. But if nobody else complains, I guess I will just ignore it. I really wish I knew what that was about. Anyway, Terran Boy starting off pretty safely. Going for Siege Expand. Once again. Okay, people saying it's okay. Cool. And Lancer X is going to 12 necks again. Now that's really odd. On a 2-player map? Because Terran Boy is obviously going to scout it out first, so does Lancer X just feel that a 12 necks is invincible? Like, you just can't punish it? Because I'm pretty sure you can punish a 12 necks. Well, once again, Terran Boy's not going to punish it. He's not making any Marines, not making a bunker. I really don't like the decision, though. I really think if your opponent's going to go 12 next 2 games in a row, you gotta throw down the bunker. Just to, if anything, deter them from doing it in the next game. Alright. Well, factory's down. We'll have to see if he's just going to expand after the siege, or if he does go for drop. That is the other option. As we've seen... Oh, there we go. He is going for drop. Lancer X is a... excuse me. Terran Boy's a player who's gone for drop last game, and he did it in his TVT. So, not surprised to see it here. Destination is a good map for drops, just because there's a lot of things you can do with air units. The main is just so open. There's a lot of good places to put. There's a lot of good angles to approach from, and it's very hard to defend against. Not as good for siege tanks, though, because there's not a good high ground to put it where you can siege a natural. So I assume Terran Boy will be sticking to just the same speed vulture drops he did last time, rather than bringing tanks along. Alright. And the first vulture is moving out. I'm going to pick off that probe. Now, yes, not building a siege tank and just building a lot of vultures. He needed to kill off. That first probe with a vulture to prevent it from knowing that there's not an expansion going down. But at the same time, after losing that first one, Lancer X should essentially expect a vulture drop at this point, because otherwise a siege tank would have been the first unit. Now Lancer X looks like he's going to attack 2 Dragoons and a Zealot. And that means he's not going to leave many defenses back at home, but he does still have time to make some more before the drop comes around. Only one Marine, two Marines. They were hiding very well. But only 2 Marines left back to defend. That's not going to be enough to deal with the Dragoons. And now they can start to focus on the buildings. With a proper repair, he shouldn't be able to do too much, but he may be able to take out SCVs that are repairing. And it looks like, yeah, that's what he's doing. He gets lifted off and the vultures are coming out. It's going to come down to the mines, but he's going to have a really hard time laying mines in a correct position, just because the Dragoons are already at the top of the ramp and they can focus down the mines really easily. Oh, so much damage being done, and this is not working out very well for Terran Boy at all. Okay, there we go. Finally getting a nice mine hit. Taking out 2 Dragoons and almost taking out the 3rd as well. And finally the siege tank comes to save it. Wow, lots of SCVs pulled off the line. They need to go back. And is there no dropship? I do not believe. No, he didn't make a dropship. He used all of the vultures that he would have used for the drop. He had to expend them to defend. So this attack not only is doing a good amount of damage to Terran Boy, but it's also preventing the attack he needed. So Terran Boy's now really behind in this game, and more Dragoons coming up, almost sniping that siege tank. And how much longer till siege mode? Oh geez, siege mode's only halfway done. The Dragoons can pretty easily step forward and take out that siege tank if Terran Boy isn't careful. This is such a bad situation for him, and he has to keep sending SCVs to repair, but he just loses them every time. Oh man, building yet another siege tank, and there, yes, he does snipe the siege tank, so now it's just the Dragoons picking away at the SCVs as they attempt to repair. Actually, they're not even repairing, they're just standing around it. But Terran Boy's losing so much right now. It's just one after the other after the other. Siege mode does finish, and that is going to be the end of the aggression. Lancer X will be forced to pull back. He's going to lose a Dragoon anyway. Is he not going to pull back? Meanwhile, it looks like he did get off the vulture drop. But only 1 kill in that vulture, so not a huge amount of damage. Looks like 1 goon died. Lancer X finally did pull back. And now it's heading out once again with a Reaver and a shuttle. So this is the second game, not only the 12 necks, which is a bit weird, but 12 necks into Reaver play. Now, Terran Boy saw this. He should, well, he should make a Wraith, but he doesn't really have the money for it at the moment. The Wraith would be a really good defense against that Reaver, but Terran Boy's been hurt so much that now, this isn't looking good. Drops the first Dragoon, and now dropping the Reaver, gets a shot off. There, gets the hit, gets the next hit. Rapid fire Reaver. 1 tank down, and now all the Dragoons are streaming in. Terran Boy, GG's, and Lancer X goes up 2-0. Only needs 1 more game, and is looking really good. Well, I guess that's how you can overcome Destination as a Protoss player. Just attack a lot. And we're going into the final game on Tau Cross in the top position we have Lancer X as the orange Protoss. Make that black. And in the bottom position, we have Terran Boy as the green Terran. Green. There we go. So, I wonder if Lancer X will 12 next again. I see no reason he shouldn't. Seems to be working out really well. Terran Boy doesn't want to punish it ever. Why the hell not? And yeah, this is not a very good map pool. Lancer X was complaining about how the maps were TVP were balanced against him. But really thinking about this best of 5, he has Aztec, a good. Okay, I guess it was back and forth because Aztec, good for Protoss. Then Destination, good for Terran. Then Tau Cross, good for Protoss. Then Sniper Ridge, good for Terran. Then Aztec again, good for Protoss. So I think in the best of 5, Protoss has the advantage, just based on the maps alone. And no, Lancer X will not be 12 nexting. He will be throwing down a gateway and an assimilator. For shame. Alright. Looks like Terran Boy is going to be doing the same kind of thing again. As he is getting the barracks, getting the refinery. He could have tried again for drop play. Drop play is definitely possible on this map. But it might be a little bit more hard than it is on Destination. Not to mention it didn't exactly work out for him before in the last time. So, Terran Boy now scouting it, sees that Cybercore, knows that opponent is not 12 nexting. Not that it makes a huge difference to what he's going to do. But Terran Boy is not going to block his own natural, so the probe's still going to be able to get in. Sees the early factory. If he can keep that probe alive until either a starport or a command center or a second factory, that would be great. But it's going to be pretty difficult with the Marine. And with the second Marine. And 1 hit point left, but no, not quite. I'm going to be able to get out of there. So, probe going to be able to return home. Meanwhile, it looks like Terran Boy's scout down to half health, but still going to be able to get out of there. Yeah, that Q's not going to pop in time. So, Terran makes it out. And ooh, Lancer X throwing down a proxy pylon. He may once again be going for Reavers, but proxy Reavers this time around. I wonder what that could be for. He's getting enough money for the Robo Bay. Will it be for the Robo Bay? Yes, it will be. We're going to see some proxy Reavers, unless it's just for the proxy shuttle. But pretty sure it's going to be for proxy Reavers. Terran Boy just getting picked apart by Lancer X at this point, and I don't see why this is game going to be any different. Ugh. So, well, for the time being, Lancer X is going to play as if everything is standard, attack in the bunker, trying to keep it low on life until the tank comes out. There's nothing more than being annoying. Ooh, Terran Boy is actually able to sneak in with a vulture. but it gets picked off. And now this is where Lancer X starts to do some weird stuff in his own base. Getting 2 Zealots this early should help out with the drop. Is he going to get Reaver Tech? There it is. There's the Reaver Tech. Okay. And siege mode's finished, so the Dragoons have to back off. But there is no defense for a drop in the back, and this is going to be quite devastating. There's only a single tank out, and actually he started his expansion before getting the second tank out. This is going to be a great timing for Lancer X and a terrible timing for Terran Boy. Yeah. So, first Dragoons are in, and actually this SCV is going to be very lucky to pull back and start making the supply depot there. So he's going to be able to see the units. Now, Lancer X ferrying in all of his units, 4 Dragoons and 2 Zealots. Here comes a siege tank, but the Dragoons should be able to get in range to pick off a single siege tank. Now a second siege tank coming up, but it's not in siege mode, so it's going to have to run away from the Zealots. And while all this is going on, he's just buying time, or not really buying time, but waiting for the Reaver to come out, and then things are really going to start to get bad. The tank did manage to survive, which is nice. But now all the Protoss units are going to come back, and with the support of another Dragoon and the Reaver... Oh man, there's just no defense against this, against the Reaver at this point. There's only a single tank. It's already injured. It's not in siege mode. Now in siege mode, but the SCVs aren't really protected by it. They all need to run away. Here comes the Scarab. Only taking out 2. I'm going to continue to ferry in more units. This time 2 more Zealots. And actually getting more aggressive with it. He does have the expansion done, so he can transfer all of his SCVs over there. Okay. And now, oh, the Reaver shot! Oh, no, no damage. Now Reaver stepping forward, and the Reaver's actually doing a lot of damage to SCVs. The SCVs are attacking the Reaver. That's not what you want. The tank is unsieged, and the Reaver still has most of its health left. It is out of shields, though, so it needs to be a little bit careful here, but manages to take out the tank once again. Terran Boy's lost so many SCVs. GG. And after going 3-0 himself, Terran Boy then loses to Lancer X 0-3, and Lancer X will be advancing into the ISL. So, now we're going to go back and switch over to the brackets. We're going to be going over to the end of the top right bracket, which is Cryok, as we saw him beat Rainy, and Rams, who got walkovers versus what should have been his first 2 opponents. So, let's get that game started. Level up, leg 7, round of 16, round of 16. Rams versus Cryok, number 1. So, wait, what? Rams plays PVT? I did not know this. Alright. So apparently Rams is a race picker now. And we have ISL3 Rams. Rams. As the old school, very talented Russian, now Protoss player. Versus ISL3 Cryok, who is the purple Terran. Huh. Alright. We're gonna have more PVT. I have not seen Rams as Protoss. I've only seen his Terran. which is pretty good. A little bit old for what people are normally doing, but still very strong. I don't know about his Protoss. Alright. Well, Cryock's getting his first barracks, putting it in a good position so that if he needs to micro a Marine back and forth, he will be able to do that. Ram's putting his gateway a little bit farther back. Most Protosses put it down here. That's a little weird, but fine. And Ram's actually scouting in the middle of the map, looking for that BBS, but won't be. There won't be any. Actually, this is Neo Aztec, and I'm pretty sure Neo Aztec is the one that's unbuildable in the middle. So he couldn't find any BBS there, even if Cryock had wanted to. But whatever, not a big issue. Barracks finishes, and Rams sees the gas, so he knows that it probably will not be for a fast command center, and now wants to try to block the factory as long as possible. Messes up a little bit there. It's a little bit harder to block the factory, as he can place it really wherever he wants to, as opposed to the command center, which has to go in a specific location. And okay, there we go. Let the money get a little bit high before making that goon. It's going to be out a little bit later than it should be. Alright. So, factory just about to finish. Cryock, as I said in the first time I casted him, is a really by-the-book player in every regard. Just going to do everything as safe as possible and try to get wins with really solid play. But it tends to work with players that are around your skill level, but against somebody as good as Rams, I'm not sure I really like his chances. It's just going to be difficult. Anyway, Goon chases out the SCV, but it was pretty late. And ooh, Cryock actually is trying to send another SCV in, sending one to retreat while the another one comes down. But Rams pulls back with his Goon, so that's not going to work out. And in fact, going to block the ramp. So ooh, but he messes up with blocking the ramp. So Cryock's SCV still going to be able to get in. Only needs one more shot. Yeah, going to be able to still kill it off. Very close though. And now Rams will throw down the expansion. So Cryock did not see that go down. Meanwhile, Cryock preparing for an FD style push, but with 7 Marines. He built a lot more Marines than is normal, and not going to take any SCVs with him. Now, ooh, this is really dangerous. He's setting the tank one way and the Marines another way, and there are goons in the middle. Cryock, what are you doing? Why would you do that, Cryock? Oh, he loses his tank. What? That couldn't have been on purpose. That had to be like a weird, he clicked all of them to go one way and the tank like AI'd the other way. I don't even know. Cryock done goofed. And that will be the end of that FD push, because he's only making vultures after that. Alright. This is really awkward for Cryock, because he built so many Marines so that it'd be a really strong push, then all of a sudden the tank died, so now it's like, what am I gonna do with all these Marines? Alright. So, Cryock Croc now trying to sneak around with some vultures. Speed isn't done yet, and but mines are. How many mines are left with these vultures? None. He's already deployed all of his mines, so even if he is able to sneak into the main, he won't be able to deploy any. And now just pulling back. Rams being smart, knowing not to pursue, because they'll just be running into mines. Alright. So, observatory finishing up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Observatory finishing up, and Rams is getting his citadel. Putting it in a little bit of a secretive location. It's going to be a little bit of an awkward place for Cryoc to scan. Though it doesn't have any scans quite yet. Look, probably a little bit too late for Templar. Unless he wants to go for some really early storms, but I assume it's just going to be for faster leg speed. And only slightly faster than normal. Oh no! It's going to be for fast arbiters. Well, I did say Rams is an old school player, and his TVX is, he really does some old school builds. So, why not bust out the 2-base arbiter? So, Cryoc looking pretty secure though. Already has a good number of units out. I'm curious if he's actually going to be able to do anything with the 2 bases. Because the Arbiters aren't that strong if you don't have a big army to back them up. Rams will have some kind of army, but not that big of an army. He's not getting leg speed either, which would be really helpful. Maybe like if he uses it for fast recall, because Cryoc won't have mines and turrets all around his base, making recall pretty easy, and this is a pretty open map for that. But I'm curious how he's going to use it. No. Oops. Change that. So, Cryoc has been pretty bad with his mine deployment so far. He's had a good number of vultures, but he just really hasn't been spreading around the mines. Just very limited in some key positions. Which is a little bit unfortunate in that you'd really like to see a Terran player get lots and lots of mines out on the field. He does scout though that there's going to be a third, which is nice. He knows around the general timing that is what Protoss is going for. Meanwhile, Cryoc is getting a third of his own, so it's going to be even bases. Leg speed just started. I'm really interested to see what upgrade Rams goes for. If he goes for that older style of recall, or if he goes for stasis. Because back in the day, recall used to be pretty good. But that was before Terran players just started to mine and turret up all their bases and make it impossible. But based on how fast he's doing it, Cryoc won't have those mines and turrets all around these perimeter of his base like he should. Alright. So, Rams isn't going to really, quote-unquote, properly wall off this expansion. Because you could try to, most Terrans, or most Protoss players would put pylon wall here, and then pylon wall here to try to block the, I guess he is. Then this is a really weird part of the pylon wall. To just kind of semi-manner yourself with the pylon and the cannon here, if you were going to make a wall anyway. Anyway, Croc's getting out the 4th. So, nothing much you could do other than lay some mines. Wasn't going to be able to take that Nexus out. Alright. That's +1, right? Yeah, +1 just finishing for Cryok. And getting a starport now, so he'll have some vessels out on the field. Really, Rams hasn't used his Arbiters yet. Now getting Stasis, but that's significantly after the first Arbiter came out. And Arbiters take a lot longer than the upgrades do, so he would have had enough time for a recall. I'm not sure if he got it, though. Excuse me. So, both players seem pretty content with sitting on their sides of the map and expoing freely. Really rather little aggression from either side, which is kind of surprising. It's surprising that Cryok hasn't been putting more mines around the map. It's not surprising that he's keeping his tanks back at home. And it's a little bit surprising that Rams, despite getting really fast Arbiters, didn't use the really fast Arbiters. Because the Arbiters would be, like, kind of coming out now-ish if he had just done them at a normal time. But it looks like Rams is now moving out. Where are the speed lots? He does have a good collection of speed lots. Those are going to be important, as Cryok has too many units for just pure goon to work at this stage in the game. Vulture's trying to sneak in, but 2 cannons there. Take out all the Vultures, no probes lost. So, will Cryok be able to defend the attack? Probably. This looks like a really scary tank force. Has turrets all spread out. Has a handful of mines, but again, I really don't think he has enough mines. Alright. So, Vulture being taken out. And here comes the Arbiter. It is going to be for a recall, and he's recalling without any spider mines there. Recall! Oh, a very large recall with a lot of units coming in. There's an opportunity to do a lot of damage. Croc's going to have to pull back a lot of his forces to defend this. Exactly how much is he going to be able to get down? He even brought a Templar in with that army. He didn't use it to storm the SCVs, though. I'm curious to see where he uses that one storm. But able to do some good damage so far, taking out a good number of SCVs, taking out the command center, taking out a supply depot, and still has some units in there. Gonna stop it just before he gets +1. Very nice. EMP is researching for Cryok. Cryok could stop EMP if he brought back his units. I think that would be a really nice move. You can clearly see that it's researching. But no, gonna go for the armory instead. No, gonna go for the science facility. Okay. Either of these would be nice targets to take out. Pretty expensive buildings, pretty low health buildings at that. And yep, stops EMP from finishing. Gonna be able to take out the armory as well. And these tanks are not moving back for Cryok. He needs to get them back faster to try to save some more of these buildings. Ooh, is he even gonna be able to take out the starport? Yeah, looks like he is. The tanks are now sieging up in range, but Grams has that thing targeted, so the starport will go down. Now even taking out a barracks that's going to burn down. He won't quite finish it off. But some really good damage from this recall for Rams. Very nice. Still one Dragoon left over. Having a little bit of a problem. Did that SCV really come back? Okay, I thought that SCV came. I thought that SCV was coming specifically to repair the control tower, because it came around to then like face the control tower as if it was going to start a repair, which would have been quite amusing. Meanwhile, Rams took this opportunity to expand down to this natural. He'll probably be able to take, take this main. He'll be able to take this natural as well after that, as Cryok is, well, pretty well pressed back. The recall has been cleaned up, but Rams is still at maxed. He almost wants to take another main at this point, not even for the money, but just for more surface area to build more gateways and having a second point where units are flooding out of. That's really, really helpful as a Protoss. If you're, when it gets to this stage in the game, you feel a little bit antsy when all of your units are coming out of one base. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. Apparently Rams blocked himself off. Oops. So, nice big army for Rams in the middle of the map. No arbiters. There we go. Bringing the arbiters in to help out. He does have both spells done, and he is in fact taking this natural as well. So yeah, that is going to be half of the map for Rams. Actually, it might be one base short of half the map. So, lifting off the science facility, it looks like he got EMP this time around, and now has lots of turrets at the outside and lots of spider mines. This was the defense he should have had for a recall, but Rams hit it just a little bit before Crack wanted to get it up. Meanwhile, Protoss is moving forward. At the same time, Rams is trying to come down this ramp. A very nice stasis, hitting all the tanks on the high ground, too. He might have been able to get more tanks on the low ground, but it was definitely the right decision to go for the high ground tanks, because those are going to be harder for him to hit. But he is losing a lot of goons, but nice storm! A great storm, taking out all those tanks. He still has a huge wave of units, despite losing a lot of his goons. He's going to be able to break up this ramp. Oh, but going up that ramp is such a scary thing to try. And no, Rams is going to be forced to back off once again, just because of trying to go up that ramp. Still able to do some good damage, though. Not quite the victory he was looking for, but okay. Oh, very nice mind drag with that Zealot. EMP hits some of the High Templar. Not quite hitting the Arbiter, though. How many of the Templar did it hit? Hit two of the High Templar. One of them still has Storm. Cryok now setting up, trying to expand to the center expansion. It's going to be a pretty hard one for him to take because he doesn't have the nice high ground that he was using to defend his other ones, but it might be good enough. Meanwhile, Rams taking yet another expansion. He has going for all these corner gas ones, possibly even this one, although that one would be rather hard. I'm surprised Rams has not thrown down more gateways, considering how many bases he's on. And yeah, he's floating 6K. He should definitely throw down more gateways here. There should be like 10 gateways, not 4. He might have just run out of pylon. No, he didn't run out of pylon power room. Wow, that's hard to say. He could put some more over there. Meanwhile, Cryok mined out in his natural, about mined out in his main, and about mined out in his mineral only. So Cryok, who has just managed to secure the center expo, it's about to be his only expo very shortly here. And that's not going to be enough to really sustain him, especially against Protoss, who has so much of the map. Protoss is mined out at the first 3 bases, but still has 1, 2, 3, and 4 very well saturated bases. Or very well saturated with minerals, not necessarily probes. So, another max army for Rams. Getting way too high with the money here. I know he's maxed, so he can't spend it on units, but he should be throwing down lots and lots of gateways at this point. Ooh, or carriers. Carriers are cool too. Okay. Okay, I never want to criticize somebody for going carriers, because carriers are awesome. But this is not the time to go carriers. Attack, moving in for Rams. This is going to be a terrible attack. Not very good storms or stasis is going off, and that huge wave of siege tanks is just going to crush everything. I want to say this is not the time to go carriers, because you go carriers when you're not completely crushing your opponent and have them contained on 4 bases. Well, contained on 4 bases sounds weird, but really contained on 1 mining base very soon. It's like, carriers are for when you're not winning by that much. But it's like you're sacrificing so much of your lead to try to go carriers. And you're going to be working with a diminished army count. It's not as if it's money's an issue, because as we saw, he has way too much money. The issue is that while your carriers are sitting back there, so much supply is invested in carriers that you can't actually have an extra 2 control groups of goons running around, or an extra 2 control groups of speedlots, or whatever you were going to have instead. Cryok getting pretty high on the money too. He's at about 4,000. Should probably be macroing a little bit better though, just because doesn't have that high of money. At the same time though, he's actually kind of running out of room for factories. He's having to build his factories on the outside of his base. Well, he's got carrier. So he has 5 Stargates spread out among 3 locations. Oh wow, Crack did not have detection there. So the Zealots were able to approach really easily. But I don't think he's going to quite be able to get back to that expansion. Ooh, he doesn't even have observers. Yeah, that's going to make it rather difficult. I think these sea tanks are going to be enough. Oh, well, the sea tanks in the back are certainly going to be enough. Nice EMP hitting both of the Arbiters. He stacked them up a little bit too close. And mine's hitting him on the way out. In Ram's defense, he does kind of need to clear up supply to be able to get more carriers, because, like, these 3 carriers finishing, that's 18 more supply he immediately needs. Like, one of these carriers can't start building. I don't know which one. This one! This carrier is the one that can't start building until he throws away more units. So, Ram's going to get in some kind of awkward attacks here, just because he needs to get rid of more units. And I don't know why he has so many Arbiters at this point. Ooh, he has +1 done. I don't know if Cryok ever scanned, but if for some reason he clicked on an Arbiter, that would be a dead giveaway that Rams is going carriers. Alright, so throwing away some Arbiters here. Or maybe not. I thought he was trying to get rid of Arbiters. It's kind of hard to tell whether somebody makes a mistake or is just trying to clear up supply. Alright. And Cryok has a good number of Goliaths. Is he only making Goliaths at this point? Yeah, he's making way too many Goliaths. So, whether he scanned it or whether he clicked on an Arbiter, Cryok now knows that Rams is going carriers. I have to assume the interceptor upgrade is done. Well, let's see it. I'm actually looking for the carriers. I don't know where he's hiding them at the moment. Ram's going in for an attack. He's going to get a pretty good angle here. Pick off a lot of those forward tanks, but ultimately lose the army. And here are the carriers. That's only 4. It's 4 carriers, and they're out in like the most open part of the map. So while there weren't a lot of Goliaths for Cryok, these still like are really vulnerable carriers. I think Ram should be really trying to retreat to a safer part of the map. 1 DT blocking the ramp. But he is going to be able to pick off some of the tanks. But here come the Goliaths I was worried about. Is he going to lose a carrier? Is he going to lose a carrier? No, he's not going to lose a carrier. A couple siege tanks on the ground should be enough to take care of the units. No. Looks like Rams will be able to win this fight. And the siege tank was not quite enough to take care of the ground units. Need a little bit of Goliath support. more carriers now. He isn't linking them up with the rest of his army. He has 1-1 for his... Ooh, 2-1 for his carriers. I think he has a double cyber core somewhere around the map. There they are. Getting 3-2 for carrier upgrades. Man, immediately hitting that SCV. And here comes Cryok with a large Goliath tank force to try to do a little bit of damage to Rams here. But once the carriers come back, it should be enough to deal with that. Cryok's run through his bank now. Only off of one mining base. Hasn't been able to secure this one. He's tried a couple times. And Rams has a pretty impressive army. I think that Rams is in fact going to be able to crush this with his mighty carrier force. D-Matrix going down on the Goliath, but that's not going to be enough to save it. Units coming in from all directions to crush this attack. That's really going to put Cryok in a bad spot. He's running so low in supply, and GG from Cryok. Rams taking game 1 with the carriers. Alright. So, game number 2 of Cryok's versus Rams in the best of 5. This time on Destination. So, a little bit of a bitter map for Terran here. In the top position, we have Rams as the blue Protoss. In the bottom position, we have... Oh, didn't mean to click on that. There we go. In the bottom position, we have Cryok as the red Terran. And whoa... What? Proxy! Maybe Proxy. Could be just trying to mine out the minerals. One of those two. But sending out a scout on 5. Clearly an indication that you're doing something weird. Let's see it. Is he gonna head to the left or to the right? No, it's gonna be a proxy. It's gonna be a really bold 2-gate proxy as the probe doing a tribal dance around the pylon to celebrate its glowingness, I guess. Alright. Apparently Rams does not like Destination because he's gonna try to end this early. Not even going to bother to hide the proxy. There are lots of places to hide a proxy on Destination. But nope, just going to build it right in front of the double bridge. There is no way an SCV could possibly miss that. And now going to scout with the probe. Just check things out. You would really like to try to delay that barracks as long as possible. And ooh, okay. I was going to say that he didn't place the barracks properly so that it was next to the supply depot so you can micro the Marine back and forth. But it does look like he just barely did. So that will be good. So, first zealot's on the way. A little surprising, he's only going for 1 gateway? Yeah, only 1 gateway. It's a little weird. Cryok not going for a fast expansion, going for siege, or going at least for a factory, which is good for him. Huh. Only 1 gateway as a proxy. That seems like a bit of a waste. And Cryok with the SCV at the ramp sees the Zealot coming in, but there's not a lot he can do to stop it. Ooh, Manor Pylon, just trying to distract the SCVs. Manor Pylon's especially effective when your opponent is distracted by an early attack to go along with it. And actually, Rams needs that Manor Pylon for supply, because otherwise he'd be supply blocked right now. Meanwhile, the Marine in a very nice position, preventing the Zealot from getting anywhere. And now 2 Marines out, but a second Zealot coming to aid. And, ooh, a bunker's been thrown down. That's really going to put a damper on what Rams can do The manor pylon goes down, so Rams is supply blocked now. I don't know why he didn't throw down 2 gateways. If you're gonna proxy, just all-in proxy. Don't do, like, half-assed proxy. He isn't even killing many SCVs. Cryok really hasn't lost very much from this. It just cost him an extra bunker. Now, SCV moving across the map to see what exactly Rams has behind this. And there are still 2 zealots, so it's a little bit dangerous for Cryok here, but with the bunker, shouldn't lose too much, assuming he can properly micro everything else. One of these zealots is kind of injured, one of them not so much. And oh, he does manage to snipe the SCV building the factory. Gonna slow down that a little bit. Meanwhile, back at the base, Rams now throwing down already threw down a cyber core and throwing down a gateway as well. Looks like the zealots are backing up, and a dragoon is going to come out. He's really not going to be able to do too much, even with the zealots and the dragoon. I think that the 6 marines at the top of the ramp should be able to stop it. Although with a 2 zealot support, maybe not. It's going to be pretty close. Factory, excuse me, a machine shop under the construction. Gonna get that siege tank out. Is Rams waiting for a second dragoon? It looks so. And range has started, so this attack isn't quite over yet. Rams can still be allowed to be a little bit more aggressive with this. Still making marines, yeah, still making marines. Well, whenever he does fend off Ram's aggression, he's going to have so many marines that the push out with the tank and marine escort is going to be really strong and just insanely hard for Rams to try to snipe the tank. Assuming, of course, that the tank doesn't go in one direction, the marines go in the other direction. That'd be pretty silly. But now Cryok with the tank can just kind of push down the ramp and trying to shove Rams out of the way. Oh, I'm gonna put the tank on the high ground for now. Siege mode? No, no siege mode. Rams now getting a robotics facility. Could be for really either Reaver or Observer. And actually, Cryok building 2 medics and a 3rd medic. So Cryok's going to take the fact that he has a lot of marines and play a little bit of bio here. Is Rams in fact getting a Reaver? Yes, he is. So it's going to be bio versus Reaver. That's not a good look for Cryok. But if he properly micros it, he might be able to do some damage. Ooh, even got stim for the marines. Wow. Getting range as well, so yeah. Cryok's gonna play some, is actually gonna commit a lot to this bio with the upgrades as well. Advances forward, easily able to get Rams out of its base, and now taking out the gateway and the pylon. Actually just gonna take out the pylon. There's really no reason for him to take out the gateway now, and he just wants to get across the map as fast as possible because he realizes the biggest thing that deters this is tech, which in this case is going to be Reavers. Now, if Rams doesn't keep the shuttle close to home, and it looks like he might not, as he's loading it up with shuttles, or loading the shuttle up with zealots. If he leaves with it instead of defending, then this could actually be really bad. There's no reason for him to load up with zealots if it's just going to be for a defensive measure, because he doesn't have to deal with siege mode. Was Rams actually going to leave? Oh, stimming forward the marines. Why Rams is not going? I don't know why Rams decided not to just fly back home, but he actually did manage to get a good number of marines. like, actually that was a lot. That's like 8. For the cost of the Zealot. Almost lost the Reaver, but not quite. That was that was a pretty risky move for him to try to do damage to those Marines. And now Rams is going to attack. The siege tank's completely out of position. Even when the Marines come up, there's just so few of them. He does lose the Reaver, though. A little bit careless with that, but still completely able to crush this attack. And now Cryok's in a bit of trouble here. Actually, Cryok's in a lot of trouble here. Trying to set up an expansion, getting the bunker down, and he will be. He does have the double bridge to help him, but with a shuttle, Rams could just elevator units up into the main, and that's going to be the biggest issue here for Cryok. Rams is actually going to try to get across. I don't think this is a good idea for Rams. He might be able to break it, but it's just going to cost him. Well, maybe not. He could have played it safer and gone for the elevator, but I guess this is going to work out too. And GG from Cryok. Rams taking game number 2. So, drawn out game 1, very quick game number 2. Will Rams be able to finish the sweep of Cryok? Whoops. Well, the map is Tau Cross. Alright, so in the top right, we have ISL3 Cryok, now is the blue Terran. In the left position, we have ISL3 Rams as the purple Protoss. I'm gonna open a window. I like to keep that window closed as long as possible, just to try to keep out outside noises. Might be close by, but this room gets pretty hot when you close the window and don't have a fan on, so gotta stop doing that. Anyway, no early probe out for Rams, so I'm not gonna proxy this time, which is good. That really feels like the kind of build that Rams just did because he doesn't like PvT on destination, which is a reasonable stance to take because PvT on destination is not fun. I'm not touching my mic. Anyway. Cryok. Again with the barracks a little bit placed farther down. I'm actually thinking that might be on purpose now. Because if you're able to migrate back and forth, there's actually kind of like an L shape on both sides, or a bracket of right angles. So the Marine has complete protection, making the Zealot's trip around even longer if it wants to try to go back and forth. So I think that's pretty cute, if that is indeed what the purpose of it is. Like that. Alright. Anyway. Rams. Rams is a player who just... I'm sad he hasn't been active. I'm not even sure what team he's on. He's on one of the Russian teams, so it's like IWL or IFU or Reps. I can't remember which one. But he hasn't been playing in any of any IC Cup or any Gambit Cup, despite being on the roster. And really haven't seen anything from him since ISL2, where he was one of the invites. He had an okay showing, but not quite as much as he wanted. Knocked out a little bit too early. Anyway, Rams getting the second gateway now. Goon range about excuse me, goon range just started. First goon about halfway done. And he's going to skip the first zealot just to get those goons out a little bit faster. Early goons are a little bit more effective on Tau Cross than some other maps because of no ramp. Somebody sent me something. Oh. I'm being told Rams is NB. If Rams is in NB now, then that means that he changed teams at the start of Gambit Cup. Because when I said what team he was on, I was going off of the Gambit Cup rosters. And I'm sure he was on. I'm almost positive. Well, he said Joakim said he used to be on IWL. So it might be that he's still on the IWL roster even though he switched teams. So, Spider-Mine's researching for Cryok. Gonna go for that FD push and up to 5 Marines. So, with a 6th and a 7th on the way. So, once again, Cryok with a little bit more Marines than normal. This is now game number 3 where he has extra Marines. A little bit interesting. Anyway, now moving out with the Marines. Goons are going to be forced back for Rams. He should try to micro this a little bit. You want to at least cut down the numbers because if they get all the way to your natural and you haven't killed any of them, it's a really bad position to be in for Protoss. There is also one SCV to tank hits. You can turn around and repair the tank if necessary. But so far so good for Cryok. Ooh, that tank. Okay, pulling the tank back. It's looking like it might be a little bit exposed. But the goon stepping forward and now nice mine hit hitting all the Dragoons. And Cryok can pull forward again. Has still not... I think he lost only a single Marine. Ooh, Ram's trying to snipe the tank, but it doesn't work out again and loses yet another Dragoon. Cryok is microing this perfectly, and Rams are getting a little bit unlucky with his tank snipage. Because that's the second time it messed up for him. First because of mines, the second time just because he couldn't quite get the Dragoons far up enough. Well, Cryok hasn't lifted the barracks, so won't be reinforcing with more Marines. And I'm really surprised to see Cryok stop attacking, because it was working out really well for him. And he could put on a lot of pressure, especially with Vultures reinforcing it. I don't like the decision to sit here. I think he certainly should have kept going. Pretty shitty sound quality. And now just a bunch of numbers. I don't know. If something's wrong, can you be more specific about what is wrong? Because it's kind of hard to fix. Alright. Robo facility finished for Rams. And just gonna get the observatory this time around. Is it the helicopter sound again by chance? Because I really do not know what that is. I'm really not tapping anything other than my keys, but these are very quiet keys and they're pretty far away from the mic. It's not as if I have the microphone like right next to my wrist, so it'd be like my arteries or something like that. I really knew what the solution was. I really wish I knew what the solution was. I really knew what the solution was. There's a really important word there that I forgot. I don't know how to fix that. I'll probably send like an email to XSplit Team, see if XSplit Team has anything to say on the matter. Because I've tried searching for random helicopter noise, random tapping noise, and I cannot get anything. So, Croc moving out once again, this time with a large tank count. And Rams is a couple Dragoons short because he lost 3 or 4 during his attack. And that could turn out to be pretty bad. There are observers out, so the mine shouldn't be able to get very much, but, oh, losing yet another Dragoon. And he hasn't been able to do any damage to Cryok this game. I think Cryok's lost a single Marine and maybe some harassment vultures. Dude, if there's a forum, if you know of a thread that fixes the problem that is being described, please link it. Because I do not know where it is. I have looked. So, an interesting position from Cryok. He's going to start making turrets and bunkers here outside of the third. It's going... He's going to stop him from getting an expansion, but it really doesn't contain him very much because Protoss can just go around. Ooh, the siege tanks are in range, though. The Dragoons need to back up a little bit. There we go. And Croc is slowly working his way forward, getting a slightly better and better position, laying mines as he goes. Well, Croc's going to just leapfrog his way in with turrets and bunkers and siege tanks. Looks like he's going to try to sneak some vultures around the backside as well. Good laying mines. This time around, he's going to lay some forward mines. Oh, perfect. Exactly at the right time to stop Rams. And Rams pulls back in time. It's only going to cost him 1 goon, but still. Now has an observer so he can start to defend himself against those random mines. But right now has to deal with Cryok in front of his base, which is pretty scary at this point. He does have some goons in position to attack, and Croc doesn't have too much. But this is a much bigger deal at the moment. There is a shuttle with 4 zealots in it. They're going to be able to get into a great position in the mines. Oh, those mines could be a huge hit. And oh, the vultures taking out the mines. Very, very nice move to prevent mine betrayals. So, well, does that bunker have anything in it? No. Ram's very close to activating those 2 mines. This is his only force out on the map. Other than that, he's just being horribly contained. And I don't know how he's going to be able to break it. Now bringing the observer so he can take out the mines. But he's slowly working his way from the back, taking out all of Cryok's old defenses. He might be able to get a surround here. Croc has pretty bad saturation, though. I think it's how he's able to afford so many units at this point. Croc's once again rebuilding a bunker, building yet more turrets, already up to 3 now. Stopping observers from getting it either. Oh, reinforcements coming from the back, and it's actually going to surround the goons that were supposed to be what was going to help Rams breaking it. Now moving in units from the other side, but that's just not going to be enough. Nowhere close to enough. GG from Rams, and Cryok is not going to be swept. Wins his first game. So, in the top left position, we have Cryok, now as the purple Terran. In the bottom left position, we have Rams as the yellow Protoss. The map is Sniper's Ridge. And it'll be interesting to see what response Rams has to getting pretty easily beaten. There was a push by the Terran, and Rams did nothing to stop the push. Normally in those situations, you gotta at least take out some of the starter units and just try to whittle it down a little bit before he's able to get turrets and bunkers down and spider mines. But didn't quite work out for him. So, as I said, the map is Sniper Ridge. Is the map with the swastika-looking shape in the middle, and lots of high ground ridges, which make people think that tanks are really good on this map, and I would tend to agree. It can be really hard to break a Terran position when they span across them. And if you control one of these high ground spokes as Terran, you completely dominate 3 bases, all from the high ground. So it'd be really easy for Terran to get 3 bases, and pretty easy for Terran to find good sieging locations when they make a push. Now, Cryok, once again, going to go for Siege Expand, because that is what he does every game. Playing it safe, playing it standard. Meanwhile, Rams is going for the same build he had last game, getting a faster Cyber Core instead of getting that early Zealot. It's really the choice you have as Protoss in this situation. You can either get that first Zealot and try to do something with a Zealot and a Probe, force the Terran to micro a little bit, or you can just go for the faster Goon and be there even sooner to harass things, get your range done a little bit sooner to get extra shots on the bunker. Now, I've kind of been liking Cryok getting a lot of Marines in all these games. Normally, Terrans get 4, maybe 5 Marines, but Cryok's been getting a minimum of 7, and sometimes more. And I like that. Marines can start to do a lot of damage once they get into the bigger numbers. They're pretty easy to micro, and they are able to tank a lot of damage, making any early aggression really strong. It's a complete waste if you don't use them and they last until last in the stage of the game where your opponent has arbiters. Then it's really not worth it. But assuming that you're able to use them early, I personally like Terrans who play that style. Now, Rams getting a very early robo facility and getting the shuttle, so we're going to see Reavers from Rams once again. I'm going to see if Croc's going to be a little bit better. Ooh, getting the probe. You can see if Croc can be a little bit better about defending against it. So, Cryok did not attack the probe immediately, was able to take it out. Meanwhile, Rams allows the SCV to see... Nope, not quite. Allows the SCV to see that there's no expansion, and the SCV almost manages to get to the high ground, but not quite, and is taken out. Given that there's no expansion and no attack, it's a little... Cryok should be getting pretty suspicious that something weird is up. And indeed, there is Reavers on the way. We'll see what kind of defense he goes for. Wouldn't be surprised if he throws down an eBay right about now. There it is, an eBay. eBay is going to help you against the Reaver. It's also going to help you against DTs, if that was the particular type of strategy Rams is going for right now. Alright. getting the observatory after that as well. But let's see how much damage he can do with the Reaver. Probably going to pick up a... Oh, going to pick up the Zealot too. Could have picked up a Dragoon instead, but if you already have the Zealot out, Zealots tend to be a little bit better at the tanking job than Dragoons are. And Cryok has his eBay down and is building the first turret. It will just barely be done by the time that the shuttle gets there. How much Cryok have for defense? He has 2 siege tanks. With siege mode, actually siege mode needs a bit of a ways to go. So, gonna have a little bit of trouble holding off this Reaver immediately. And oh, why are you pulling SCVs? I don't know what Cryok was thinking there. And oh, almost taking some damage on that Reaver, but no, picking it back up before that tank fired. And Cryok did not build a whole lot of Marines this game, only 4, which is the normal amount. So gonna have a little bit of trouble actually killing off the shuttle. And ooh, nice Scarab hitting 3 or so SCVs. The SCV's coming back. Is he gonna be able to get another shot off? And yes, gets another shot off. The Reaver left all alone though as the shuttle goes down. Huh. It got about 8 SCVs. It's 8 SCVs worth it? Maybe he got more than 8 SCVs, because this is actually looking like really bad saturation for Cryok. Okay. So some pretty good damage done with the first Reaver. Probably wouldn't have liked to lose it, but that's the way it goes. Now, I like this decision by Cryok moving out now. He realized that his economy took a huge hit, but he didn't lose any units in that attack. So his attacking strength should be just about the size that it normally would. However, he knows that his attacking size will be reduced a little bit later on in the game. So if you go and attack your opponent now, when you know theirs is reduced because they went for Reavers, you might be able to find a really favorable matchup here, and I think he's going to find it. Sieging up the tanks a little bit prematurely. I think he could have just moved through that as there were only 5 goons. But very minor slowdown. And now the tanks do have the high ground, so Cryok could choose to set up a contain here, which would be very hard to beat. Or he could try to move in and attack the natural. It looks like he's going to kind of split the difference and set up a bit of a wall, but a wall that it looks like he wants to move forward if he has the opportunity. Some good probe kills here. A lot of good probe kills here. The turret's finished. Is it going to get the observer? Yeah, it gets the observer. Actually going to get the other observer too. That was a mistake by Rams to allow both of them to die. And oh, more Dragoons going down. But unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the attack. Cryok. Ooh, not quite. Cryok did do a lot of damage. No SCVs in the natural and pretty poor saturation at the main. So Cryok able to take what was him looking in a bad position and turn it right around, and now he will have the advantage moving into the game if he's not able to do any more damage here. Now laying mines, as we saw, Rams already has observers out, but he threw away 2 of them, both to that turret. So, doesn't actually have any out right now. Ooh, just started making another one, so that's still going to be a while. Getting Zealot leg speed, he really needs that to try to break any type of siege tank pressure. And with the turret already there, Zealot bombs are going to be pretty hard to get off. He might only get off a single attack before the shuttle's dead and he'll have to reproduce it. He can't just keep sending in more and more. Now rallying in more units, but because of that Reaver harass, it's going to be a little bit slow as to how many reinforcements he could get in. He does not have as many as he normally would. But it might be enough anyway. Bring in a couple more SCVs because the first one died, so he can continue to make turrets. Cryok has been building a lot of turrets in these games just to make sure not to have to deal with invisible stuff nor airborne stuff. Anyway, ooh, not quite a good enough mine drag to hit that siege tank, but the Dragoons march forward and are going to be able to snipe that one, but there's still 2 behind it and a good wall of stuff to block them off. It means that it's going to be really hard for Rams to attack this. He does have the shuttle, but the shuttle has to fly over 2 turrets to get into position to attack those siege tanks, and that's the real issue here. And now the siege tanks are in range of the Nexus. Oh, the Nexus is going to go down, and that's going to put Rams way behind. He needs to make something happen. Getting the robotic facility and leg speed at the same time, or not getting the robotic facility, but getting the Reaver and leg speed at the same time. But I don't think a Reaver is going to help out too much either, because this is so concentrated in the GG, I guess. Cryok takes game number 4. So, after Rams looking very strong in game 1 and very easy win in game 2, Cryok comes right back and looks just as strong, tying it up 2-2 and bringing it to a very surprising game 5. So, final game. In the top position, we have Cryok as the orange Terran. Got that text up black. In the left position, we have Rams as the green Protoss. TVP back on the same map as the first one. So, in the first game, Cryok just got on 3 bases and sat there, and really was able to do very little. The recall from Rams did hurt him, but it was just a matter of he can't move. And then Rams is able to do a carrier switch and just win. I guess the real way he can avoid that is to be aggressive, like he was in the 2 games he won. You got to get that push out there. You can't wait until 170 supply before finally moving down the ramp with tanks. And I think if he does another good attack, Rams might actually lose and not qualify, which would be quite surprising. A lot of people thought Rams would be able to win this win this bracket rather easily. Well, we shall see. Both players continuing the builds that they have been doing this entire series, other than Rams that one game. Cryok going to Siege Expand once again as getting that gas. Rams going to go for Gateway and then Range. And Gateway with Range is a little bit more dangerous on this map compared to some other maps, and it's part of the reason why this is a Protoss favored map. But once you get your goons into position, if they didn't build a forward bunker, which they may or may not have, but if they didn't build a forward bunker, then you have goons at the top of a ramp. And then it becomes, even with siege mode, it can kind of be a little bit difficult for a Terran player to finally push away the goons. It's just going to be a slow slog. That expansion is going to be much later than it would be on a different kind of map. The alternative is that they do have the bunker in the front, but then if they do have the bunker in the front, it's harder to repair, depending on the number of goons. It takes the SCVs a lot longer to get there, so you can't just emergency pull an extra 2 SCVs. You have to be really deliberate in how many SCVs you pull. So, Cryok with a Marine on the ramp. As we saw in previous games, you can block it perfectly with a Marine. We will see if Cryok is able to stop that probe from getting in. And, well, he has 2 Marines now, so yeah, that's going to stop him. Okay. SCV moving out. And Rams has a Dragoon on the ramp that should be able to block the SCV from getting in. And actually, Cryok's going to turn around immediately, not even going to try to test it. He knows his opponent is not going for a super fast Expo. What exactly is Rams going for? Ah, he's just going for goon play. I didn't see the extra goon, which was a little bit confused why he only had 2 goons out. But should probably be moving out with them. Yeah. She's gonna move out. Cryok did not build a bunker at his front. Just built 5 Marines, 6 Marines now. And are going to use 7 Marines. Okay, 7 Marines now. And going to use them to try to defend. But if Rams was to attack and not go up this ramp, that airplane is exactly why I keep the window closed most of the time. So that shit doesn't happen. Anyway. Cryok's first tank is out. Looks like it's going to be another FD push. Kind of weird how Rams decided not to attack. And I think this is kind of bad. Because now Cryok's going to move out and he's going to have a huge force right at Rams's front. Because Rams didn't have his Dragoons at Cryok's natural, he can't micro his way back, try to snipe a tank, or at least pick off some of the Marines in the process. Now he's just going to have to try to defend against this. And he is going to be at the top of the ramp. So picking off two Marines and half damaging another. Cryok can't attack up that way. He should just go up and around. But I wouldn't be surprised if Cryok just headed home, as he's not a very aggressive player. Nope, just gonna head home, as Cryok is not a very aggressive player. Anyway, Rams has a second gateway, getting an observatory, and the Nexus finishing up. So pretty much all standard time except for the fact that he didn't move out with his Dragoons. Still not exactly sure why that happened. Maybe after the Tau Cross game, he was just like, meh, I really don't want to attack. It's just not going to work out for me. I guess in the last 2 games, his early aggression hasn't paid off the best, but there's no reason to not keep trying it. It's kind of a necessary part of the matchup. So, neither player is going to be aggressive at all. Just content to sit back. Interesting how the 2 games on Aztec are going to be slower games with a lot of macro, and every other game not on Aztec are going to be the really fast-paced push and I win kind of games. Anyway, hopefully this time around Cryok uses his vultures a little bit better. I was disappointed about the lack of mines in game 1, but he has an opportunity in this game to rectify that. Throw down mines everywhere. Already starting a little bit. Mine at that base and a couple mines up here. Possibly some mines down here. There we go. Ooh, that was a very fast starport for Cryok, and Cryok is in fact going for dropships. This is a great place to drop tanks. If Cryok wants to drop tanks, there are also vulture drop possibilities. And Rams is once again going to be going for 2 base arbiter. Now the 2 base arbiter means that Rams isn't going to have that many goons out on the field, making the dropship play rather strong. As there won't be as many units just kind of quote-unquote around to defend against it. So there's the dropship. It is loaded up with 2 tanks. And 2 tanks to the high ground are going to be really hard for Rams to deal with. He's now getting a shuttle though, and that's what he needs to defend against it. Also already has a couple zealots out. So he won't take too much damage as the dropship flies in. It was actually going to fly right over goons. So very close there. Almost loses it. But now Ram certainly sees it if he didn't already know it was on the way. And he's going to siege up. Try to get some probe kills before they can all flee out of there. But probably will not be able to get very many. Yep, now loading up the dropship with goons. Cryok should probably unsiege. Nah. Oh, the probe's actually going to transfer back a little bit too fast. And he's going to lose a couple of them, but still, overall, did manage to get 8 probe kills, which is nice. Alright, I guess the attack wasn't that bad. It looked a lot worse than it was, but he just was slowly racking up probe kills. You didn't see the big explosion that would indicate that the harass is working. And another dropship on the way, so he'll be able to try that again. Ooh, takes out the observer. So, it's +1, right? Yeah. Cryok just starting his upgrades. I assume Rams has not started on. He also just started on his upgrades. I'm actually a little bit surprised by that, just based on the fact that he spent so much gas on Arbiter Tribunals and whatnot. Well, he's getting recall for his Arbiter. Recall is just finishing up. Will Cryok this time around be able to defend against it? He's building a second starport? For 2-port vessel? That's... I don't know. You don't need two starports in this matchup. There's no reason to go 2-port vessel. I think he just forgot that he actually had the starports who could already build the science facility. That is my guess. Alright. Arbiter coming out. Alright, the second Arbiter coming out. And Stasis on the way. I think that another recall could be a real threat here. He has some vultures around as if he wanted to start laying mines, but hasn't quite laid them all out yet. Meanwhile, vulture drop in Ram's base. One vulture is going to go down immediately because of mines, and there is a cannon back here, so it's going to be a little bit hard for the vultures to find a nice pocket to get any probe damage, and no damage at all from that drop. Excuse me, Rams has been really good about shutting that down. He lifted off the starport. He has a starport. When's the last time you saw a lifted starport using for scout? Anyway, recall in. First few mines are going to take out 4 goons. And that's actually a bulk of the recall force. This recall was not as big as Ram's recall last time around. So it looks like this recall is going to have much different results. They're going to be able to take out some of the key tech buildings, though. And it looks like once again he might have the opportunity to take out the science facility before EMP finishes now. It's going to be cleaned up just before then. So Cryok with much better anti-recall measures this time around. Alright. Congratulations. Getting a little bit... Excuse me. Getting a little bit... he's learning a little bit about the matchup. Learning how to better defend against recalls now. Ram's getting the Arbiter Energy upgrade while Cryok is preparing to take that expo instead of the mineral only. And if he's able to secure this expo really well, it's going to be a lot easier for him to push off and not be just contained to the high ground like he was before. Not to mention that it comes with the gas, which is nice. Yeah, I'm just going to chalk it up to he forgot that he already built a starport and built dropships out of it. Anyway, unfortunately for Rams, he recalled and then recalled in his second Arbiter, then immediately lost them both. So he's now down to just a single Arbiter that was just built. The Arbiter energy upgrade is a little bit of a weird one, because it's 50 extra energy, but all the spells cost either 100 or 150, so it doesn't get you any extra spells. It's just, in certain situations, you could recall and then stasis, but that so rarely happens. The other thing is that you can, if you have 250 energy, you can stasis and then recharge up to 100 faster, because you only need to get 50 extra energy before next stasis, rather than 100. But the battles in this matchup tend to be spread out enough that it doesn't come into play very often. Well, given how these two played last time there was a macro game, the battles were definitely not frequent enough for that to come into play. So, Rams continue with his upgrades. I'm gonna have 2-1 soon. All Cryok should be getting pretty close to +2. And I think he only has 1 armory this game. Or at least if he had a second armory, it got destroyed. Rams running into more mines. Okay. So, Crack's moving forward here, and wow! That was a great EMP, hitting all the Protoss units. Not hitting the Arbiter, though, but that was not to attempt to hit the Arbiter. That was just to do a lot of damage. And now, I'm going to unsiege the tanks and start to move forward. But it looks like another recall going into the main, and oh, the Arbiter just barely getting the recall off before dying. The mines aren't in just a good enough position to tank all the damage. Meanwhile, Cryok continuing to move forward with his forces. I don't know exactly how he plans on defending against this, as there's still a pretty good number of Protoss units. It looks like 5 Dragoons, 2 Zealots. But Rams has to worry about this attack from the other side at the same time, because this is a really scary push. Rams forced to back off. He will most likely lose that expansion, but it's already mined out. Meanwhile, Cryok, with the few units that he has over in this area, slowly working his way back. Rams not able to get as much damage this time around as he was before. And now Rams expanding down to this corner expansion in kind of hidden expo fashion. Mined out his main. It has some in his natural, but it's really essentially on one mining base until this one becomes more populated. So, Zell being killed. Slow dropship hanging out over here. Apparently dropped some tanks a while ago. Actually, is that the same? No, it's not the same one. I was gonna say that was the same dropship as before, but the other dropship had less health. Anyway, EMP coming down, hitting a lot of units once again. The High Templar are in the shuttle though, so that does preserve them. Storm going down, hitting some of the Goliaths, which is okay. And oh, going to lose the dropship with 4 units in it. Yet again, we see somebody losing a dropship with 4 units in it. Or a shuttle with 4 units in it. Storm kind of whiffing on it. Whiffing on it again. And now Cryok is trying to put the stranglehold on Rams. Could Cryok actually come back after being down 2-0 and sweep it for a 3-2 victory? Or recall once again in Cryok's main, but all of his units are already there, so that attack going to be very quickly disposed of. All the Zealots running away. And now Rams trying to break through this line of siege tanks, but it's just not going to be enough. There are too many siege tanks. Crayak will be taking that out. Not that it matters because it's already mined out. Oh, this is such an issue though, that if Crayak knew about this, he'd be able to send a few vultures down, take out all the probes, and then be in an almost in a very dominant position. But because he hasn't, it's a little bit precarious. Almost mined out of the natural, well, not really mined out at the third, but almost mined out in the main, so it's just down to one base. But here comes an attack from Rams, and no vulture support for Cryok. What did he D-Matrix? I don't even know what he D-Matrix, but it's dead now. And the Zealots for Rams are able to crush through that relatively easily because of no vulture support. Cryok with an imbalanced army. Gotta have all your food groups, man. Gotta have something from the vulture food group and something from the tank food group. There are only 2 food groups in this example. Now thinking about it, food groups probably wasn't the way I should have gone. But yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. You gotta have vultures. So, looks like he stopped upgrading at 2-1. 3-1, he got the 3. And now the vultures have discovered this base, and they can take out the cannons. Rams won't be able to send over reinforcements to help this out, so while he will be able to get out with some of the probes at least, it's actually going to be quite a while before reinforcements can come and help out, try to save the Nexus possibly. Interesting. Cryok with way too much gas right now, with 3k gas. Possibly a function of him getting the, not the mineral only, but the other base. Meanwhile, there's a huge minefield. Is there an observer? Okay, there's an observer. Good. And will the vultures actually be able to take out the next? Wow, he had an observer! How did that happen? I don't know. But these vultures are going to be able to target down the Nexus before the reinforcements could get there, and are now going to head into the main of these 2 expos. Not gonna be able to do too much though. There are 3 cannons up. They're pretty good at taking out vultures with reinforcements behind. Now transferring probes across map. I'm not sure if Cryok is purposely leaving this vulture here or forgetting about it. But anyway. Rams also trying to expand to this base. He's going to take bases really across the map. Top left, bottom right. He just has them everywhere. He has the same Zealot here in like exactly the same stance as before, just guarding, which is somewhat amusing. But Rams now with a maxed army. He was up to like 3k, but just burned through it all in a macro frenzy. Cryok only at 125 and not mining too much. He just expanded to over here. He's still adding the comsat, so he's on 2 bases. But still, 2 bases is not that much. Rams is going to try to engage. As soon as those Dragoons get in range of the siege tanks, he's going to be forced to pull back. But those, a lot of those mines are so far forward that he could take out the majority of them. Very nice move by Rams, only losing a Dragoon to take out all those mines. I like that a lot. Looks like Cryok finally flying back with that shuttle that was hanging overhead. And yet again, we're going to have a recall. A double recall. Oh, actually, it was only a single recall. That was just one very large recall. The other one got EMP'd. So, just one recall, but it was but a whole healthy pot of units. And Cryok, still with only 125 supply, is going to have a bit of a hard time dealing with this. He does have a good number of tanks actually around. Recalled in a High Templar for Storm, but used one of his Storms, and the other one got EMP'd, so he's out. still doing good damage. Cryok nowhere near being supply blocked, luckily for him. Oh, there they are. Couldn't find the zealots that were attacking things still. And now Rams is going to use the final units to attack. They're still all going to be killed off, but these recalls are doing a lot of damage, and Rams has the economy to just throw away units like this. He's back up to 180 essentially, and Cryok still down at 135. Well, we're going to lose the rest of the units now. So Cryok does have 1/3 of the base. Not quite 1/3. He needs this base too to have exactly 1/3 of the map. But it's not looking good for him. There's still a Dragoon here that they forgot about. Oh, looks like these tanks are going to be able to clean it up. So, will we see a carrier transition from Rams once again? Doesn't look like it. He's still building arbiters, and I'm pretty sure Cryok is lost at this point. He is at 150 supply, which isn't horrible, but just based on the fact that he's on 2 bases, one of which was about to mine out, and he's gonna have a really hard time managing to secure an expansion over here. Is he starting to build a command center? No. He hasn't quite built the command center here, which he'll be able to float over. And no, this is going to be a turret. Scan, sees the big army. Don't know why there are no arbiters. Which is a little bit unfortunate. EMP hitting a lot of the units once again. And Croc's going to be able to push out. He does have a pretty imposing army, and that is going to give him enough leverage to try to expand here. But here comes the arbiter for another recall on top of spider mines. Actually, the spider mines did not do that much damage. So Storm, dodging the Storm, Cryok getting out of there in time. But this base is going to go down. Cryok down to a single mining base, which is quickly going to run out. So he needs to clear out these units as fast as possible to resume mining from here. Once again, another Storm taking out vultures that time. And EMP down for good measure. So cleaned up relatively easily, but still a lot of casualties for Cryok. Delayed mining, and it forced the push to pull back. Cryok down to below 120, where Rams probably maxed. Oh, 170. Okay, so not quite maxed. So, Croc's going to be able to get himself into position again. Slowly working his way down here. But the issue is that Rams has expansions over here and over here, although that's mined out, along with the 2 down on this side. So even if Croc was somehow able to get his entire force down there and take out those 2 expansions, it just wouldn't be enough. Ooh, nice stasis, managing to hit both of those. Need to be really precarious about where to put it. EMP going down though, hitting not only the arbiters but a lot of the units underneath. That is a lot of siege tanks to have to go into, but with storms and with speed lots, I think that Rams can crush Cryok right here and get himself into ISL. Oh, huge hits. Storm going down on the tank, Storm going down on the big clump of tanks, and the speed lots come in, easily cleaning everything up with no vulture support. That army was not very strong. And Cryok has lost most of his force down to only 84 supply. And really, that was Cryok's last-ditch attempt at that point. He really needed that to do a lot of damage. Even losing a science vessel. Not plural. I'm surprised that Cryok didn't try to expand during that, because he had his army in position to guard the expo. All he had to do was send the SCV down and to clear out that zealot. So, building turrets in the middle of the map as if he was okay with a... I guess he's trying to set up the wall now to be able to expand down here. And a couple of vultures are going to clear out the zealot, but still. It's not going to be enough. Rams, once again, almost maxed. Still no carriers? No, still no carriers. Rams moving in once again. Has enough energy for one stasis, gets it down. Pretty good stasis, but there's the rest of the army. Now coming in. This should be enough to clean up all the tanks here. Once again, the tanks just do not have support. Cryok still floating 3k gas, which is why that he doesn't have a lot of vultures and has more tanks instead. And it's going to be cleaned up. Moving down here just to make sure that there isn't an expo. And Cryok, GG's. Almost. So close to qualifying. But not quite. Rams manages to just eke out the series 3-2. So, still 2 more series to go. We have the left 2 ones, and the walkover. Let's go 5 next. Yeah, we're just gonna do 5. The walkovers from this group are... I actually can't read it, but it's the Canadian Terran player, Megasima. I'm pretty sure that's his name. Megasima is a walkover, and Rocky is a walkover. So we'll have LML versus Sheepdog, best of 3. Winner goes on to play TTF in the finals. Level, up 1 level, up 1 level. Leg 5. Round of 32, LML Sheepdog. So, in the top right, we have ISL3 LML. As the Teal Terran. And in the bottom left, we have ISL3 Sheepdog. That's right. And he is Purple Zerg. So, I know nothing about Sheepdog. I have never seen him play. I've never heard of him before. And on the other side, LML. LML is essentially the Protoss version of Cryok, in my opinion. They were on the same team. They're both from Germany. They're both pretty solid B players. They both play everything really standardly and don't do anything special. They both tend to not make huge mistakes that lose them games. They're kind of the same in my opinion. Alright, so, overpool for Sheepdog, pretty standard for this matchup, and LML, okay, LML's gonna put the forge here and the gateway on top. Obviously this is a really big hole. I'm not even sure if gateway is tight with the wall here. If you put the forge on the bottom, then the gateway, then it's tight on the bottom and tight in the middle. I'm not sure if that's going to be tight on top. No. Cryok might be C+. He might be. I don't actually know. I thought he was a little bit better than C+, though. He's pretty solid. Maybe he's only C+. Anyway, first lings out for Sheepdog, heading over towards LML's base. And LML... Ooh, is he gonna put Gateway on bottom? No, he's just scouting out with that probe. That's actually a really late scout for LML. Is that the first scout? No. He sent out one probe scout earlier. And now the other probe scout moving out, heading down a little bit just to try to avoid the lings. So... Well, yeah. I guess LML's gonna try to block. I don't know. He scouted his opponent went over pool, so he knows that there's like a fair number of lings out. He's gonna put a probe here to block, and then 2 probes down here. That's still not tight with 2 probes. You need like 4 or 5 really to block that completely. Is Sheepdog getting speed? Wow, Sheepdog has a lot of lings. Speed is done. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I do not like that many speed links considering how bad LML's wall is. I am worried for LML right now. Looks like Sheepdog's going to wait for the rest of the lings to come up. That is a large number of lings. Sends in 1 sacrificial ling to check out exactly what the wall looks like. Realizes it's pretty open at the bottom. It's pretty open at the bottom. Here come the lings! The lings running in! Oh, they run by the cannon, now attacking the cannon. Sheepdog wins game 1. So, turns out that wall was bad. I was right about that. Cool. And now game number 2. In the top position, we have Sheepdog, who will be the orange Zerg. And in the bottom position, we have LML as the off-white kind of peachish colors or Protoss. So, fun fact, I learned that that crayons, when they were making out crayons, and you know how there's with Crayola crayons, there's one crayon called peach color, and peach is like the skin color, and it's always the one you use to color your own skin if you're white. Originally, like back in the 30s or the 40s or whatever, that used to be called flesh color. And then sometime around the 60s they changed it because they realized calling the white one fleshed color was kind of really racist. But there used to be a crayon called Flesh, and then they changed the name of it to Peach. So, looks like Sheepdog's gonna overpool again. And LML isn't gonna bother. LML isn't gonna even bother to try to build a wall. I'm just gonna go gateway first. And what? 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 I do not know what this build is. If you're gonna go Gateway Forge, why don't you just go Gateway Forge in your natural? Because that's a much better place to put a gateway in a forge, especially if you're just gonna build a pylon out here anyway. What are you doing? Okay, you know what? What I said last game about LML being Protoss Cryok and doing everything standardly, take that back. Can't say that anymore. LML has now done something really weird. I want to say really stupid, but I'm gonna give it benefit of the doubt. Maybe it will work. I will wait till the end of the game before actually definitively saying that it is stupid, but really, I don't understand this at all. Just build a gateway at the front. It's fine. Now you're building a cannon in the natural. It's completely unprotected. There's no wall at all. You don't even have a pylon powered to, like... Okay, you could put a cannon here, but it would manner your gas. Ugh. Anyway, looks like Sheepdog is not going to try to attack it. He has an Overlord in position, so he could see kind of what's up. I'm surprised he isn't trying to do something against that, though. He really could punish it. Anyway, did he once again go for speed? Yeah, he's once again going for speed and building more Zerglings, so he is going to have an opportunity to do another run by here. Is the probe going to see it, though? Is the probe going to see more lings? No! He does see Zergling speed done, so that should be a pretty big tell. But it does not actually see the next set of lings popping out. Sheepdog has way too many minerals. Why does Sheepdog... Okay, he's starting another hatchery. He just waited way too long to do it. Finally managing to get the probe. And I wonder how many more lings he's going to get. Okay, going out now. Control group of lings to attack a non-existent wall. You're putting the cyber core as part of the wall! What is this, opposite day? You're gonna put the Forge Gateway in your base and then put Cyber Core over Stargate as a wall. I don't know if Stargate over or Cyber Core over Stargate is tight. It could be. I doubt it. Seriously. What's up with that? I have no idea what he's doing. I'm so confused. Why? I mean, if Sheepdog doesn't attack, then it won't matter. And everything will be fine. But if Sheepdog attacks, then he's boned. I think. Unless this is actually a brilliant build. But Sheepdog's gonna go 3-hatch Hydra. With a large number of speedlings to support it. And there's no wall. Okay, there's a gateway. So it's core over gateway. I don't know if core over gateway is tight. I really doubt it. And Citadel Stargate behind that. So... Okay, so really the only weird thing about the actual... Not counting placement, but the only weird thing about actual build order is that he got a fast first gateway, got gateway before Forge, and then he got a fast second gateway, gateway before Stargate and Citadel. Alright. LML now getting +1 air weapons. Probably not going to be very effective against 3-hatch Hydra. But he doesn't know that 3-hatch Hydra is coming yet. He's scouting out with the probe to try to find the Expo. But he doesn't see it. He should start to get really suspicious now that this isn't Bok or U 4-hatch Hydralisk style. It's just a straight up 3-hatch Hydralisk no lair. And Sheepdog's even trying to hide Hydralisk. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. We're trying to hide Hydralisk in the corner here. Let me just get that up. Oh, man. Okay, there we go. And now, probe sees the Hydralisks. Oh, the Hydralisks don't even catch the probe. No, they don't even catch the probe. And LML is gonna be able to hold this off. I mean, he can certainly take out the Forge and the gateway, or not the Forge, the Cyber Core and the gateway. He's gonna be able to snipe the Cyber Core before +1 finishes rather than sniping the Forge before +1 finishes. LML isn't even getting +1. He's just getting... Oh, he already has +1. He just got it really early. Or it's kind of early. It was before speed finished. Anyway, so speed and +1 both done now. I mean, having that many Zealots is going to help against the Hydralisk bust, but Sheepdog does have a lot of Hydralisks. Moving in now, what is he targeting specifically? Anything specifically, or is he just kind of moving in? I'm not exactly sure what he's going for. What is Sheepdog doing? I have no idea what Sheepdog's doing. I really think he just moved there. That looked a lot like an move. This is what he should have been doing before going in. Just sit here and attack the cyber core in the gateway and then kill shit. Would have been able to stop that DT from getting out. That would have been nice. Okay. So, DT's out, and Sheepdog sees it. He's actually... Oh, I thought he was going to try to be all fancy and trap the Dark Templar with Hydralisks waiting for the Overlords to come in. I'm not even sure that would have worked, but... would have been cool. Anyway, LML now expanding down to this secret base with gateways and cannons. There are Hydralisks here. I don't think that's enough to break, though. So it's okay to send the DT away to do harass elsewhere. One Corsair in the base, and GG from Sheepdog. Alright. We've some pretty good GG timing this series. I mean, LML, as soon as he gets lings past the wall, just quits. Sheepdog, as soon as he realizes that he can't win with his all-in, just immediately quits. I can respect that. So, game number 3, LML versus Sheepdog. This is like 5 game. So, it is being casted. Anyway, Sheepdog as the red Zerg at the bottom. LML as the flesh slash peach slash off-white color in the top position. So, PVZ on, excuse me, PVZ on destination, and Sheepdog has been going for early attacks every game. First with the Speedlings and then with an all-in 3-hatch Hydra. Early attacks and 3-hatch Hydras, both pretty good on this map. Not necessarily 3-hatch Hydra, but just general cheese on this map is pretty good. Oh, but LML is gonna beat him to the cheese. Throwing down that proxy pylon. Good stuff. Now, LML not going to be as awesome as the other proxy we saw today, where you just build the proxy right in front of the double bridge so it's impossible to miss. Because that's what cool people do. Like Rams. He's cool people. What? Sheepdog gonna do the same build he's been doing. Overpool. And LML's going to 2-gate it. Now, it can be kind of it's tricky with a 2-gate, a proxy 2-gate like that, with a 9-9 proxy 2-gate, because when Sheepdog gets, he's gonna have out 6 lings immediately because that's what he's been doing, and he can send a couple of lings just to try to attack LML. And then it becomes a really hard micro battle for both players, really, because there's a bigger battle going down at the Zerg's base with the majority of the Zerglings and all the Zealots. But over at LML's base, there's also a bit of a micro battle between the probes and the few Zerglings. So it can get difficult. And ooh, Sheepdog picked a terrible game to only build 1 set of Zerglings. Oh no, Sheepdog. Oh, the one time that he doesn't build 6 Speedlings is the game that he gets not proxy 9-9 gated. So, he sees the Zealot, shits his pants a little bit, and He could try to block the ramp. I don't know what blocking the ramp would really do. And oh, you really gonna follow up with cannons? Are you really gonna follow up with cannons? Sheepdog is smartly canceling that hatchery because it was not going to live for very long. Oh, but loses the probe anyway. He doesn't have a forge though, which is the concerning part. Is he gonna throw it down here? No, it's for shield battery. Excuse me. The shield battery. The proxy shield battery. What? Proxy shield battery? Really? LML with some interesting decision making this series. I think I'll leave it at interesting as the best adjective to use in this situation. I don't even know. Oh, do it! I so want to see Sheepdog build a creep colony here so that he can build a sunken colony here. Just extend that creep. That'd make me happy. Sheepdog has a lot of extra minerals, so he needs to throw down the in-base hatchery. He's gonna let him get out a lot of extra zerglings to try to deal with it. Meanwhile, LML building a core back home, so he'll be able to incorporate some goons in. Is he still building zealots? I assume he is. Ooh, no, he's not. He's not building zealots. Well, I guess he really wouldn't have an economy if he did. Alright, man. Now you just gotta wait for the creep. You gotta wait for that spreadage. Just like one hex at a time. And it goes in kind of a oh, damn it. It was going in kind of a pattern there, but not quite enough of a pattern. But yeah, he totally is going to build a sunken colony there so that he can get another sunken colony out here. Just put that shit right there. Oh, you can put it right there. That's even better. Oh, but here comes the zealot. The zealot sees the creep. The zealot knows what's going on. Dude, man, this is how I play campaign. This is exactly how I play campaign. Just creep. Nothing but I don't build a hydro stand though. That's cheating. Just build sunken colonies, man. You can do it with only sunken colonies. I think this is the first time. This may be the first time I ever see a sunken colony attack a shield battery. If he builds another one here, of course, because that one won't quite reach. It's not a siege tank or anything. No, it actually doesn't even reach the pylon. Okay, it's fine, man. You can put another one here. Oh no, you can't actually build here. So you can only put another one here. But the Hydralisks are pretty much going to do exactly what the sunken colony would have done, but are going to be better at it because they can move into position. That was so unnecessary. That sunken colony got exactly one shot off on a zealot. And that was it. Did nothing for him. That's the best part. Oh, alright. Sheepdog breaking out now. What kind of defenses does LML have back home? He has a lot of cannons. And is going to lose that Overlord, and he's transitioned into like almost a normal game, although he hasn't expanded yet. But he's kind of transitioning-ish. Oh man, okay. Well, LML's finally gonna lose his proxy. He does have Corsairs out though, so Sheepdog needs to be pretty careful with his Overlords. Only has Hydralisks to defend, and they're kind of have to be used offensively at this point. Surprised the Overlord just didn't go for kills. I guess it wants the scout, but might as well go for kills. Why? Okay, there we go. Didn't understand why you had like 6 larvae just sitting there, but now it's okay. LML supply blocked because he lost his 2 forward pylons. Now, well, he has an expo up. Has a good number of cannons and zealots to block both of the ramps. Oh, but Sheepdog! Cause it's never too late to mine out the minerals. It's never too late to mine out the minerals, man. Gonna come over here. Gonna mine them out. Here comes the rest of Sheepdog's army to help out with that process. There is a probe to try to tickle the drone. The drones can shoot over the mineral patch, but hydralisks are gonna make it so that the drones can't do jack. Oh, and he has 2 drones mining for double mining action. Get those minerals down twice as fast. Dude, just don't mine out the minerals. If the cells are gonna stand that close, just let them die. And of course, they're still getting hit. Alright. Now resuming mining on the minerals. They're actually cannons morphing in, so he kind of has to go a little bit faster now. I don't actually know how many minerals there are, but he has to be getting close at this point. He has 2 mining. Oh no! They're not mining! Are they mining? I don't think they're mining. Oh, okay, they are. They're kind of mining. I think he's having that same issue that the Zerg was having earlier today, where they can't quite see up all the way, so that they're not mining effectively. So you have to keep manually clicking on the mineral patch every time they finish, and the cannon is actually going to be able to finish in time. Wow, that didn't work out at all. And he's going to lose an overlord. Man, that was terrible. All these hydralisks, they just have to like duck their heads and like walk home in shame. They're like, "Aw, our super awesome plan didn't work. Darn it, guys." So it's still 2 base Zerg versus 2 base Protoss. These hydralisks are not going to be able to break over the ramp. There's a robotic facility placed pretty far forward. Is it for Reavers? Yeah, it is for Reavers. I don't even know why LML's going for a Reaver defense at this point. He really doesn't need it. He can just throw down a... Like, me, I think that those 7 cannons... Yeah, 7 cannons and 6 zealots should be enough. Okay, I really do think LML is overreacting to this, because the double bridge just damages it so much. If he had just sent the zealots to help out, would have been enough, I think. So many of the hydralisks gone for Sheepdog. So, yep, there's a Reaver coming out. That's certainly going to make that too much for Sheepdog to break. Huh. What is he gonna do? What is he going to do? Of course, they're coming down to see that there's a 3rd here, but LML's playing so defensively, he's not gonna be able to attack anything for quite a while. Still no lair. Oh, okay, lair just started. Yeah, lurkers would be kind of helpful, especially if you're gonna set up a contain like this. Wow. So it looks like so as a recap, proxy 99 gates into proxy shield battery into sunken rush the proxy into 1 base hydralisk attack into relatively standard game. That makes sense. That's a totally reasonable chain of events to take place. Yeah, that's not crazy at all. And 2 Reavers. I really don't think 2 Reavers are necessary. Unless you're going to build a shuttle and like fly out with the 2 Reavers. I don't know why he's playing so defensively. Templar Archive's just starting. So Templars are pretty... gonna be pretty late. It's kind of weird to think about, but like this game, it's at like 12.5 minutes now. At the 9.5 minute mark of Ram versus Cryok, Ram's already had arbiters, and LML It's at like 70 supply. It's kind of weird how different the matchup looks, given the given the race, and given the odd openings that can happen. So, hatchery started at the natural. Gonna be going up to 4 hatcheries and a 5th. Oh no, spire. So yeah, like almost transitioning into normal play from both players. Lurkers is just finishing up, getting a spire. Probably will not be for Mutalisks, but for Scourge. And he did get a shuttle with 2 Reavers in it. Oh man, he's letting that get so far ahead of the rest of his forces. I am scared for him. He should be scared, but I'm gonna be extra scared. Yeah. Okay. So, shuttle with 2 Reavers, handful of unupgraded zealots, neither speed or attack, and 3 damaged Corsairs. Okay. This could be a good attack. I mean, it all depends on how well he uses the Reavers. And, well, Sheepdog hasn't really had a good chance to set up a Sim City. Doesn't have any lurkers. Oh, he does have a couple lurkers at this base, but not a whole lot. And no obs out for LML. Oh, shit! He killed that Ursidon. You see them Ursidon chunks. Murdered that thing. There's probably actually a practical reason for that, because if he lands the Reaver here, then the Ursidon could actually, like, block Scarab shots. But he killed Panda Bear guy. And nobody likes the guy who kills Panda Bear guy. Clearly, LML just made himself the villain of ISL3. Alright. So, LML, just like as slowly as possible, working his way up here. He now has 2 High Templar added to try to help out here. Oh, get to it, Scourge. Does he have more Scourge on the way? Yeah, he has another set. I'm wondering if is he trying to bait out the Hydralisk? Because that's what he's doing. He's just getting the Hydralisk to come out. Sniping 1 High Templar, sniping 2 High Templar. Is going to cost him most of the Hydralisk, though, but still, good job getting the Storms. There are still 2 more High Templar, though, so not that good of a job. Wait, did he get... He got Reaver damage upgrade? Really? Alright, fine. Reaver damage upgrade. Why the hell not? Scourge coming out. Gonna take out the shuttle, because he only has 3 Corsairs. Alright, well, the Reaver is slowly going to pick away at the hatchery and finish it off. And the rest of the drones are just going to come back and start mining away from that base. I think LML is eventually just going to be able to take this out, but she's taking such a long time doing it, and meanwhile has no map presence elsewhere. This base is going to go down pretty easily. Taking out, taking out the cannons. But LML now moving forward to clean up the rest of this. He's going to be able to pretty easily sweep down and take out this expansion. It actually got canceled. Now, is Sheepdog actually going to try to mine out the minerals to save himself? That'd be kind of funny. But no, he's just going to try to hide the drones back there if he can. The Corsairs will, however, see their drones back here if he wants to go and try to kill those. Oh man, if you thought LML was moving slowly before, he does not have a shuttle anymore. Oh no, the Reavers! Reavers caught out in the open by Mutalisks. Oh, so sad. A little bit of Corsair support coming too late, but no Archons, no Dragoons, no High Templar, no shuttle. Just Reavers. Walking around in the middle of the map, man. It's bad. It's actually a pretty nice move by Sheepdog. To take those out. Now moving forward with the Hydralisks, but LML just has such a bigger army than him. He didn't need the Reavers. He really didn't need them when he first built them to defend. He was perfectly fine defending with the Cannons and the Zealots. But now, Sheepdog's gonna try to engage, getting a pretty good angle on this, but not good enough. There's just so many more units for LML. Storm going down, killing off some of the Hydralisks. That storm was much better, killing off a lot of the Hydralisks, and more storms and more storms. And Sheepdog loses LML. Moving on to the next round, 2-1 in a pretty lolsy series. Alright. So, the next series, one level up, round of 16 is going to be LMLTTF, the Battle of the Alphabet. All we're missing is TEH, but I don't even pronounce that like alphabet. I say te. So, in the top position, we have LML as the purple Protoss, and in the right position, we have ISL3 TTF as the peach slash off-white slash flesh color Terran. So, pretty fair for the flesh color player to be the Terran. That makes sense, right? Most of the units are fleshy color. Alright. Man, there are a lot of Terrans today. Because we've already casted a TVT and 2 or 3 TVPs. I think 3 TVPs. But in all the TVPs we've casted before, the Protoss player is actually a Terran player in disguise. So today is just like Day of the Terran. Enjoy it, because it's never happening again in ISL. We will never have this many Terrans. Dude, that's actually funny. Crimson Halen is reminding me of Johnny 23, where when we were having discussions, discussions in the thread about the format of it. And people were saying about how they liked or didn't like the qualifier system. Sale was particularly opposed to it. And he was saying about how, oh, I don't like the system because if there are enough walkovers, then Johnny 23 could apply. It could qualify. And when he was talking about it, I thought Johnny 23 was just like some really random dude that's just like generic every name, like John Doe or XX Predator Killer XX. Just like a generic name for a person. So I was saying, like, look, Johnny 23 is not going to qualify because Johnny 23 is terrible or whatever. Or something to that effect. And I was talking about Johnny 23. But then, like, 4 weeks later, I found out Johnny 23 is a person. There's, like, a guy in C rank or D rank team league whose name is Johnny 23. And then I felt bad because I was talking about a specific person and not just a generic person. So if Johnny 23 is watching, man, and you specifically remember me calling you out a month ago, I am sorry. So, LML, not doing anything too spectacular. Going Zealot first, though. It's a little bit interesting, gonna put some early pressure on. And TTF is going to see it. So should know what's up. He also sees the Cybercore spinning. So knows that there's the goons on the way after that. Meanwhile, TTF looks like he's going to go for a siege expand. so playing it pretty safe. But he doesn't have, he has his, he has some Marines pretty far forward to try to deal, with the early Zealot from LML. But TTF is proxying, and that's the more important thing. What is he proxying? We have no idea. This is a pretty common proxy spot on this map. Pretty much the best one, really. And, oh, wow. LML canceled the pylon. Oh man, that's a revolutionary concept. Canceling a pylon when they discover your proxy that fast? If only Jongbi could learn how to do that. Maybe he wouldn't have lost so humiliatingly. Spoilers, 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 but I'm assuming everybody already watched it. Because it's after the sale rebroadcast. That was sad. It's like, why would you do that? People who have no interest in watching that series and want to know what I'm talking about. Jongbi proxied Flash, and Flash totally discovered it. But then Jongbi just kept doing it, despite the fact that he had even... the pylon was still warping it. He didn't even have any stuff behind it. And at that point, you just go, no, cancel it. You've lost. Just accept the fact that the proxy's not going to work and just work from a deficit. Don't keep trying to proxy. Anyway, TTF is trying to move out with his tank marine force, has vultures and mines on the way. And LML has already lost a couple of goons, so this attack's going to be pretty strong, just because LML doesn't have a lot behind it. LML going Robo... I guess this is a product of him messing up with the proxy, because he went Robo, he went Gateway then Robo, and not a Reaver, but instead an Observatory, so just like insanely fast Observatory. Anyway, this is the issue when you don't have a lot of Dragoons, then Terran's able to push all the way up here, and this is a really sticky situation for LML. He needs to micro very well to avoid losing too many probes here, or not getting, not letting mines to do too much damage. He loses all of his Dragoons though, and there's still a single Marine and a tank left over. Are they going to be able to get some of the units on the way out? Yep, getting at least one probe. Ooh, LML trying to get a surround on the Marine, but it's not working out very well for him. Picking off a lot of probes here, not to mention all the Dragoons that LML's already lost. And TTF sacrificing that Marine, just trying to buy a little bit of time so the tank can get to a safer position. He's rallying in more, a tank and a vulture. I'm surprised he hasn't had more vultures to reinforce. That's the idea of this push, is that you attack and then you just constantly supply with vultures, but really he hasn't. This is the first vulture that that's actually come up not with the main push. Here's another one though. He's gonna give him a chance to lay down mines, but LML has super fast observers, so mines aren't gonna do jack shit. LML got this shit covered, man. But the siege tank is going to hurt. And LML trying to march forward. Still taking mine hits, but I think that was on purpose to try to drag the mines away. And now there is only a single siege tank. LML needs to step forward again, and he does. So it looks like LML will be able to hold this off. Probes surround the single vulture to take that out as well. And TTF is going to continue to rally in vultures. Might as well, as long as your opponent has so few units out on the field. You can still try to get a lot of probe kills like that. Alright. Leg speed. It's a rather fast leg speed from LML as well. Just leg speed off of 2 bases. And pretty soon off of 2 bases. At that. About halfway done. And, ooh. He got in with the vulture, but was not able to do any damage, unfortunately. Where's the building? There it is. A pylon. So, LML LML is just barely poking out off of 2 bases compared to TTF, who is already setting up a third as Terran. And a third Terran base before a third Protoss base is really bad for Protoss. He needs to expand very quickly here to not fall too far behind. Meanwhile, TTF is going to continue to rally in Vultures to try to put on even more economic damage. But that first attack just did so much, cutting down on the goon numbers, cutting down a lot of probes. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Anyway. LML loading up a shuttle with 4 zealots. He doesn't have a big enough army to really do an attack. I don't know what he wants to do here. Hiding the shuttle on top of that ridge so the vultures don't see it. Good move by him there. And will the vulture get by? Yes, the vulture barely getting in. As soon as another goon pops, those are going to be taken out. I might be able to get a probe killer too. Oh, apparently the zealot can't get in. No, only getting one single probe. And where did that shuttle go? Shuttle. Shuttle, found it. Maybe he has enough to do something. TTF has a lot of siege tanks right now, and it seems like he could try to drop it. They are spread out as if to defend against that kind of attack. But maybe? Maybe? Vulture coming back around to stop that expansion from going down? Alright. Well, it looks like TTF, after getting a fast 3 base, is just going to turtle up hard, building a wall out of depots and turrets and academies. But here comes the shuttle. There should be enough turrets here that the shuttle's not going to be able to do very much. Almost losing it, as he can only take one more shot, or he can't take one more shot. If he takes one more, he dies. So LML needs to be really careful to not lose all those zealots for free. Meanwhile, yeah, this little LML can do. I was surprised that he decided to build the shuttle and go for a push. I think he should be more focused on expanding at this point. Anyway. Shuttle's just kind of chilling out here. There's a turret there. The shuttle doesn't know about that turret, but he can kind of just assume. Eventually he'll get up enough shields to take 3 more hits, but... Anyway, attack coming in the front. And here comes the shuttle, only managing to get off a single zealot, or 2 zealots before dying. And now, zealots getting in among the tanks, but not enough of them to do a lot of damage. And now the goons have to try to break past the wall. The siege tanks are a little bit far back, though, so a lot of them are not in the engagement necessarily. And the SCVs being pulled, the command center being lifted. That command center actually going to be sniped. Looking pretty close. SCVs being pulled to repair, but mines blow them up. 300, 200, 100 being repaired. Low! Gut gets down. So LML is actually able to break that. TTF trying to be fancy and spreading out his tanks, but spread them out just a little bit too much. And, well, is able to get the observer. Loses a command center, that's the big issue. And now TTF is just going to expand to this 4th, but the way his defense is set up, he's not going to really be able to defend it very well. Alright. TTF still trying to poke in with the vultures here. I like how aggressive TTF's being, even though they aren't doing a whole lot of damage. The only thing that he's not doing is laying... Well, he's laying mines in the base. It's kind of weird just seeing so much not visible map, so much of the fog of war in the middle of the map, because Terran hasn't laid mines. But he is using his mines. He's just using them either at his own base or at his opponent's base. So I can't really fault him for that. Alright. What are the upgrades looking like? TTF only with one attack upgrade. Doesn't have the starport or the science facility, so could only get one armor to accompany that. And LML's upgrades are no upgrades. Does he have a forge? He does have a forge, but he hasn't started anything. Threw down Templar Archives and Stargate, so Arbiter Tribunal soon. TTF continuing with the harass of the vultures. Very pro-gamer-esque in that. Pro-gamers always having their vultures out, constantly trying to get in, because eventually you will. And he's, and I really applaud that. I like that a lot from a Terran player. Alright. Well, it looks like TTF is going to be able to get his army into a better position and defend this base. That's not going to be a problem. Well, still waiting for that Arbiter Tribunal. Kind of surprised to not see it yet. LML doing some mine clearing. Good use of the units for this time of the game. And looks like he's preparing for a bit of an attack. Is TTF going to be able to defend against that much? There are an awful lot of speed lots in back there. He scans it, but doesn't actually see the majority of the army. And while he has a lot of tanks, there are not a lot of vultures there, so I think the speed lots could end up doing a lot of damage. There is a good minefield in front. Meanwhile, still kind of a weird game in that it's 4-base Terran versus 3-base Protoss. Alright. Well, there's finally the Arbiter Tribunal. LML still pretty money poor at this point. Now just setting up a 4th base. But almost mined out at the main. He has pretty low probe saturation at his bases. That could have something to do with the fact that he's running out of money. Alright. So here on the vultures again, coming in from this side now, up and around, but still, LML's keeping all of his units at home, so that big of a vulture attack isn't going to really work out. I think a couple more mines to deny an expo there. And I do believe that, maybe not, I think that the vultures came up and saw this and turned around, but possibly not, as no damage has been done to any of the pylons. Ooh. Ooh, those are very nice mine hits. Doing a lot of damage to all the zealots. And still killing 4 of them. Good stuff. Oops. I think that Dragoon's actually going to kill the pylon off. I'm pretty sure that pylon doesn't block the expansion. Right? He's just doing this on accident. Maybe it did. Elmo's still not going to be able to build expansion there because there are spider mines, but... EMP almost finished for TTF, and Science Vessel's already out on the field. TTF essentially maxed at this point, still about 20 supply ahead of LML. And unlike... unlike the Rams games on this map, the Protoss player has not taken the majority of the map and have expansions anywhere. LML stayed on his 3rd, and TTF is going to stay on his 3rd, and it's really going to hurt the Protoss player in the end. Speed Cell is coming in, but no, not quite able to connect, and they were a little bit late. So the Dragoons bore the brunt of that attack. dropping Siege Tank and a Vulture behind this base, stopping LML from mining from here. And now the main is gone, so down to just 2 mining bases. Meanwhile, engagement in the middle of the map, TTF is getting pretty aggressive at this point, as he does have a maxed army, so he can afford to be. Still relatively bad upgrades, just 1-1 for this late, but the LML is worse with no upgrades at all. Good stasis is going to help out in this battle a lot, but there are just so many siege tanks, and LML's outnumbered to begin with. It's now 160 supply compared to something else. LML GG's, and TTF takes game number 1. Wait, spoiler? Oh. Okay. We're good. So, moving on to set number 2. And LML has a bit of an uphill battle ahead. Top position is LML as the red Zerg. Bottom position is TTF as the orange color. First game in a while we haven't had that fleshy color. Now LML, okay. Because the proxy worked out so well last time, let's just do it again. LML moving down for another proxy. Will it be a proxy 9-9 gate? Will it be a RAM style proxy of just kind of one gateway and then kind of casually do what you normally do in a really weird thing? Will it just be an immediate proxy shield battery? No. I think you have to build a gateway before you're allowed to build shield batteries. Oh. Well, he's putting it in a different spot this time. That's nice, in case TTF was able to see his replays. Maybe he didn't like the spot of the last one. His opponent discovered it too quickly. Huh. And just like Rams, he's gonna keep his probe moving around, just kind of dancing a bit. Huh, and it is just going to be a single gateway. No, I really doubt it's gonna be a single gateway. That's like a 7 gateway? It's not even a 9-9 gate, it's like a 7. That's not a real thing, is it? It's the 7 gateway? Alright, throws down the pylon to block the barracks from going down and then immediately cancels it. So that means there's not going to be a wall here. And I wonder if he's going to throw down 2 gateways or if it's just going to be 1 gateway like Rams. He has a lot of money. Well, he's making a zealot. I guess if you're just going to go for the 7 gateway, you do need a lot of money as a filler. Oh! Okay, that's where he's going to use his money. He's going to put a pylon in the base and put a shield battery there. At least I think it's going to be a shield battery. LML. Mr. Shield Battery, I guess. Trying to do damage that SCV, preventing it from getting the barracks up, but it's not going to quite work. Is it going to be shield battery? Throw down the shield battery, man. Do it. Yeah! 2 games on destination in a row. Proxy shield batteries. This one even more bold as it's not in the natural, it's in the main. Let's see it, man. This isn't gonna work out. The Zealot's trapped. Oh, but the shield battery's gonna finish. Yes, shield battery finishes. Zealot's able to replenish his health and get out of there. And now the next Zealot comes in. The shield battery showing why it's awesome, man. Couldn't have done that without the shield battery. Oh. And these SCVs are just kind of like blocking the pylon. I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to do, but they're doing a good job of keeping the Zealot out and really not damaging anything. I don't even know. He went 7 gateway with no follow-up. Except for the shield battery, obviously. But was it really worth it? Was it really worth sacrificing that other gateway for a shield battery? I don't think LML really thought out this proxy. Because something doesn't make sense. Doesn't even have a pylon back at his base. I don't know what he's going to do. Well, shield battery's down, so even if he brings another probe, he has to rebuild that as well. And the Zealots are managing to get in there and attack the Marines. I don't know why he would lift the barracks, but he did. And now there are 3 Zealots to attack a bunch of SCVs. I don't know, maybe TTF isn't as good a position as we originally thought. Building a bunker back there, he's not mining with anything. He should really be mining. Okay, there we go. Now mining. He's gonna lose that supply depot. That's gonna supply block him. Holy shit, is this actually gonna work? How did this work? I don't understand. Everything was going so well, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. Well, the bunker does cover everything, and the SCVs will be able to repair it. It's not like these Zerglings that'll completely surround it and prevent anything from being built there. And, well, there's a cyber core, so, yeah, I think LML's got this. He's actually, like, evened up the SCV count. I'd like to try to count. It's 11 supply, 3 of them in Marine, so 8 SCVs. Yeah, 8 SCVs for TTF with a 9th one building compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. So almost even. Protoss with a slight economic disadvantage, but has tech in that it has they have a cyber core. Not to mention a much bigger army. It's 13 supply compared to 18. And now the Zealots are going to try to focus down the barracks. Oh, there is an SCV repairing. He needs to pull more SCVs to try to help out. There's only 1 Marine shooting, though. Alright. He bought more SCVs, or more Marines to help out. The gas here, but that's really not going to do anything at this point. And what? Maybe it will do something, because TTF is proxy factoring! Dude, you're not in a good enough position to do a proxy factory. You need to try to not die right now, not go on the offensive, right? Right? I think so. Well, he's gonna focus down the supply depot. That's gonna supply block TTF once again. He's rebuilding a supply depot down there, but that's not gonna be covered by Marines. And he needs to get a supply depot up so that he can build his proxy vulture. He's actually supply blocked. He can't build it. Oh man. LOL did a really good thing by sacrificing his ult to take out the supply depot. He doesn't even know it. And here comes the Dragoon. Why is the Dragoon not helping? There we go, getting the Dragoon in here. And now these Zealots can actually attack the supply depot. The Dragoon will keep them safe. I don't know why you went for proxy. Why did you do this? I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, if he gets 1 vulture back there, then he could kill every probe. But that's... Maybe he felt he just needed to go for a really big gamble at this point, and that was the solution. I don't know, he's still supply blocked at 15, but he got a vulture out. It all comes... Oh, he's fucked. Oh, man, he's so screwed. You can't break that, man. It's just like 1 vulture, just gonna shoot at a pylon for an hour. Oh, man. Oh, that's so sad. Isn't this just like the saddest thing you've ever seen? It's like a vulture and SCV desperately trying to take down the pylon so that the vulture could get in so that Terran won't lose the game. He's still supply blocked at 15. But you know what? LML doesn't have anything to defend this. They are actually going to be able to take down that pylon eventually. And is building a supply depot. He's building a supply depot so that Protoss cannot put a pylon here and remake the wall. Oh, that's just mean. Why do you have a probe out here? That probe would be much better off mining. Well, range is done, so now they can attack the bunker. It's actually going to cost TTF a lot to repair that. And no, he needs to attack the right one. Okay. He wasted like 3 shots on that, though. And here comes the Dragoon. Okay. Okay, now the attack's over. TTF kind of needs to complete that supply depot to not be supply blocked, and just barely not able to get in. LML with the cheese. Oh, that was good. That was good. Okay. Now the question is, do we say that LML won that with a proxy shield battery? Because really, the shield battery didn't help out a whole lot. It was really like the follow-up after the shield battery. But can we say that's like, yep, he did go proxy shield battery and he won the game, so therefore he won with a proxy shield battery. Oh boy. And that's only game 2, man. What do you do as a follow-up to that? Is Elmo gonna play standard? Or is he just like tilted and just going to cheese 3 games in a row now? Possibly 3 more games in a row. No one knows. Except for TTF and LML. They probably know. Anyway, TTF, Green Terran. LML, still the red Protoss. And he hasn't sent out a probe yet, but it's not too late. He could still send out a probe. Oh, no. No, that probe's coming back down to mine. Okay. So, no proxy 9-9 gates. No proxy 7 gate with a shield battery. We might have a standard game. TTF was able to win on the map that was mostly Protoss favored. LML was able to win on the map that was mostly Terran favored. So, kind of resets it in that regard. As with the Cryoc Rams game, I still think that Protoss has a bit of an advantage, given the map pool. I like these maps for Protoss a little bit more than Terran. Anyway. And so far, everything is standard. It's not too late to proxy a Robo, though. Could do that. TTF's gonna scout out. Wouldn't be surprised if he headed right up to scout out that expansion just to make sure that there's no cheese over there. I'm pretty sure he took a funky path. I don't think that's normal. I think they cut through the middle and go up. Maybe that is normal. Pathing. And TTF just scouting out. But he will see that LML is playing a normal game. Getting the gateway, getting the cyber core. No zealot first this time. Just gonna go for the straight goon. Meanwhile, TTF getting the barracks, getting the refinery. So, well, if it's another standard game, I have to favor TTF. Because TTF looked pretty solid game 1, and LML did not. But we'll see. Alright. Alright, what is the next building going to be? Ooh, this probe. It looks like he's coming down to hide something. It'd have to be a pylon. Unless he's scouting just for proxy factory. That's also a possibility. Oh, okay. I was about to be like, no way. Is the probe actually gonna leave and then TTF immediately throws down a proxy factory? That'd be amazing. But no. TTF is making the factory in his own base. We'll get siege mode and do the normal push. All that fancy stuff. Whoa, it's a zealot. Oh, that's a really late zealot. Because he had started the core before the first zealot, but I guess he's just going to delay that goon quite a bit and get, he isn't going to delay range, but he is going to delay the goon to get the zealot out. That's what happened there. Now the Zealot's moving in, TTF failing to micro at the beginning there, losing 1 Marine, and now he only has a couple. First Zealot could try to snipe the tank. Not a whole lot he can do, though. 3 Marines are going to be pretty hard for the Zealot to deal with, especially with proper SCV escort. And TTF should be able to micro this, though. Alright. And, alright, nice micro, nice micro. Taking out that Zealot, good stuff. Oh, okay, we got proxy. Don't worry, everybody. You thought this was going to be a normal game? No! LML says no to that, man. We're proxying goons. I assume we're proxying goons. It could be Templar. He has a lot of gas, but I think it's just going to be proxy goons. LML. Alright, this is how you're supposed to micro, LML. You didn't do this last game, and that's why you lost. You just need to do that more. I think you didn't need a proxy, but no. LML's gonna proxy. Still pretty sure it's goons, but not entirely sure. He has such a big reservoir of gas, it's making me a little bit nervous. But no, okay, he's making goons. And oh, is TTF actually going to go down this way? He's following LML, so LML could accidentally lead TTF into the proxy. But no, okay, LML heading back up, diverting attention, that's what he needs to do. A 1 goon heading forward, taking out both of the mines. Hopefully TTF doesn't realize that was on purpose. And now making more goons. How many goons will he wait for before moving? He's not waiting for any more goons, he's just going in immediately. And Tau Cross is a map without a ramp, so going for lots of goons at the beginning can be really effective on this particular map. LML is smart about his proxying, varying it specific to the map. And the Vultures are going to try to sneak out, gets one of them out, the other one takes a hit, but that goon should... No, not quite finishing it off either. How much longer until goon range is done? Goon range is finished. So these goons should be able to hit some stuff here. Alright. Yeah, moving forward. But the tanks... Yeah, the tanks have siege mode done. That... I have to think that puts an end to the aggression from LML. He's just gonna stand there and take it like a champ. There we go! It's like, oh shit, my guys are being attacked. I should probably move back. Man, I really hate this cheese. I just think it's a bad cheese overall. It's not like I hate it because it's so unfair or so stupid or something like that. I just hate it because I don't think it works. Then it tends not to be the most fun of cheeses. But LML is going to double expand behind that. So I guess if he can like stall the Terran enough, then he can get up to 3 bases and try to restore his economy. And maybe not be too horribly behind. But it's not looking like that. Rope facility on the way. Need to get those obs. Alright. I'm not sure why he's hiding a probe down there. Okay, now moving out with the probe. And an SCV coming to scout out. He sees the Nexus just finishing up. Doesn't actually scout into the base though, which is a little bit of a mistake. But he should know exactly what his opponent's trying to do. It's just a matter of how does he want to react to it. Oh! The Vultures moved out! Okay. The Vultures moved out and the SCV wasn't finished repairing, so it actually tried to follow. But he fixed it. And now with so many of LML's forces at the front here, these Vultures could do some good damage here, picking off 1 probe. There are 2 Dragoons to try to defend, but he can get a run by on them. Oh, getting trapped by the probes. Unfortunate. But good positioning for the mines. The observatory still needs a little bit more time, and the Goon running into one of the mines. The Goon running into the other mine, gonna lose it. And the Vulture's gonna force a lot of the probes back. It might have been a little bit of an overreaction from LML. I think he could have just... He would have lost... He's going to lose a couple probes anyway. He might as well just wait for the goon, but... Alright. TTF's starting to add a lot of factories. Looks like he's going to just play it passively for now and kind of let LML get away with the triple expand, go for a little bit of a stronger push later. But LML might be in position to defend against it a little bit later. Is he still producing guys out of his proxy? Yeah, why the hell not? Gotta use them proxies, man. Gotta wear them out before they die. Alright, well, hear it. Not exactly sure what that was. You know what? Okay, here's my question. SCVs have 60 health. Marines have 40 health. It costs the same amount to get an SCV and it costs the same amount to get a Marine. Why can't we just put the Marines in SCV suits? Then they have 60 health. You just like vastly improved the health of all your Marines. Just put them in SCV armor instead of Marine armor. Even put them in medic armor. That'd be fine too. Just don't give them healing abilities. Why would you not do that if you are the general of the Terran forces? Yet another mystery of StarCraft. So, this is going to be really annoying for LML to try to deal with. And, ooh, even dropping a Vulture in the main. LML going to try to take it out with probes, Dragoon Escort to help out, and outbuilding a shuttle. But the Siege Tank is going to be able to stop mining from here for a while. He does have vision of the high ground, but it's not going to help out a whole lot. The Siege Tank can still do a lot of damage. He's going to have to wait for a shuttle to come out of his own, and I don't think he's going to quite be able to take down the Nexus before the... No, not going to come close to taking out the Nexus before the shuttle comes out. Anyway, TTF now starting to push out with its huge tank force. LML going to lose the proxy gateways. So sad. And LML has a completely goon force at this point. There are no speed lots, so he cannot deal with this tank count. And now we get to see, well, TTF delayed the push, wanted to go for a little bit of a later push, gives LML a chance to defend, but this is going to be so much stronger. Can LML hold this off? He's now coming in with Dragoons from both sides. That was a huge mine hit, hitting all those Dragoons. And oh, so many goons dying. So many goons dying. Only a few make it out for LML. TTF still has a good chunk of his force left, and he's going to be able to A-move across the map, get into position, and start shelling down LML's third. Meanwhile, still trying to take out these gateways as the SCV wants to expand here. But LML really needs to worry at this point. How is he going to hold off the tank? Oh, the tanks. LML should have speed lots or something. He has a shuttle, but nothing in the shuttle. Alright, goon bombs. Let's do this. Goon bombs can be more effective than zealot bombs, because vultures are really bad at killing them off quickly. But they're also worse because they're goons. So, there's a reason they're supposed to be zealot bombs. I'm surprised that TTF isn't getting a little bit farther forward with the majority of forces. I think he's just a little bit too scared of the shuttle right now because he has so many unsieged tanks just sitting here. Now taking out mines that are a little bit close for mine drags. And now he's sieging up with the majority of his forces. He has his vultures underneath. And why'd you drop it there? That's not where you're supposed to drop it. You're supposed to drop it on the tanks. Not trying to splash an SCV to death. Maybe that was his goal, just to splash the SCV to death so the turret couldn't finish. That'd be kind of a weird goal. Right, here comes the draw. Okay. Yeah, that's why you normally use Zealots, so you don't die in one hit. Oh, man. Dragoons, man. Can't do anything right. So, LML's lost his third, now down to just 2 bases. He was able to clear that up with the shuttle earlier. So he is mining from both of his bases, but still trying to set up the mineral only down here, but that can be easily taken out by some speed vultures. TTF, unupgraded at this point, just getting +1 weapons now. That's a little bit late. He was focused so much on getting his factories up and going for this huge push. Why is there a dropship over here? I'm not sure why there's an empty dropship in that direction. Huh. Anyway, LML finally did figure out that Zealots work pretty well with shuttles. Yeah, we'll take out that last tank. And even able to take out this turret. That was nice. Random Marine going to find this expansion, so LML will not be able to expand here either. Should probably attack the probe. There we go. And things are not looking good for LML at this point. He's almost mined out at his main and has lost the third. Not going to be able to get the fourth up. Meanwhile, TTF has is very secure on 3 bases and now getting a 4th base with a pretty nice supply lead. 151 to, oh wow, 86. That's better than I thought it was. Getting close to double. Now once again in position, preventing LML from thinking about restarting a 3rd base, and he's just going to slowly work his way forward until he gets the contain at the choke. There's so little LML can do at this point. Unupgraded units. TTF even has Goliaths out so that the shuttle cannot do the same shenanigans it was just doing. He could A-move. I think he is A-moving. No, he's not A-moving. He's still going to siege up. Vulture's not in front, but there aren't enough Zealots to actually get to the siege tanks to do huge amounts of damage. Does a little bit, but just not enough units. GG from LML. TTF takes game number 3. So, proxied and it did work. Proxied then it didn't work. Is this? I'm guessing that's supposed to be Sniper Ridge. So, in the top position we have TTF as the yellow Terran. In the bottom position we have LML as the white Protoss. What variety of cheese will we see today? Remember that LML is the villain in this story. He did kill Panda Bear Guy during his cheesy game versus versus the Zerg earlier. I actually can't remember the Zerg's name. It's a Russian Zerg. And it's a Russian Zerg with like an 8-letter name where the 8 letters are actually 2 words that have just been pushed together into one word. But I can't remember it. It was all lowercase too. I like it when they're all lowercase. But I cannot remember his name. Yeah, it was something about... There's something with sheep in it. Sheep... But I don't remember what what was after the sheep? Oh well. Well, after the series, we're gonna go back to the bracket, and then we'll find out what his name was. Anyway, TTF. Looks like TTF getting the barracks again, and is he gonna get the refinery? Probably. Yep, getting the refinery once again, but this time building a forward wall instead of the backwards barracks really close to the main like he had been doing. And going to go out with a much earlier scout. So, looks like LML was going to go for the same kind of weird timing again, getting the core and then a zealot, which significantly delays the first goon, but does allow you to, but doesn't delay range. I wonder if that's an indication that he's going to do the same kind of thing again. Now, Sniper Ridge doesn't have as many good places for proxies because there's so much unbuildable land. If he was to try that same kind of 4-gate thing. Okay. So, supply depot, there's the factory. Gonna get siege mode behind that. Ooh, okay. LML is gonna mix it up again. And this time going for a very fast robotics facility. Probably going to be for fast reavers. I would be surprised if he went for ridiculously fast observers. Although in the first game, he did go gateway, then core, then robo facility with observers. So, could be possible again. Last time it was after a failed proxy, but who knows, man. And there we go. Okay. So I'm gonna see from Reavers this game. Needs to do some good damage with them, otherwise he will be significantly behind. Well, TTF will be throwing down the eBay kind of soon. With the timing, he still has time to do that before he's really in the danger zone of not having anything to defend against it. Because just Marines would be kind of bad, as Marines are pretty easily picked off by the Reaver. So, shuttle out, Reaver on the way. Excuse me, you kind of want to start the eBay right about now, but LML going for a standard FD push. Is he not going to get the eBay? Ooh, he might not get the eBay. Okay. TTF should be a little bit suspicious by the fact that LML isn't moving out. And yeah, TTF is actually going to just pull back with all of his units and not go for that push, going to keep them all at home and now getting an engineering base. So good diagnosis of the fact that LML hadn't moved out as an indicator that he shouldn't be attacking. And wow. What an asshole shuttle, man. Like, the Reaver spawned on this side, and the shuttle made the Reaver come all the way around and then past the Robo before picking it up. What a jackass, man. Clearly the Reaver has an eating disorder, man. Can't you help him out a little bit? Anyway, TTF keeping all of his Marines right at the front. Gonna be able to put a lot of hits on the shuttle. Drops one zealot to try to detract some hits, possibly, and now dropping mines, but he's putting the mines all by the SCVs. Oh, they could have been a lot more SCVs down. Only losing 2 so far. Now 2 more. That was a very nice hit, killing lots of Marines and SCVs. There's still a zealot left. No, no more zealots left, but still the Reavers there, and that's what really matters. Nice hit on both of the tanks, and again hit on both of the tanks. That tank is only 1 more hit. Nope. Targeting the excuse me. Targeting the turret that time around. There's just 1 tank left. It's now being repaired so that it can take 2 hits. But still, this Reaver's doing a lot of damage at this point. I wonder how many kills it has. We can't see because he keeps queuing up Scarabs. But even targeting supply depots, going to supply block. Oh, wow, not supply block LML. It was a long way from supply blocking. But he needs to be really careful. It's almost out of health. Just stay away. Alright. Is he going to try to drop it again, or is he just going to go home? 14 kill Reaver. Glad I was able to click on it before it died. But still, 14 kill Reaver. Some of which... 1 tank, a couple buildings. But mostly Marines and SCVs. So very effective. And here comes yet another Reaver. He went double Reaver this time around. Just to get back into the action as fast as possible. But that Reaver was horribly ineffective. Ouch. Didn't even get a single kill and loses not only the shuttle but also the Dragoon and the Reaver. Anyway, loading it up with another Dragoon Reaver combo. And now LML needs to be a little bit careful here because he's attacking with all of his units. If TDF just like attacks with a handful of vultures, LML's not going to have anything to defend against it. He only has 1 gateway, so he's not going to be producing things very quickly. And yet he's still continuing to go with the Reaver. He's expanding, but at the same time he's almost all in with the Reaver, getting speed shuttle as well. Oh, there's really there's a point of diminishing returns with that Reaver, and I think he's past it. Where every time he goes, he's just going to get less and less. And it's hard to get less than you did last time you attacked. I'm going to try to attack some supply depots again. Might be able to supply block his opponent. 2 tanks coming in, though. The Reaver should probably be focusing on them instead. But nope. He managed to take out 2 supply depots. Opponent and supply blocked once again. Now dropping the Reaver behind, but it's going to eat a tank shot. And, of course, it's going to dud. Yep, no damage. But the tank shot only took off some shields. So, speed is done. Ooh. Bad transfer timing. The probes are going to make 1 round back before they can actually start. And... Alright, LML now with a double Reaver. Producing... That's Reaver number... I don't know which Reaver number that is. It might be Reaver number 5 making. Something smells really weird where I am. I wonder what my neighbors are cooking. It doesn't even smell good. It just smells weird. Alright. So, yeah, he's gonna have such a hard time finding spots to hit as there are siege tanks placed everywhere. He keeps trying to drop in places, but gets hit by siege tanks every time. He's gonna drop in the natural. Nope, there are 2 siege tanks there still. He could... No, there's nowhere he could go. There are 2 base siege tanks here. Now, really, every time he drops a Reaver, he's just gonna be immediate tank shot. Wait, what? He's building an observer. And not building anything out of this robo facility, but building a second robo facility. Double robo? Double robo all the way across the sky? What does it mean? I don't know what it means. I am very confused at this point. Seriously, double robo, huh? Just gonna go mass slug build. Massed armored slug build. Oh! You heard that right? He killed the cacao! There was like a... He was almost justified in killing Panda Bear guy, but now he's killing pterodactyls. And not even saving his own Nexus. God, I hope they kill the Nexus. That'd be hilarious. Nope. Okay, coming in. But seriously, dude, LML just hates nature, man. Alright, he's building lots of Reavers. He's not even building more shuttles. He has 5 Reavers, 2 shuttles. My brain hurts. Could it be because I've been casting for 8 hours? Maybe. But I think it's because he has 5 Reavers. It makes so little sense. What are you gonna do with 5 Reavers? Like, how is that going to work? Tanks are really good. I don't know, man. Dude, I think LML read the Blizzard guide. Because Blizzard has a guide and it tells you how to play online. And the instructions are hilarious. And it has like a counter. It has like strategies. And probably one of the strategies was, Reavers are really good, you should build them. And LML's like, okay, I'll try to do that. Like, the counters are the best, man. Because it's like, what's the counter to Dragoons is Dragoons and Reavers. It's like, what does that, why? Alright, well, now we get to see the beauty of his mass Reaver style. I think he already lost 2 of them. Because both of these shuttles are empty, and he only has 2 Reavers on the ground. But he did manage to save that base. God. So many Reavers. So many Reavers. Like, this is almost... I'm trying to think if this is the game with the most Reavers I've ever seen. And I know I've seen PvZ games where it gets late game and the Protoss player just builds 4 Reavers at each base. But if he keeps building Reavers at this rate, we're going to eclipse that. And he keeps going. Oh, God. I thought that was another Robo for a second. Oh, man. Dude, okay. We're getting to the point where it almost seems reasonable that TTF is going to have like 10 Reavers, and then he's going to recall 10 Reavers into his opponent's base. And it's just going to be like 10 slugs and like blue dots flying all across the screen. And they're all going to dud simultaneously. It's going to be hilarious. Oh man, seriously? He has 7 Reavers. 7 Reavers with 1 more on the way. That makes 8 Reavers. I don't even know, man. Also worth pointing out, he's building another shuttle. Because 3 is not enough to handle all that Reaver. With some Zealots. There's Zealots too. You know what? I think that's a pretty plausible explanation. That LML hasn't figured out that this is actually passable terrain. And he thinks that this is an island map. I think that's more reasonable than anything else I can think of. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. I like that. Also, the person who said he's drunk. That would make a lot of sense. Because this is drunk play right here. Goddamn 8 Reavers. 8 Reavers is pretty drunk. From GTF's perspective, he must just be confused at this point. It's just like, how do I deal with this? What do I do against that much killing power? There are so many of them. Dude, I want to see him like really tempted to go Wraiths. If it was StarCraft 2, he'd go Wraiths right now, because that's just a game based all around hard counters. And he'd hard counter the shit out of this and go Wraiths. But this is not StarCraft 2, so that wouldn't quite work. Oh god. Oh god, he's getting a Stargate into Templar Archives. Maybe I wasn't so far off when I jokingly said he was going to recall in 10 Reavers. That actually seems legitimately possible right now. Really stupid, but possible. Oh, please. Please do that. Make my day, man. Where's the Arbiter Tribunal? Where's the Arbiter Tribunal? I don't see it yet. He keeps making gateways, but I don't see any of these gateway units. Oh, okay, here's some. I just see more Reavers. Okay, how many Reavers does he got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Reavers and he stopped. Okay, 9. 9's gonna be the limit for LML. I don't know what you would do with these. The vultures see it. You can try to get Goliaths into position to snipe. There's a turret up here, but the observer sees it, so he probably won't run into the turret. Okay, good. Not gonna run into the turret. Mostly not gonna run into the turret. Is he in fact going for Arbiters? He is in fact going for Arbiters! Oh man! I'm so psyched. Maybe he's discovered secret properties about Scarab shots. And Scarab shots don't make any sense. So it would make less sense if they were able to hit units in stasis? Maybe that's how it's gonna work. TDF's built a ring of turrets everywhere, so I don't know how LML's actually gonna be able to attack things. Unless he recalls in Reavers. That would work. Dude, actually... Was that in the guide? I can't remember now if recalling in Reavers was actually a strategy that the official StarCraft guide says is pretty good and you should try. It says that Reavers with shuttles is better, because then you don't have to go up 2 tech trees, but I remember it talking about it, like, as a possible thing that existed. And we might see it today. Getting Arbiter energy. Could be for recall, could be for stasis, we don't know yet. We just have to watch patiently. We just have to watch patiently. Is he making more Reavers? No, have to keep checking to make sure he's not making more Reavers. I still don't know what TTF does at this point. I mean, he's maxed. He has 1-1. I assume he's getting 2-2 now. Yep, getting 2-2 now. Does he push out against the Reavers? I have a feeling like if he just ignored the Reavers and just attacked, he could win. Well, we're gonna find out as he's moving across the map. Arbiter on the way. It looks like we're not gonna quite see if he's able to get it. Alright, here come the Reavers! The Reavers! The massive Reaver drop! They're not getting any shots off! Okay, we're getting shots off now! The Reavers are doing shit! The Reavers are actually killing things! That actually worked out reasonably well. I mean, he lost all of his Reavers, but there are more Reavers coming up as reinforcement Reavers. Reavers upon Reavers upon Reavers. But now, LML's lost everything. Still has 1 Reaver left, though. Huh. Okay. That didn't work out. Okay, that worked out pretty badly for him because he lost all of his Reavers. It's just like now they're all gone. He's not making more. What was that the plan with the Reavers, man? Just to kind of like stop Terran for a moment before immediately remaxing? What? What? I don't even know. I don't even know. He still has a lot of shuttles. The shuttles aren't going to be able to do very much. TTF is now starting to get pretty far ahead of him in supply. Flying shuttles overhead to track Goliath fire, I guess. There's not really much else he can do with them at the moment. Looks like he may just barely be able to hold this off. Not quite yet, but he can bring in more reinforcements. He is, like, technically on more bases than TTF is. Because LML is just, or excuse me, TTF is just getting 4 and 5, where LML is on 4 all along. But he doesn't have a lot of gateways, because he's been building too many Reavers. Dude, I didn't check. Did he get Reaver attack? Because that would be the most hilarious thing, if he got 9 Reavers and did not get Reaver attack. And now we'll never know, man. Because he doesn't have any more Reavers for me to check on. Oh. Damn. I almost want to time 16 after this game's over. To find out. I think I'm going to. I think it's worth it. Because TTF's about to qualify for ISL here. Yeah, this is looking pretty bleak at this point. The Arbiter's getting sniped by Goliaths. All the Zealots and all the Goons going down, and TTF is just going to slowly be able to push over. Oh, he built another Reaver. Okay, he did get the Reaver attack upgrade. Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you, TTF, for building one last Reaver. One Reaver to prove the worth of all the other slug peoples. And prove that they are not just completely worthless. Will he avenge his brothers against the mighty horde of siege tanks? Oh, the siege tanks! They can't see the Reaver. It's invisible. Oh, well, now it's fine. Never mind. It almost worked out for him, man. GG. TF1. The siege tanks couldn't see the Reaver. They were in range of it, but since they didn't have vision, they all turned their turrets as if to fire. But just the way that the kind of weird, I'm going to show you if units are attacking you, fog of vision thing works with scarabs meant that they could only see the Reaver for a brief instant and not enough to kill it. So, TTF qualifying for ISL3. We have another Terran. Apparently he's a race picker though, so I don't know how much he plays Terran. But he plays Terran at least somewhat. And now we have one more series to cast. It is the bottom left one. It will be Cashew versus Sprint. I believe that's Sprint and not Spirit. No, that's Spirit. So Cashew versus Spirit, because Probe is eliminated, or Probe didn't show up. And then Spectre also didn't show up, so winner will go on to play Cozy. Okay. Cashew, man. Pretty easy bracket. Come on, man. I want to see Cashew qualify. Game asking me what bracket is next. I don't know if I helped him by sending it after already announcing it. Okay, round of 32. Cashew versus Spirit. According to game, Cashew's been actually training now, and he's going to get back in shape, and he's going to be awesome. Theoretically. We haven't seen it yet. Because Cashew has not looked as good as he once did. But, here we go. In the bottom position, we have ISL3 Spirit. As the yellow Terran. And in the top position, we have the underdog hero of ISL2, who had an amazing performance and had a lot of fun doing it. The comeback kid, Cashew. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm being told that there are walkovers. Well, wait, if there are walkovers, then how will I know which one is the person who lost? Okay, look at Cashew's build. Oh, right. Oh, fine. Okay, I gotta clear this shit up. Figure out what's going on. Look at his pretty drones mining finals. Okay. Okay. Alright. So, getting confirmation on some walkovers in the finals. But that is for the finals. So, no walkovers during this. Cashew with the early drone scout. And going to drone scout into 12 hatch. Bakuyu style, just to make sure that it's going to be safe. Wants to try to scout out his opponent as fast as possible to see what's up. Alright. So, I need to reset the score. Now, I've casted some in Cashew's games, in Nation Wars and in Gambit Cup, since ISL2, and it's pretty clear he wasn't active. But as Game said, apparently he's been really training, because he really wants to have a good ISL3 showing. And I want him to have a good ISL3 showing. Cashew is one of my favorite players. But I can't quite believe it until I've actually seen the games. Because I've heard a couple times that Cashew is looking really good, quote unquote, and then nothing came of it. I want to see something good out of him, man. I want to see something good. I really want to. Because even when he was inactive, there were still glimpses of some really cool play he had, where he did certain cute things, or certain really nice flanks, certain really nice timings where it's like, wow, it's a really talented player down there. But then he messes up his macro or something, and just completely fucks it all away. But apparently he's fixed all that. Alright. So, Cash is moving out with his first few lings, but they're pretty late lings because of the 12 hatch. Surprising he got up to 8 already. Is he getting speed too? No, not getting speed, but building 8 lings. This is a little bit odd. Ooh, more than 8 lings. That's ling number 9? No, okay, these are 7 lings, and that's ling number 8. Interesting to see him build those extra 2 lings. Normally, 12 hatching players will just build 6 and then stop. Cash building that extra set. Well, not really a lot he can do. Spirit's not even going to bother to build a bunker there. He feels confident enough with his marine count, and nice play by him to not build unnecessary things. Throwing down a lot of barracks is behind that too. Seriously, there's been a lot of Terrans today. I'm pretty sure every set of casted today has been a TVT, a TVZ, or TVP, except for one, which was a ZVP, if I remember correctly. That's so weird. Why are there not more Terrans? Well, I know why there's not more Terrans, but it's weird considering that there aren't more Terrans. Anyway, Cashew has his 3rd hatchery. Put it up, kind of hiding it over here. Little bit cute. If Spirit scans down here, he won't see the creep, so he might not know that there's a 3rd hatch. No reason not to try to hide it like that. Meanwhile, ooh, the Spire started there too, so he's hiding both of them. And Spirit really has to scan like right here to be able to see him. So, possible advantage, but doesn't cost him anything to do that. I'd like that kind of stuff. Anyway, Spirit going for a very fast 4 racks, but it's a 4 racks without +1, which is a little bit odd. This is just going to be a very strong attack with mostly Marines, and now bringing up the medics. Wonder how much he's has. I'm wondering how many SCVs he cut, because it's still going to be a pre-Mutalisk attack, but it's of almost double strength than the normal pre-Mutalisk attack, so he had to cut SCVs somewhere along the line. Stim has just started, and now here come the Marines. Cashew going to see the front of it, but he's not really going to understand exactly how many Marines there are. Anyway, he has 4 Sunkens going down. That's going to be... yeah, I don't even know if that's going to be enough. It's going to be a good amount. Could quite possibly be enough. Maybe with extra Zerglings it could be. Anyway. Oh. Move the screen again. Trying to line that up. Excuse me. Still not lined up at the top. 5th Sunken going down, and the Mutalisks have popped. So with the Mutalisk and the Sunkens, it should be enough to hold it off, but at the same time, Cashew really needs to be very fearful of sending his Mutalisk out to harass, because I'm not sure 5 Sunkens are enough. It's very close either way. Looks like Cashew moving out, trying to intercept some Marines that are linking up, and realizing that there's going to be no more reinforcements to help this. Or at least not yet. There's another pack back at the base to help defending against the Mutalisks, but there's still a okay number of turrets. Not that many turrets, though. It's looking like a rather strong build from Spirit. I like it a lot. His economy isn't that horribly hampered, yet he has a really strong timing attack and is going to be able to defend against the Mutalisks. Alright. Well, he's not making any progress here, so all those other Marines are kind of going to waste, in a sense. I mean, he hasn't thrown them away, so he'll still be able to use them later, but he did cut something to be able to get them. Well, Mutalisk coming in now. There are not many turrets defending the mineral line. The other turret was up here defending the Marines, and now Spirit's moving all of his Marines across the map. He's just going to ignore the Mutalisks to a large extent. Very few Marines back here to try to defend. He's gonna go for a really big bust with all of his other Marines, as these Mutalisks do huge damage, taking out a lot of the SCVs before the other ones were pulled, and now stopping that starport from completing. But here's the Stim moving forward with the Marines, and it should be enough to take out all the sunken colonies. Cashew's pulling his drones. He's bringing in some Mutalisks to help out, not microing the Mutalisks, just sending them in to all be slaughtered mercilessly. That wasn't even worth it, because the Marines in the back weren't even helping against the sunken colonies. He was just giving the Marines in the back something to shoot at. And now Cashew flying back with his Mutalisks to try to help out, but there's so many Marines left over. This is what I meant by Cashew needs to be really careful about moving out the Mutalisks, because this could happen. And oh man, the natural's gonna go down. Everything in the natural going down. All the Sunkens, more Sunkens being placed at the top, and Lurkers. Oh, Lurkers still so far away from being done. It's not gonna be in time. There is another base over here, which Spirit could be trying to attack, but he's not. All the medics are leading the charge up the hill, and they're going to be cut off from the rest of the Marines. Unfortunately, he A-moved up, so the medics just kind of moved all along without the rest of them. And is that going to give did that buy Cashew enough time, though? His antics at the ramp. The Sunkens have finished, the Lurkers are getting close to finishing. Spirit doesn't have much else. Oh, but he found the Overlords. That's going to be a lot of Overlord kills. Unfortunately, he can get this one, too. Oh, Cashew. Going to be supply blocked. And this one as well. Oh, that's so unfortunate that Cashew had his overlords just hanging out there. And the mutes are going to try to come forward to save the last one. And with enough Hydralisks and Lings, and yes, he will be able to finally stop that attack from Spirit. But what did it cost him? He supply blocked at 59, lost his natural, lost a whole bunch of drones, spent so much on those sunken colonies which died. He did get some good harass of his own with the Mutalisks, but nothing to that extent. Now getting +1 armor for the Marines and a second eBay, so he's going to stick with the bio and not go for a mech transition. It's a little bit interesting considering how much players favor mech on this map. Well, Cashew isn't horribly behind in supply. It's 58 to 67, but a lot of Cashew supply is not in drones, it's in attacking units. He does have very nice saturation at his main though. Because he did manage to pull some of the drones out. He didn't just immediately lose all of them. So, all's not lost for Cashew, despite how good that attack looked. But I certainly wouldn't say he's ahead. Nowhere close. Alright, well, with the lurkers out and Spirit still a bit of a ways away from anti-lurker stuff, Cashew should be safe for the time being. Spirit needs to rebuild a nice army before moving out again. Okay. So yep, double eBay, getting that 1-1. I believe it's 1-1, not 2-2. Yeah, getting that 1-1 should be pretty soon. Repositioning that factory makes it a little bit easier to macro. And Cashew's going to use lurkers on this map. A lot of players like the lurkers the same way they like siege tanks because these high ground ridge support them so well. But Spirit's just going to avoid them, go around the other side, and attack these two weaker expansions for Cashew. 3 lurkers and then 3 sunken colonies to defend. That's not a lot for a siege tank along with a science vessel. Siege mode is done clearly, so that's not going to be an issue. Interesting building a turret that's far forward. That's to detect for lurkers if Cashew was to go for some kind of counterattack. And I don't know why he bothered to use his irradiate if he was just going to bring the tank in anyway. So that's a little bit weird. But doesn't matter. Here comes all the Marines. This base looks like it's going to go down too. Lurkers and Ling coming from the back, but those Marines are going to kill him off so fast. Spirit just micros correctly. Doesn't take too much lurker fire. This is going to be a great engagement for him. Yes, one more lurker down, another lurker down, but losing a good pack of Marines, he couldn't quite micro them back far enough because the hatchery was blocking him. Now the siege tank is going to be lost to the lurkers, so the Marines are all on their own, and Cashew will finally clear this up, but losing yet another base, along with a lot of lurkers really in that attack, and maybe even a good number of drones too if he puts them behind like he should. There we go. But only 2 Marines left, so probably not going to be able to get too many more kills. Still, a lot of good damage done. Scourge coming out, going to be able to get that last science vessel, as there are no defenses for it. Hopefully he only uses 2. There we go. Happy to see that. Wouldn't want him to waste a bunch of Scourge. Well, Cashew does have a Queen's Nest, and Hive hasn't quite started yet. He's rather poor at this point, and essentially mined out at the main, which is a really weird position for Zerg to be at this stage in the game, but he was oversaturated there for quite a while. Still has that natural, and trying to re-expand to take these bases again. Going to be on 3 bases pretty soon after the main mine's out. Meanwhile, Spirit hasn't expanded, which is slightly concerning, but at the same time, he doesn't have the best SCV saturation, so he still has a bit more time to go before he really needs to expand. And explains why Spirit doesn't have as big of an army as you would expect. And despite the fact that these attacks are going so well, he cut enough SCVs at the beginning of the game and didn't really replenish. As you can see, the saturation's still pretty bad. That he's actually about even in supply, just ahead by 10. Here comes Cashew for an attack, and this is going to be a great attack for him. Lurker's all in with the Marines, doing a whole mess of damage, but the Marines do back up in a pretty timely manner to get most of them alive. But it doesn't matter, too many Lurkers for Cashew, and the Scourge come in to clean up the Science Vessel as well. So Cashew, all of a sudden, ahead in supply, not looking so horribly out of it as he just did a little while ago. He's reestablished his bases, he's up to 4, and Terran's only on 2. Could Cashew come back? How did this get damaged? Oh, with the Mutalisks, that's right. Small Marine force with a medic to attack this base, but there is a Lurker and a Sunken Colony, so that should be enough to hold him off. Oh, it looks like they're just going to take the Sunken Colony and try to run through. Don't want to deal with that other Lurker, but a lot of Speedlings coming up for Cashew. Is Crack done? I'm not even sure if he has Hive. That does not look like Crack. No, Hive is not done. And now Cashew actually has a pretty nice, no, not that nice of a supply lead. Spirit just macroed, so instant 10 supply. Oh, but as you can see, a lot of the lights are out on these buildings. Nothing from the starport, nothing from the, not getting any more upgrades for the Marines. Just getting a bunch of Marines and tanks, and that's all he can really afford. Now finally expanding here, so Spirit will have a third. It looks like he transferred all of his drones away from his main. Natural almost gone as well. Oh, it looks maybe he transferred all of the natural because those are not fanning out at all. Meanwhile, Cashew going in for an attack, trying to take out, trying to take out Spirit's third. Could very well quite work. It's going to be very hard for the SCVs to transfer through all that Lurker field. All that Lurker field. Oh, so much SCV carnage. Just a few of them managed to get out of there by the grace of their +1 armor. And Cashew's going to deny that expansion. Wow. Wow. What kind of high tech are we looking at right now? I assume Crackling's done. Defiler mound finished and 3 defilers just popping. Looking like a pretty scary army. For Cashew, now taking even a 5th base because he has lots of map control. And Spirit's really strong attack is now really coming back to hurt him. And it looks like he's forced to destroy the missile turret so that he can try to expand up there instead. Now that's a more common 3rd base, and I'm surprised he didn't go for that one first. But this might be a game-ending attack from Cashew, as there are a good number of tanks. He has even factories in the front here, but that swarm is just going to be too much, and there are so many cracklings. Cashew also has pretty good upgrades with 2-1, or 1-2 technically. And oh, not the best of engagements, kind of coming in single file line, allowing, he's going to let the Lurkers take a lot of damage before getting him into position, but he has so many that it might just not matter. Swarm's going down, and that's the really swarm, oh, that's not where I wanted to click. That's the swarm he needed. Getting his Lurkers in among the siege tanks, and now he can take them all out. Trying to irradiate some of the Lurkers down, but he won't be able to irradiate all of them, and GG Cashew. Showing the rationale that some players have when they don't immediately GG. Because things looked bad for Cashew, but he just kept at it. Stabilized and punished. So, game number 2. Cashew versus Spirit. Oh. Cashew had a great comeback. This is it, man. He's returned in form. That's the proof we need. That was the sign of Cashew's return. In the top position, we have Cashew as the teal Zerg. In the left position, we have Spirit as the off-white Terran. And the map is going to be Aztec, so a pretty good map for Cashew here. Let's see if he's able to work his magic again. I'm not sure if Spirit could have done that attack better. Because pretty much he executed exactly how he wanted it to, and it's not as if he made a huge mistake in doing it. It's just that Cashew was good enough with the defense. And it's kind of like, well, not a lot I can do to punish that. I'm going to do my attack, and if you manage to defend it, you manage to defend it. So I wonder if he'll try it again, or if he's going to try something a little bit different. Alright. Apparently we're organizing grudge matches in my chat. That's interesting. I don't know what somebody has done to grievously offend another person, but I seem to find myself without a mod once again. I bet Game's watching. Yeah, Game's technically around, but I don't know if he's actually watching or if he's just tuned in. Which, I was about to say shoutouts to the people who turn into my stream and don't actually watch it. Because... But then that wouldn't work out because nobody would be watching, so it just fell on deaf ears. But shout out to those people anyway. Because they're artificially inflating my viewer count. And that makes me feel like a special person when my viewer count is artificially inflated. I'm pretty sure that was a 12 pool from Cashew. Going to once again get out 8 lings. So, I wonder if he'll be aggressive this time. But normally, Zerg players only build more than 6 when they want to put a lot of pressure on. We'll see if he's able to do something like that this game. So... Spirit saw the lings coming. He's gonna try to block with SCVs and Marines, as is customary. But on a reverse wrap map, it's gonna be a little bit harder than normal. And ooh, sends the lings in the wrong direction, unfortunately. So it gives Spirit a little bit more time. Probably gonna be able to get out actually 2 more Marines before the lings get there. Maybe even 3. Which is really going to put a damper on it. Very unfortunate for Cashew that happened. Still no speed though, so he's not really committing too much to this attack. Just going to build 8 lings. I wonder if it's more of a psychological thing to play with his opponent. Because when an opponent sees 8 lings, they immediately go, oh, something's wrong. He's doing something weird. I should panic. Anyway, oh, Spirit moving out at just the wrong time, and now the lings are going to get in there, getting a very nice surround in Cashew. Cashew has an opportunity to do a lot of damage here, getting a surround on most of the Marines, only 1 of them left, and it's going to go down as well. Now 5 lings in the base for Cashew, and Spirit has to find something he can do with the SCVs. He's bringing them to try to block the Zerglings away from where the Marines will spawn, but he's losing a lot of SCVs in the process as well. Oh, that was such a bad timing for Spirit to move out. Cashew abused it so much and, excuse me, abused it, took out all the Marines, taking out SCVs now, and is he going to rally in more Zerglings? No, he's just going to stick with the Zerglings he has. And yet able to take out more Marines, takes out 1, possibly another one, yes, gets a second one. So, Spirit's going to go 1 Rax FE, but it's going to be a pretty late expansion. just because he had to play it even more defensively, and he does not have a lot to defend it. That's a significant amount of Marines lost, and it's going to make it that much harder to defend against Cashew's Mutalisks. We'll see how well he can micro, but things are not looking good for Spirit at the moment. Alright. Well, Spirit's going with a double supply depot wall. Try to block off at least a little bit to any more lings that try to come in. And Cashew is now building some more lings. Those are rather delayed, though. It's giving Spirit enough time to fix any holes in his defense. So I'm a little bit surprised by Cashew's late decision to go for lings. I'm not exactly sure how to rationalize it. Well, speed just finished, so I guess he just wanted to go for another speedling timing, and he's going to run in the majority of the lings into the base. Looks like only 3 of them died and managed to pick off a Marine on the way before getting all into the SCV line. And gonna stop the Academy from finishing. That's a very nice thing to try to slow down. His Mutalisks are going to be on time, essentially. He might not have as many as normal, but if he's able to kill the Academy, yes, the Marines will not have their upgrades by the time the Mutalisks get here. Maybe just Stim, but still, a very nice job taking out that Academy. And yeah, if Cashew can't finish off the game with lings, which it looks like he's lost enough that he won't quite finish it off, the Mutalisks, I do not know how Spirit's going to be able to defend them. Lots of very good damage. So, how many Mutalisks is he going to be able to make at the same time? He actually does not have many minerals. 1... Ooh, only 2. I guess he really did sacrifice a lot of Mutalisks. I guess he's supply blocked? I'm not sure why he's not able to make Mutalisks. He has the money for it, and he did have the supply, but he just wasn't doing it immediately. Anyway, double eBay under construction for Spirit? That's not a good idea. Really fast 1-1? There has to be something better he can use his money on. He doesn't even have an Academy. Okay, he does have an Academy, but he's not getting Academy upgrades. That'd be a much better use of his money right now. Okay, so he's using it on Stim instead, and now getting Armor too. Alright. This is really weird. There's a fair number of Marines to defend, especially considering that Cashew isn't going to have the biggest number of Mutalisks out. I wonder how many he's going to wait. Okay, he's going for it now. That looks like 6. I want to say 6 Mutalisks and a 7th and an 8th behind it. More on the way now, number 9. With no turrets, I don't think Spears can be able to defend. Stim is just finishing up, and he doesn't even have medics. Well, now he has medics. Trying to help with that. And it looks like Spirit is going to go for another big M&M attack with medics and Marines. +1/+1. But I'm not sure if that's going to, if he's going to get to that stage of the game, because the Mutalisks are already here, and they can do a lot of damage. Stim has finished, though, so the Marines can do a good amount if Cashew's just going to micro them like that. Micro's Mutalisks like that is. But, no, he still does manage to kill off a lot of the Marines. Now the SCVs are being picked apart. Spirit has no turrets, and that's the biggest issue right now. Does manage to finally get a single Mutalisk, but that's not going to be enough. And now just picking off so many SCVs. Alright, GG. Good luck in the tour. Cashew wins it 2-0. Alright. Looking pretty good as we go into the final game. Or final set, excuse me. Now, alright, I'll start the game and then we can talk about what's the weirdness in this set. Alright. So, in the left position, we have ISL3 Cozy. Is that how you spell cozy? No, no E in cozy. Add the purple Zerg, and in the right position. Huh. And in the right position, we have Cashew as the blue Protoss, who's already stated he's going to go roll random. Interesting. That's the Cashew we know and love, man. Plays all them races. So, here's the weirdness. Apparently, this is also going to be a walkover series. Because somebody up and quit. Oh god, another Zerg boy. Is it one of the Zerg boys I know, or is that a third Zerg boy? I don't know. I'm not sure if this is another Zerg boy. Anyway, one of the players quits mid-series. I do not know which player. I do not know which set. Okay, it's the Bulgarian one. Alright, it's not a new Zerg boy. One of the players quits. I don't know which set, and I don't know which player it is. I have been told the player that is losing the series at the moment is the one who quits. So if it's 2-1 Cashew over Cozy, and then game 4 is an anti-spoiler replay, that means Cashew turns out to be the winner. This is what I know. So it won't be a best of 5. I guess it also means it won't be a best of 4. Because, oh, alright, nice. Preventing Cozy from getting the gas deal. Apparently that's what he was going for. Or maybe trying to do the extraction to heal himself. But I guess we could treat this, given that the player is winning at the time, we know it can't be tied. So it can't be they quit on the 5th set, tied 2-2. And we know that they can't have 3 wins. So either somebody wins game 1, and then there's nothing after that, or this is actually a best of 3. So I think I'm gonna stop casting after 2 games, or after somebody wins 2 games, and this is just going to be treated as a best of 3. Unless, of course, this is the only game, and the winner of this game turns out to be the winner overall. Anyway, Cozy, with the fast spawning pool, but wasn't able to do anything with the Zerglings, now getting, hatcheries 2 and 3. Meanwhile, Cashew didn't wall correctly. Because that's not tight. So sad. Oh well, it doesn't look like Cozy's gonna go for a Zergling 1-buy, so it shouldn't really matter. Anyway, apparently, I'm going to change Cozy's text to white so it just looks a little bit better. Apparently, Cozy was a pretty good player back in the day, according to Game. He was a pretty high-level macro Zerg. But obviously been inactive recently and just coming back now. Alright. Anyway, things are still continuing on normally. Cozy's lair is a little bit late, though. As that 3rd hatchery is actually going to have a chance to finish before the lair starts. Oh, not quite. Very close. So the lair's a little bit delayed. You can get the Mutalisks out slightly slower. Alright, and Cashew's doing the normal stuff. Should be throwing down a Citadel too. He has enough money for it. I assume he'll throw down a Citadel. There we go, throwing down the Citadel. It's a little bit later than it needed to be. whatever. That's actually a really good point. Cozy's kept his APM up really high. We're past the just constantly spamming phase, and he's still at 400. That's pretty cool. Cashew hasn't been spamming in his games, or he has just to a little extent, but it falls from about 250 to 200, which is where it settled in for the last series. Anyway, looks like Cashew's blocking that pretty effectively. +1 has started, and speed hasn't quite started yet. Oh, looks like Cashew going for +1 Sares this game. Alright. +1 Sares pretty good. I actually forgot that I wasn't even supposed to cast all the qualifier games. That I was just supposed to cast like 2 of the sets, or at least that's what I was asked to do. And I just immediately assumed that I had to cast them all, and so I did. Probably explains why I'm so tired. Also because I was casting for 3 hours before Icy Cup. Casting for 3 hours before ISL because of Icy Cup. That's what I meant to say. I've been doing this for too long. Anyway, Hydralisk Den down. Ooh. Cashew loses both of his Corsairs. It's a shame. Hydralisk Den down, and the next 2 hatcheries going down as well. So Cozy's still doing the normal stuff. Could go Mutalisks, but actually he already has his nah, he just started to populate the second gas. It's a little bit too late to be going for a Mutalisk play. At the same time though, he hasn't actually gotten any Hydralisk upgrades, so possibly. He does have a pretty good gas reserve. Maybe he will go for a Mutalisk switch. If he does, that's going to play pretty well into Cashew's hands, going for +1 Corsairs, although he did lose the first 2. It's going to be a pretty big blow. Now that's weird. That's a new kind of SimCity. The sunken square. And I guess it is kind of a SimCity because it is behind hatcheries. I mean, it's not by a choke or anything. But that's weird. Anyway, Cash moving with speed lots and moving right back out with speed lots. Not going to bother to try to attack that. This expansion has a very nice SimCity, one of the best ones you can make for Zerg, in my opinion. So, Cash is not going to be able to really do anything. Cozy keeping a couple Scourge here, just patrolling, looking to snipe that, snipe the Corsair that might fly over in that direction. And ooh, Cozy keeping a little contingent of Speedlings over here. Could he possibly be looking for a backstab at some point? Nah, it seemed to be moving out now. Not exactly sure what he was looking for with that. But here come the Zealots running through. He wants to try to get past all the Sunkens and just get into the main, but a very nice drill from Cozy, a very preemptive drill from Cozy, is going to make the Zealots take a lot of damage, but Zealots are so beefy, it's not like Marines or Zerglings, and they can still get in, and a lot of them are in the main. Cozy's Mutalisks are just popping now, but these Zealots have enough time to do some damage. Will they be able to quite get the hatchery? 150? No, 137 health. Just barely not getting the hatchery. And unfortunately for Cashew, he didn't do really any damage. He killed some drones at the top of the ramp, but sacrificing that many Zealots for the attack is just, ugh. Now these Mutalisks are going to come back, and Cashew is properly cannoned up to 2 cannons at one base, 3 at the other. Along with Storm. I wonder if Storm is done. I have to assume it is. The Templar have been out here for a while. Yep, storm is in fact done. Cashew just needs to be careful to not accidentally storm his own probes. That's quite sad when players do that. Cashew really hasn't been able to utilize the +1 Corsairs yet, just because he keeps losing them out in the middle of the map to Scourge, and he hasn't gotten up to that high number he wants. Cozy expanding, taking a 4th. Interesting because of how well SimCity the other 2 bases are, and yet how unprotected that one's going to be. But ooh, good storm momentarily, but the Mules just fly out of it so fast. And Scourge getting hits on the Corsairs. Cashew still just not able to get up the Corsair numbers he needs. This is not working out well for him. Meanwhile, Cashew's secret 3rd base has been discovered with a lot of cannons there, though, so the Mutalisks really are not going to be able to punish that. In fact, I think Ghost is going to have to wait for Defilers before he really has an opportunity. Another hatchery on the way. I do not see a Queen's Nest, so Hive still a ways off in Cozy's mind. Meanwhile, Cashew's actually significantly behind in supply. Behind by 20, especially for a ZVP matchup. That's not what you want at all. Mutalisk flying in once again, but there are so many anti-Mutalisk stuff here that Cozy has to be really careful to not get attacked by the Archons, not fly for too long against the cannons. Gotta avoid the storms as well. I give Cozy credit for attempting to get in there with the Mutalisks and managing to get out without taking damage, but this is just such a risky thing to try. Meanwhile, Cozy with a large Hydralisk force, no upgrades for the Hydralisks, and other than speed and range, of course, but no attack or defense upgrades, and getting Lurkers, excuse me, on the way. Did he just? Is that just starting +1, or did +1 just finish? Okay, +1 just finished before the attack gets in. So this is going to be a pretty nice timing. The Mutalisks flying in, trying to snipe some stuff, but oh! And that's what I was talking about. There's just so much anti-air. He took a lot of Archon shots, and then the storm, losing his entire Mutalisk flock for very little. If he was able to snipe some Templar, it would have been worth it, making this attack a lot more powerful. But now, Cashew still has his Templar numbers and still should be able to hold this off. Storm's going off, killing off a lot of the Hydralisks, and they're enough down that Cozy's going to be forced to pull back. He might still be able to try a little bit here. I think he might be able to even snipe the gateway, but that was a lot of Hydralisks lost. Armor upgrade and more attack upgrades. So Cashew's going to be at 3-2 immediately. Cashew with fantastic upgrades for this stage in the game. Compared to Cozy, who's at 1-0 and researching 2-0 for ranged only. Now getting Carapace. Did +1 Carapace? No, that was just +1 Carapace just starting. So he's going to have 2-1 after Cashew gets 3-2. Severe upgrade disadvantage kind of makes up for the fact that, well, Cashew was behind in supply, but now he's ahead. He's macroed pretty hard with this 3rd base. It's really aiding that. Cozy's going to have a hard time defending that base if Cashew can manage to get that far. He needs to look for a good surround opportunity, as Cashew doesn't have the largest of armies. So it seems like he would be able to get a surround, and there are a lot of lurkers on the field. Does Cashew have observers? I don't remember seeing one. Ah, there is an observer. So, but still, Cozy can get a really nice attack going here. If he spreads out his lurkers, Storm going down, and oh, the lurkers are all clumped up, so a lot of damage, and the Archons are going to be able to clear out the rest of the lurkers. Oh, big storms going on down on the Hydralisk as well. All the lurkers have died, well, most of the lurkers have died, and Cashew is going to be forced to pull back, but he's done a lot more damage than he's taken. Nice engagement. More High Templar coming up. And Cashew, whoa. That's a pretty bold expansion to take the middle one. It's very hard to defend if you don't have amazing map control. And I'm not sure if Cashew has that good of map control, because you need to have constant map control. You can't just have map control for the moment. I'm not I think I'd prefer him to go for the mineral only, or even this corner expansion down here, but if he's able to continue to keep this nice force in the middle of the map, and 3-2 is going to help him do that, as 3 just finishing up and 2 just finishing up as well. Well, he's sending an army down here. Maybe he also wants to take that expansion. 2 overlords randomly moving across the map. So, Cozy still with a pretty big army. What's his tech looking like? Queen's Nest done, Hive tech getting pretty close. So he'll have Hive stuff soon, but he's not quite there. Cozy still with a very nice APM, up to 420. I like that a lot. And here comes the attack. Cozy with a huge army moving in. Cash is going to get some good storms off, though. Very, very good storms carpeting those Hydralisks. So many Hydralisks down. And Lurkers, too. That Cashew's actually going to be able to win this engagement pretty handily, despite having such a smaller army. The 3-2 upgrades also help, considering that Cozy's only at 2-1. I believe he's at 2-1. Yeah, 2-1. But dang, them Templars. Them Templars with their 38 kills. All Hydralisks and Lurkers. Ooh, Cozy got +1 air weapons. Or air defense. I didn't even notice that. Anyway, Cashew moving up here. Going to clear out a few units up here, but I assume Cashew thought that there was an expansion that he could take out. Nothing doing. Now, Cozy just switching to Hive now, so as he switches into Zergling production, his upgrades are going to reset. As he hasn't been getting any melee upgrades. Storm going down, again hitting a lot of clumped lurkers. Cozy has had a lot of clumped lurkers this game, but he is more spread out overall, so able to do a lot more damage this time around. And Cashew even storming himself to an extent, killing off 2 of his own High Templar. He's going to try to retreat with a lot of his High Templar remaining. This one does have a storm, he could try to cast it, but no, he's going to be able to make it back to this base and save those 4. Very close. Cozy finally with a positive engagement. He hasn't really had many of those this game. Both players keeping their supplies relatively low. 100 for one player, 120 for the other. Ooh, and Cashew has a robotic support. Is that for an expansion? It is for an expansion, and oh god, it's another double robo! Oh no, I'm having flashbacks. Flashbacks, it was terrible. It's terrible. Actually, this is like really well organized. Look at this. Look, the right angle with the cannons. 2 gateways side by side. That's kind of funny. I don't know why it's necessary to have that many robos, though. So, Defiler Mound. Defiler Mound is done for Cozy. I don't see any Defilers. Ah, there they are. He really needs the Defilers to help him out. Wow, that's a lot of Zerglings. Sign of a high APM player there to deal with that many units. We'll see if he can effectively use them, because if you can have that great of Zergling control, there's a lot of things you can do. Meanwhile, Cashew building lots of Reavers. And Cozy does not have any siege tanks, so Reavers could be pretty effective. Anyway, gonna try to keep it with his army. Whoop, didn't mean to hit spacebar. Well, if you have the mic... Wow, that's so many High Templar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 High Templar and a shuttle with Reavers? That's so much micro that Cashew has to do. That's like more micro than Stork has, or any generically good Protoss player. But that... Oh... I think that Cashew might have overexerted himself a little bit because he needs to get amazing storms here. He has some good ones. He is overstorming a bit, but he has the storms to be able to do that. Not going to drop the Reavers, though, just pulling back with them. And yeah, that engagement did not work out for him because he casted storms over the same region. Oh, he did drop the Reavers. They just died. I didn't even see the Reavers drop. They died so quickly. But his army was, size-wise, it was pretty okayly sized. But there were so many Templar that he just could not get the storms off fast enough. And when he did, he was storming over the same region, so he couldn't use the Templar as effectively as he needed to. Another Reaver on the way, up to 4 at that base. It's going to be a very secure base, even with the Defilers out. It doesn't look like he's building any at this base. Just going to rely on DT-HT combo. I wonder why we say DT and not HT. We sometimes type HT, but you never hear a caster say HT. I do occasionally, but it's not even on purpose. It's just kind of rare. I wonder if it's like back from StarCraft days where they were just Templar, and then all of a sudden there's another kind of Templar, so you only had to, but if you want to refer to the real Templar, you just said Templar. The other one was a DT, and because that one was 2 words, then you just, you could say that. Anyway, trying to get a storm drop off. Did not work out very well. Oh, secondary storm drop. Still didn't work out. Does he have enough energy for another? No, he doesn't have enough energy for another. Pretty unsuccessful storm drop. So, looks like Cozy's trying to populate this space and has taken the center, putting some Sunken down there. So, pretty even bases. It's 6 space versus 6 space. Oh, but Cozy has taken this one. So, Cozy is a little bit ahead, depending on how he can saturate. But almost all the expos have been taken on this map. Now, with Cashew starting to take this one, that's going to be every expo except for the one that the 2 DTs are at. And they've really split the map down the middle. Alright, here comes Cozy with his huge Lurker Ling force. Can Cashew get the storms down? Getting some pretty nice storms off with 4 Reavers too. Man, Cashew, it's just such a micro-intensive army. I'm not sure anybody has that good of micro, not just Cashew. But he's trying to make it work, and it's working out pretty well for him. Anyway, Reavers now just able to park here and do a lot of damage. The Swarm does not deter Reaver shots, and oh, he isn't making any more. Now here come the Ultralisks and Overlords to come in to see the DTs. Cashew had a lot of DTs in that fight, but no, he's still going to be able to win it. He just has so many Reavers, and only is going to lose 1. My viewer count just exploded, like by 50. I wonder if it's just a particularly good game, or if some event ended. I don't know what else is going on today. Anyway, looks like DTs were able to clean up this expansion for Cozy. Should be able to come up and take out this one too. It looks like a DT already was leading the way on that, but no observer kind of made that difficult. Still has a lot of defense over at that base. It's going to be completely safe. Cozy really has not put a lot of pressure on Cashew. He did early with Mutalisks, but as far as units attacking bases, Cozy's been pretty lacking in this game. It's all just been Cashew. Anyway, Cashew still with that 20 supply lead. Neither player really getting terribly close to maxed ever. They're just constantly attacking. And what? He has a fleet beacon and he's making Corsairs? What? 10 Templar and 4 Reavers wasn't micro-intensive enough for you? You need D-Webs to help out as well? You have 179 APM, not 1,790 APM. And that's like what you would need to effectively use the units you are building. It could... Okay, it could be for +2 attack. But I think that if you're going for Corsairs this late, you're getting D-Web. You just are. Anyway, Cashew. Let's see, Cashew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Cashew has 7 bases. Cozy had 7 but lost 2 of them. And I wonder how many of these bases are mining. Okay, mined out, mined out, mined out, mined out. One completely oversaturated base for Cozy. One horribly oversaturated base that should be stormed. Engagement now. Can check out Cashews later. And ooh, a very nice attack. Oh man, a nice attack for Cozy, but the Overlords are a little bit late, so the DTs are able to actually kill off a lot of the units. And here come the Corsairs. The vast fleet of +1 Corsairs are going to be able to chase out the Overlords. And Cozy loses. Cozy loses. He had no money. He only had 1 mining base. Cashew with a very nice game. With the super late game Corsair DT. Alright, so if this is an anti-spoiler replay, Cashew has won. If not, we go into game 2. Is it Cashew versus Cozy? Is it Cashew versus Cozy? It is Cashew versus Cozy. Okay. So, this is now a best of 3. Essentially, given the information I have, we can use our awesome analytics to determine that this is going to be a best of 3. If Cashew wins 1 more, he will qualify. If Cozy wins 2 more, he will qualify. Apparently there was a drop. Anyway, in the top position we have Cozy as the yellow Zerg. In the bottom position we have Cashew, who randomly rolled Terran, possibly? We don't know if he randomly rolled Terran. He could have specifically picked Terran. Terran's a great race to have for this map. What time does KT versus Stars start? Is that in half an hour? Somebody could confirm that. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna admit I haven't been as good of a Pro League fan as I have been in the past this season because I've been casting. And something just seems unsatisfying about casting for 8 hours and then going, hey, you want to watch more StarCraft? It's like, no. I know the games are really good, but I'm all StarCraft out for the day. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna feel that way after casting for how many hours? How many hours is it now? 7 plus 3, 10 hours? I'm at 10 hours about. Oh wait, no. Actually, I'm almost 11 hours. Wow, I'm almost 11 hours. Alright. That's my new record for longest cast. So yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cashew does something pretty cheeky on this map. There are a lot of possibilities for him to do stuff. And given that Cozy didn't know that he was Terran, it might not go for the most optimal build. Basically, there are a lot of places on this map to put proxy vultures. Lifting or no lifting, mining out the back or not mining out the back. But Cashew could play it straight up. That's the other option. And ooh, unfortunate, unable to get up the ramp. Cozy's gonna block that. And oh, he just pushes the drone out of the way with 5 hit points. Able to get up and see the timing of the spawning pool. And is going to be rewarded by getting a refinery. If he attacks the SCV now, yeah, it was only 1 hit. So every moment they let go by was a lot of health added to that refinery, delaying the gas. Although we could just take the gas down here, it'd be essentially the same. But, oh, there's a sneaky SCV. The sneaky SCV. Proxy vultures. He has a gas. He's actually already making a factory, so it's going to be a second factory down here. But still, is he just going to be mining out the minerals? Or no, okay, he's just mining out the minerals. He's not doing a proxy fact. And the drone see? The drone didn't see. Oh, I thought for sure that was in vision range, but no. No, he wasn't paying attention. Oh, okay, the Lings are heading over. Are the Lings going to see? The Lings aren't going to see either. Oh, no. Cozy. Cozy missed it. And Cashew's just mining away. Oh, no. He's done going to have vultures in the back of his base. He's going to be so sad. Oh, wow, might not be vultures. Well, it's going to be some vultures. But vultures with a 2-port Wraith follow-up. That's brutal, man. Vultures sneaking in the back, followed up by 2-port Wraith. Just now throwing down the Hydralisk Den. That's not going to be soon enough. That's not going to be soon enough. And Kachu isn't even going to wait to mine out the back. He's just going to go in with the first vulture. Alright, now heading around the back of the vulture. This is the first time, of the many times I've cast Destination today, the first time that somebody was actually successfully able to mine out the back. First time since being a caster. I think this is the first game I've casted, period, where somebody actually successfully mined out the back. And here come the first 2 vultures. The drone sees it. The drone's panicking. Drone's panicking, but are there Hydralisks on the way? There's no Hydralisks at the top. He's gonna build a sunken colony to defend. But the sunken colony ain't gonna help versus them Wraiths. Drones trying to get away. Already lost 3 drones so far. Oh, he's not able to get any of these kills. Ooh, he did a lot of damage to drones, but wasn't able to kill too many of them off. Still, 5 drone kills, nothing to sneeze at. Now can sit back here and delay mining. And I hear Wraiths. Where are they? Where are they? Ah, here they are. Getting the Overlord kill. And that is rather scary right there. Why is Cozy not making Hydralisks? Cozy needs Hydralisks right now. And, oh, the Hydralisk's gonna go down with more vultures coming in from the back. Wraiths coming into the front. There's no anti-air. There's no anti-air. Cashew! Cashew with his brutal build. Oh, man. This is not good. Not good. Cozy's gonna take a lot of damage here. Those are still slow Hydralisks. Oh, speed just finished for them now. It's gonna help him maneuver around a little bit, but still clearly far less maneuverable than those Wraiths are. Now getting an Evo chamber, so we'll be able to throw up spores. Is there going to be... No! Ooh, Cashew did not go for Cloak with his Wraiths. Just went for straight Mass Wraith. Interesting. Most players will tend to go for that Cloak, and if he had Cloak, he'd be able to do a lot more damage here, as he's been killing off a lot of Overlords. Cozy supply block, 25 of 19, meaning there were only 2 Overlords out on the field. Yeah, only 2 Overlords. Two Overlords, and one of them's way the hell over here. So... I guess it's a little bit unfortunate that Cashew didn't get Cloak. Now stopping Wraith production, just switching into bio. Still going to be able to continue to supply block Cozy. 24 out of 11, and 2 more Overlords on the way. But two Overlords on supply block him. 26. No, 27. He'll have 27 supply. Yeah, I can do math. I think. Okay, he did have 27 supply. Cool. But then immediately supply blocks as he builds a single unit. Or 3. And these Wraiths are just going to pick away at the hatchery because they have nothing better to do. Hydralisks start to move across the map, but now coming back. And Cozy's going to invest so much in these Hydralisks, and then Cashew's bio follow-up is just going to be devastating. Needs to move away now. Well, Cashew still hasn't expanded though, which is a little bit concerning. He probably should have done that a while ago. Now doing it. And it looks like that Overlord is going to make it all the way home. Just barely. Avoiding the wraiths. Lurker is done for Cozy, so he's going to have to rely on some really nice lurker placement. Destination is a good map for the lurkers. So if he can get them in the right locations, he might be able... he could skewer a lot of units. But... oh, it's still not looking good. With that many wraiths... well, there's not that many wraiths left. He needs Cashew to make a mistake at this point. If Cashew plays everything perfectly, then he's gonna be... then Cashew's gonna be fine. Alright. So, still managing to take out Overlords is Cozy once again supply blocked. Cozy is once again supply blocked, and he'll still be supply blocked after he gets out the next Overlord, which has just started. Cozy really needs to move out now. He needs to make something happen with speedlings and lurkers. It doesn't look like he has any Hydralisks left. Just down to those. And is he going to go around the back? No, he's just going to not go through the middle. Try to be a little bit sneakier. But crossing that double bridge with that many siege tanks, I don't see it working. The wraiths don't even need to pull back. There are no anti-air units. It's just lurkers and lings. Cashew should probably go forward. He might be scouting out the back just to make sure that there isn't something going on back there, but if we brought the wraiths over, he could shoo away the lings, even scan and pick off a lurker or two. Alright. Now Cashew can slowly cross the bridge. He has siege tanks, so the siege tanks clearly can fire farther than the length of the bridge. So forces Cozy back, and Cashew can get a nice foothold on the other side if he wants it. If not, to scoot out vultures possibly. Really a lot of options. Now, science facility is already done, so Cashew with really nice tech, just off of 2 bases, and this is going to be a very strong tank push with 2 science vessels, a whole mess of tanks, like 7 tanks, I want to say, no, 6 tanks, 3 wraiths even, and a fairly okay-sized M&M ball. This is going to be so hard for Cozy to hold. Cozy's still only on 2 bases too, so it's not as if he was able to get a good economy going in the meantime. Looks like Cozy's now taking his 3rd. Still trying to make as many units as possible. His Queen's Nest hasn't even started, so Defilers are not going to help him against this. He's going to have to deal with it with pretty much just lurkers. Didn't even get a Spire this game. At least I don't think he got a Spire. No, I did not get a Spire. So really, yeah, it just comes down to the Lurker Ling, and it's possible, but he needs to do it very carefully. There are a lot of options for Hold Lurkers, but Hold Lurkers wouldn't even work because Cashew already has Science Vessels out. And the Wraith's coming in. I think the Wraiths realize now that there's absolutely no anti-air. Oh, Hydralisks just coming up now. Turning into lurkers still. The Wraiths come over here. This is going to scout out that hatchery. I'm not sure what Cozy's going to be able to do to stop it. He can't make Scourge. And he keeps, all the Hydralisks he make keep turning into lurkers for obvious reasons. So, stemming the Marines, and now Cozy running in with a huge wave of Lurker Ling. He needs to do a lot of damage with this attack. He is getting the lurkers into a good position. D-Matrix goes down on the tank, not using the energy for Irradiate, and he is going to lose a lot of his forces, and Cozy is actually going to be able to crush it. He had just enough lurker-ling to barrel his way through, and Cashew took so much damage from those lurkers. Wow! And that's what you get with 357 APM to be able to execute an attack like that. Just get everybody to come in at the exact same time. Amazing play by Cozy to hold off Cashew's attack and going to stay in this game for a while longer. Now with a third base up, Cashew now expanding, taking a third as well. So still both players on 3 bases. It's not as if Cozy is in a great position here, even behind by about 30 supply, but still managing to live because he can make an insane number of units all attack as one enormous body. More science vessels, more units coming out for Cashew. Looks like he got +1 attack and +1 armors on the way. Has 2 bunkers here to prevent Zergling / lurker run-bys. Cashew really doesn't need to attack here. If he's going to be on 3 bases, his opponent isn't even on 3 bases now, because the Wraiths just kind of hung out here and took out the expansion. Wow, Wraiths taking out a hatchery, and oh, unfortunately losing the other Wraith, but still, because he's on 3 bases compared to Zerg's 2. He doesn't need to do a thing in a world. He can just wait until max if he really wants to. Well, the Zerg needs to make something happen. Something, anything. Go for a lot of expansions, try to take out one of Cashew's, do some good harass, maybe? I don't know. Alright, just missing out on the science vessel. Cashew with a very nice science vessel count, as he did have the 2 starports very quickly, and then pumped science vessels off of both of them. It looks like Cashew scanning all the expansions around the map just to make sure that Cozy didn't take an expo. So he knows that Cozy's only on 2 bases with a third one on the way. And of those bases, the main's getting pretty close to being mined out. Down to just a third. And now Cashew throwing on 3 factories. It looks like it's time for the mech switch, which is kind of a death sentence on destination. Mech is just so hard to do anything against. Ooh, is the science vessel actually going to get out of there without taking any scourge hits? Nope. Looks like he's going to lose 1. I was going to say, that would be quite impressive if he's able to get that far ahead and radiate and then not get hit by scourge. But no, takes 1. Anyway, interesting with the mech switch that Cash is still investing gas into +2/2. He's not going to be continuing bio for too much longer, and it's not as if he has a huge number of barracks to work with anyway. He's only at 4, not a huge marine count, but still, upgrades are good. Ooh, a little bit too far forward with the vessels, going to lose a couple there. And now here come the lurkerlings again. Again, another good attack from Cozy, all coming in at the same time, but this time with significantly less units, so will it be enough? It looks like most of the lurkers have gone down. Cash is trying to pull back with the marines to get out of lurker fire, but that exposes the tanks to Zerglings. Is it going to be enough? Yes, all the tanks have gone down. Just a few marines left, and Cashew technically wins that battle, I think. But losing all those tanks is not easy for him, but at the same time, it's all kind of relative. I mean, 114 supply compared to 60. 3 base, one of which has no saturation, compared to 3 base. Cozy taking an expansion. And there's no way he can keep this safe. And as soon as Cashew sees it, I believe he's going to go forward and kill it. Or he could just not, I guess. He's going to be on 4 bases himself, so maybe there's not a reason to go up and take it out. Looks like Cozy's going for an attack on that expansion before the bunkers can quite get up, and he can really put a good defense there. But no, the bunkers do finish just in time. Will the bunkers be enough? It looks like it. Marines firing at the lurkers. He just needs to make sure he has enough scan, and nope, doesn't even need scan. As the science vessels come back, taking care of that. Very nice by Cashew. And it looks like with that expansion, he can also take the mineral only anytime he wants to. 145 supply in a mech transition compared to 173. And it looks like the mech transition for right now is just going to be a lot of vultures. Interesting. Get those mines around the map, try to get some map control with them. Normally that's a really good thing to do, but it tends to be better on opener maps. Given how constricted the map is, I'd be inclined to go for tanks as absolutely fast as possible and kind of skip over the vulture phase of mech, but nothing wrong with playing it how you're supposed to. So, Defilers have come out for Cozy, though. He doesn't have quite enough units to make him work. 73 compared to 156. Cashew now double the supply. And this is looking unwinnable at this point for Cozy. A very nice build order for Cashew. Just gonna ride it into victory. Knew exactly what he was doing and did so much damage. Irradiate's going down on everything. I think he irradiated a Scourge there. Maybe on purpose, maybe on not, but it took out the entire cloud. And that's what I'm gonna stop Cashew from going in that direction. Just gonna turn around and head this way. 2 Marines. I'd be surprised if Cozy has many upgrades at all. It looks like 1 armor and how much attack? No attack. So yeah, very bad upgrades. Dematrixing the Firebat to get it in there. Gonna tank a lot of those sunken hits. And despite the fact that Lurkers and Lings are coming up from the back, ooh, bad mine hit. GG from Cozy. Cashew going to qualify for ISL2. Or ISL3. Already qualified for ISL2, but qualifying for ISL3. Congratulations to him. Oh, wow, I'm done. I'm done. That's 10-ish hours of casting. Oh, feels good. So, thank you to the people who make this possible. The refs, AWA, and Justin, the organizer game. Also, Folon and the graphics team. Thank you to the sponsors, primarily Altitude. The game is a really fun game, and you should download it if you haven't already. And thanks to Sale and his viewers, using that Twitch TV ad money. And thank you to all my viewers. We had a pretty good cast today. There's some good games. I'm happy. You all go enjoy Pro League. I'm gonna go eat something. I don't even know what meal I'm supposed to be eating right now, but I'm gonna eat a meal. And then probably collapse. Goodbye.